Chapter 3907. Lord Temple Master, Zhuang Tianheng, the Vice Palace Master of Zhoumengtian's Vice Palace, requests an audience. The main hall competition had yet to begin. Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the main hall, was resting in his residence with his eyes closed. He was watching the floating image pearl in his hand. The floating image pearl was showing the battle between god-kings from the realms of gods. This was the accumulation of the Tidal Temple's strength and foundation. The Tidal Temple had a long history in the Devata realms, and it even had a strong foundation in the realms of gods. Some people even said the Tidal Temple was related to the supreme powerhouses. Otherwise, how could it have such a high status in the Devata realms? How could the supreme powerhouses from the Devata realms not have any thoughts about the Tidal Temple? Naturally, there were also people who said the supreme powerhouses did not care about such things. In the eyes of the supreme powerhouses, the Tidal Temple was only an ant in the Devata realms. It was just like when a child grew up and saw another child occupying the hillside where he used to play house and be the king, just like how he did back then. How could he go and join him? The difference between them was too great. Therefore, the supreme powerhouses did not care about the Tidal Temple at all. Very few people could confirm which of the two statements was true. However, there was one thing they were certain of. In the Devata realms, the Tidal Temple would not provoke the forces that were related to the supreme powerhouses. For example, the Qilin clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the Eastern Dark Celestial sect in the Tiger Hill Heaven, and the Hidden Wind sect in the Wave Trace Heaven. These forces in the Devata realms were related to the supreme powerhouses. Zhuang Tianheng? Wu Hongqing opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Didn't I say I won't see anyone before the main hall competition ends? What's wrong with Zhuang Tianheng? Wu Hongqing's voice was slightly dark. Lord Temple Master, he said he has something urgent to discuss with you. Wu Hongqing's frown deepened when he heard the voice. He said indifferently, tell him to wait for me in the front courtyard. Yes. The person nodded and left. Zhuang Tianheng, Wu Hongqing got off the bed with a gloomy face and walked out of the room. He still didn't look good. If it was not for the fact that Zhuang Tianheng was one of the strongest powerhouses in the many sub-palaces in the Devata realms and the fact that he planned to transfer Zhuang Tianheng back to the main palace as a vice palace master, he would not have bothered with Zhuang Tianheng. Damn it. It's all because of that Feng Qingyang. If he didn't kill so many of my Tidal Temple's main hall's experts, I wouldn't have to compromise with a vice hall master. Wu Hongqing felt a burst of resentment in his heart, but when he thought about how Feng Qingyang was already dead, he felt that there was no need for him to argue with a dead person, and his expression gradually eased up. Soon, Wu Hongqing arrived at the front yard of his residence. His residence was located in the deepest part of the main hall of the Tidal Temple. It was a spacious residence. Even the front yard was huge. There was a man-made lake and a rockery beside the lake. There was a pavilion in front of the rockery. At this moment, Wu Hongqing saw Zhuang Tianheng standing outside the pavilion, looking in the direction he had appeared from. However, Wu Hongqing's expression quickly changed. He discovered that behind Zhuang Tianheng, within the pavilion, there was a purple figure. This was the figure of a young man. He stood there with his back facing Zhuang Tianheng and Zhuang Tianheng. He even felt that this figure was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Where exactly have I seen this figure before? Wu Hongqing frowned slightly. However, his expression did not improve at all. Zhuang Tianheng greets Lord Palace Master. Zhuang Tianheng smiled and cupped his fists at Wu Hongqing when he saw Wu Hongqing. However, he did not bow at all. Wu Hongqing's expression darkened when he saw Zhuang Tianheng. Since when did Zhuang Tianheng disrespect him so much? He did not even know how to bow at all. However, he was not concerned about Zhuang Tianheng. Instead, he was concerned about the purple figure standing behind Zhuang Tianheng. Did this person come with Zhuang Tianheng? Who was he? Why did he find this person familiar? Zhuang Tianheng, did you bring him here? Wu Hongqing glanced at the purple figure in the pavilion again before looking at Zhuang Tianheng. He asked in a deep voice as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. How could Zhuang Tianheng be so impudent? Not only was he rude in front of him, he even brought someone even more rude? Just as Zhuang Tianheng turned his head to look at the purple figure had already turned around and interrupted Wang Tianheng at the same time. Palace Master Wu, we meet again. The purple-clothed youth turned around and looked at Wu Hongqing with a smile on his face. His eyes flickered with playfulness. Wu Hongqing, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as soon as the young man turned around. When he heard the young man's words, he instinctively asked in astonishment, Duan Ling Tian? What? Palace Master Wu, we have not seen each other for a few decades. Do you not recognize me? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile on his face. At this moment, Wu Hongqing finally regained his senses. He looked at Zhuang Tianheng with a bright smile on his face as he said, Palace Master Zhuang, I'm sorry for being narrow-minded earlier. I didn't expect you to be able to capture Duan Ling Tian for the Tidal Temple. This is a great contribution. When I go to the realms of gods in the future, I'll consider handing the Tidal Temple over to you. Wu Hongqing's heart was filled with joy when he regained his senses. Duan Ling Tian. This was a moving peerless treasure. The 5 divine elements were in their higher forms, and they were all in his possession. Zhuang Tianheng was stunned when he heard Wu Hongqing's words. He looked at Wu Hongqing as though he was looking at an idiot. He had captured Duan Ling Tian? What a joke! After all, Duan Ling Tian was a divine emperor who could kill him with just a finger. Palace Master Wu. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian took a step forward. At the same time, the divine energy in his body that he had been accumulating for a long time surged out. The spatial windstorm shook in the air before it transformed into an invisible energy that landed on Wu Hongqing's body. In an instant, a soft sound was heard. Wu Hongqing suddenly knelt on the ground. His knees heavily smashed into the ground, causing the ground to split apart. Wu Hongqing struggled to lift his head. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he had seen a ghost. The joy on his face disappeared in an instant. It was replaced by a look of disbelief. Was this really Duan Ling Tian? Was this a joke? Was he dreaming? However, the intense pain in his feet and the pressure on his body made Wu Hongqing realize he was not dreaming. He tried his best to circulate the divine energy in his body, but it did not budge at all. That formless power was like a seal, sealing away all of his power. In fact, even comprehending the power of laws was extremely strenuous for him. I, Wu Hongqing, am a divine king expert. Even if Feng Qingyang has broken through and become a superior divine king, he can't possibly do this to me. Moreover, this divine energy is obviously not a divine king's. Suddenly, in Wu Hongqing's mind, a thought that almost scared him to death suddenly appeared. Could Duan Ling Tian have broken through and become a divine emperor? How could this be? Wu Hongqing's current state of mind was similar to Mi Xian's from a year ago. They both found it impossible. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. However, the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. Palace Master Wu, if I was captured by Palace Master Zhuang, what would you do? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a playful smile as he looked at Wu Hongqing, who knelt on the ground, and his eyes were filled with ridicule. Decades ago, Wu Hongqing Mi Xian had forced him into a corner. If not for the help of the 5 divine elements, he would have died at their hands. His hatred for Wu Hongqing was no less than Mi Xian's. Duan Ling Tian, you're a divine emperor now? Even now, Wu Hongqing still found it hard to believe that the kid from decades ago who hadn't even attained godhood had become a divine emperor in the blink of an eye. Decades had passed in the blink of an eye. How could this be? Can't you feel it, Palace Master Wu? Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. How is this possible? Wu Hongqing's eyes were blank and dazed. There are many impossible things in this world. Duan Ling Tian said coolly. Palace Master Wu, you and Mi Xian teamed up and almost killed me back then. You even tried to steal my belongings. I'm sure you didn't expect this day to come. Wu Hongqing's expression changed drastically. Then, as if recalling something, he subconsciously glanced at Zhuang Tianheng. However, as soon as Zhuang Tianheng raised an eyebrow, Duan Ling Tian waved his hand. A wave of soul vibration energy swept out along with a spatial storm before it shattered Wu Hongqing's soul. Wu Hongqing was dead. However, his corpse was intact and he died with his eyes wide open. Was he transmitting his voice to you? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Zhuang Tianheng. Yes, Zhuang Tianheng replied. Zhuang Tianheng hurriedly replied, he called out my name through voice transmission as if he wanted to tell me something. However, just as he called out my name, he was killed by you, Lord Ling Tian. Zhuang Tianheng's tone was filled with reverence when he addressed Duan Ling Tian as Lord Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhuang Tianheng deeply. After confirming that Wu Hongqing did not have time to tell Zhuang Tianheng that he possessed the 5 divine elements, he turned his attention back to Wu Hongqing's corpse. Then, in a flash, he entered Wu Hongqing's body. Following that, Wu Hongqing stood up. However, Wu Hongqing's aura was completely different from before. He seemed unfathomable. Lord Ling Tian? Zhuang Tianheng's eyes narrowed when he saw this. Did Lord Ling Tian possess Zhuang Tianheng's body? However, where was Lord Ling Tian's body? Duan Ling Tian seemed to have seen through Zhuang Tianheng's confusion. He said indifferently, I'm just a law clone now. You don't have to be so surprised. A law clone? Zhuang Tianheng's face paled. Just a law avatar was already powerful to such an extent? Chapter 3908. Zhuang Tianheng did not expect the Duan Ling Tian in front of him was only a law clone. Now that he had seen Duan Ling Tian's law clone enter Wu Hongqing's body and take control of his body and heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he finally realized what had happened. For this reason, Zhuang Tianheng's respect for Duan Ling Tian deepened. After all, Duan Ling Tian could take his life in the blink of an eye. In his eyes, Wu Hongqing, the main hall master of the title temple and a god king, was a high and mighty figure. However, even he was powerless in front of Duan Ling Tian, let alone Zhuang Tianheng. You better be prepared. I'll appear as Wu Hongqing on the day of the main hall's grand competition and appoint you as the new hall master of the main hall. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he looked at Zhuang Tianheng. Zhuang Tianheng's face flushed slightly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. However, he seemed to recall something and said worriedly, My lord, it's not a problem for you to appoint me as Wu Hongqing's successor. However, I'm afraid some people won't accept it. There are a few people who are stronger than me in the main hall. When Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang came, they weren't around. While most of the branch hall masters were still in the dark, Zhuang Tianheng had already found out the reason behind the destruction of the title temple's main hall. He also knew that many people had died during that incident. For this reason, Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the main hall, decided to hold the grand competition. Don't worry, I'll deal with them. Don't worry, Duan Ling Tian said. Zhuang Tianheng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and left. As for Duan Ling Tian, he returned to Wu Hongqing's residence under the guise of Wu Hongqing. Previously, he had already confirmed Wu Hongqing's residence with his divine consciousness. As the hall master of the main hall, Wu Hongqing's spatial ring is actually a self-destructing spatial ring. What a pity. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian thought of Wu Hongqing's storage ring that had been reduced to powder after his death, and a wave of regret welled up in his heart. Even though he wasn't interested in the things in Wu Hongqing's spatial ring. However, it did not mean that it was useless to his family. Forget it. If there's anything I need, I'll just ask Zhuang Tianheng to help me look for it after he becomes the hall master of the main hall. In the next 300 years, the title temple will belong to me, Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he felt relieved. When Zhuang Tianheng returned, the group of people he brought with him couldn't help but look at him. When some of the youngsters only saw Zhuang Tianheng and didn't see Duan Ling Tian, they couldn't help but frown and start whispering amongst themselves. Li Feng has already been accepted as a personal disciple by the temple master. Hearing their whispers, Zhuang Tianheng swept a glance at them and said unhurriedly, "Don't worry." Li Feng was Duan Lingtian's identity in Zhou Mingtian's branch of the Tidal Temple. He was still using his old alias. His surname was taken from his mother, Li Ro, and his name was taken from his father, Duan Rufeng. What? Li Feng has been accepted as a personal disciple by the temple master? How is he worthy? As soon as Zhuang Tianheng finished speaking, a commotion broke out among the people in Zhou Mingtian's branch of the Tidal Temple. This was especially true for the youngsters. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. The people from the other branches of the Tidal Temple arrived one after another. The people in the main hall had also arranged accommodations for them. Apart from Zhuang Tianheng, the hall master of Zhou Mingtian's branch of the Tidal Temple, no one knew that the hall master of the main hall had died. Days passed one after another. Soon enough, the people from the other branches of the Tidal Temple had all arrived. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. The grand competition of the main hall was about to begin. Lord Temple Master. When Duan Lingtian controlled Wu Hongqing's body and landed in the vast valley where the grand competition of the main hall would take place, the entire place was filled with awe and respect. The youngsters looked at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked at the people present. When he used his divine consciousness, he could not help but sigh. The Tidal Temple has recruited so many geniuses. It's no wonder the Tidal Temple is so powerful. At this moment, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the Tidal Temple's strength. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the entire place fell silent. Although there were many people present, no one dared to speak. All of them were staring at Duan Lingtian. Naturally, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was the temple master of the main hall, Wu Hongqing. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally spoke. Originally, I was supposed to host the grand competition of the main hall. However, it just so happens that I've gained some insights in the past few days, so I decided to continue cultivating. For this reason, I'll let someone else host the grand competition of the main hall. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, many people were disappointed. However, most of them expressed their understanding. After all, they could not afford to make any mistakes in their cultivation. The grand competition of the main hall will be hosted by Zhuang Tianheng, the hall master of Zhou Mingtian's sub-hall. When Duan Lingtian said this, many people were not shocked. After all, Zhuang Tianheng was indeed qualified to host the grand competition of the main hall. However, when Duan Lingtian continued to speak, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Apart from that, in order to focus on cultivating, I'll step down from my position as the hall master of the main hall. From today onward, Zhuang Tianheng, the hall master of Zhou Mingtian's sub-hall, will take over my position and become the hall master of the main hall. The moment these words left Duan Lingtian's mouth, the entire scene was in an uproar. What? Lord Hall Master is passing the position of hall master of the main hall to Zhuang Tianheng? Although Zhuang Tianheng is the strongest person in the sub-halls, there are many grand elders who are more experienced and stronger than him in the main hall, right? How can it be him? Why is it Zhuang Tianheng? Many people present on the scene voiced their doubts. Naturally, they only whispered among themselves. They did not dare to voice their doubts out loud for fear of angering the hall master. However, there were still people who stepped forward. The people who stepped forward were 3 of the 4 remaining higher deities in the Tidal Temple who were stronger than Zhuang Tianheng. 2 of them were middle-aged men, and the last one was a young man. Lord Hall Master, this isn't appropriate. One of the middle-aged men said hesitantly. Under normal circumstances, he should not refute the Hall Master's words in front of so many people. However, he had no choice but to say it now. Zhuang Tianheng was just a newly ascended higher deity. Who did he think he was? How could he be fit to be the main hall master and stand above them? Lord Hall Master, I think it's more appropriate for Elder Chu to take over the position of hall master. The other middle-aged man chimed in. As for the young man, although he did not say anything, based on his expression and gaze, it was clear he did not agree with Duan Lingtian's words. What? Do you have an opinion as well? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he glanced at the two higher deities before he shifted his gaze to the young man. His tone was calm and emotionless. Lord Hall Master. The young man who had not spoken earlier quickly replied to Duan Lingtian's question, Guardians, your opinion is similar to mine. Zhuang Tianheng is only a newly promoted higher deity. In terms of strength, he's not even comparable to the three of us, let alone Elder Chu. In terms of status, he's only a hall master of a sub-hall. Elder Chu is the first vice hall master of the main hall. The young man was also one of the vice hall masters of the main hall. At the same time, the people from the other sub-halls held their breaths as they looked at the hall master of the main hall and the three high-ranking officials of the main hall. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed to have frozen. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian who broke the silence. If anyone wishes to change my mind, they must first have the strength to make me change my mind. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the three higher deities' expressions changed. At this moment, they even felt that the hall master in front of them had become extremely unfamiliar. Their Lord Hall Master should not be this kind of person. If their Lord Hall Master was this kind of person, even if they were dissatisfied, they would not have spoken out earlier. Boom! A loud explosion came from high up in the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, a gigantic palm print that seemed to be void came crashing down like a black cloud. It blotted out the sky and the sun and enveloped the three higher deities. The three higher deities, the two guardians and one vice hall master of the main hall of the tidal temple, found themselves locked down by a powerful and invisible force. They could not even mobilize the divine energy in their bodies. In the next instant, before they could even react, the palm imprint in the sky had already come crashing down with a loud bang. Bang! With a loud bang, the void of the plane shattered, and a huge black hole appeared. It took a while before it gradually closed. Meanwhile, the three higher deity-level upper echelons of the main hall were reduced to nothingness in an instant. It was as if it had been vaporized. Just like that, three higher deities perished. Even though the group of people present regained their senses one after another, no one dared to make a sound. When they looked at the godlike man standing in the void again, their eyes were no longer filled with reverence, but also with fear. Why was the temple master of the main temple so violent and bloodthirsty? All they did was express a different opinion, and the three higher-ups of the Prime Palace, all of whom seemed to be gods, were all killed by him. Furthermore, how could he be so powerful? Killing the three gods was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Lord Hall Master, those branch hall masters who had been in contact with the main hall master Wu Hongqing in the past could not help but frown. They felt that the hall master in front of them had become a little unfamiliar. Their impression of the hall master should not be such a person. Hall master. Just as the various branch hall leaders present were feeling puzzled and the others were feeling frightened, an old and cold voice was already being emitted from the distance. In the blink of an eye, an elderly figure, Feng Su, appeared not far away from Duan Lingtian. He stared at Duan Lingtian with a slightly unpleasant expression. What? Elder Chu, do you have a problem with that? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man in front of him calmly and asked in an indifferent tone. Chapter 3909. Hall Master, don't you think you've gone too far? The old man glared at Duan Lingtian as he said with a dark expression, the three of them have served the tidal temple for many years. Even if you've disrespected them, you shouldn't have killed them. Moreover, do you think it's appropriate for a sub-hall master to become the main hall master? The old man asked in a deep voice. Elder Chu, do you have something to say about this? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the old man. Although his tone was still indifferent, his gaze revealed coldness. Humph. The old man harumphed coldly. What? Wu Hongqing, are you planning to make a move on me? As his voice fell, a powerful aura swept out from the old man's body. In the blink of an eye, it caused the hearts of everyone present to palpitate, especially those of the younger generation with weaker cultivations. They were pressured by this aura to the point that their faces turned pale and they were unable to breathe. Elder Chu has broken through to the God King realm? Many of the sub-hall masters were shocked. Even Zhuang Tianheng, the sub-hall master of Zhoumengtian's sub-hall master Zhuang Tianheng, was shocked. That old man has broken through to the God King realm? With his attainments in the laws of profundity, even Wu Hongqing might not be able to kill him now that he has broken through to the God King realm. His attainments in the laws of profundity are even higher than Wu Hongqing's. Chu Hui, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple, was the person with the highest seniority in the Tidal Temple. In terms of seniority, he was Wu Hongqing's junior grand uncle. Chu Hui's innate talent was ordinary, but his comprehension of the laws of profundities was outstanding. When he was a lesser god, he was said to be invincible below the higher god realm in the Tidal Temple. Not even an intermediate deity was a match for him. As soon as he became a higher god, he was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below the God King realm in the Tidal Temple. Now that he had broken through to the God King realm, even if he was only a lesser God King, he would be able to fight against an intermediate God King. Moreover, in Chu Hui's opinion, Wu Hongqing might not have been an intermediate God King in the past. Of course, even if Wu Hongqing was an intermediate God King, it was almost impossible for him to kill Chu Hui, who had broken through to the God King realm. Elder Chu has broken through. Elder Chu has broken through to the Divine King realm. Even if he's only a lower Divine King, I'm afraid he'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a medium Divine King. Elder Chu is an expert in the law of destruction. Not only that, but his attainments in the law of destruction are unrivaled in the Tidal Temple. The hall masters of the various Tidal temples sighed. There were even some people who whispered, I'm afraid that even the palace master might not be able to defeat Elder Chu. I wonder how the hall master will appear today. Will the hall master fight with Elder Chu? Of course, although these people were whispering, they also knew what could be said and what could not be said. If they felt that the hall master of the main hall was behaving inappropriately, they would not dare to say it out loud. They could only communicate with him telepathically. There were even people who hoped that Chu Hui would be able to defeat Wu Hongqing and take over the Tidal Temple as the new hall master of the Tidal Temple. Wu Hongqing's actions earlier had made them feel very uncomfortable. In fact, they did not feel safe at all. None of them wished for a tyrant to control their fates above them. This was not a good feeling at all. I didn't expect Elder Chu to have broken through to the God King realm. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man in front of him and smiled faintly. Elder Chu, is this why you're so confident? Chu Hui glared at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, Wu Hongqing, do you really think you're capable of killing me? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but I'm afraid you're not capable of killing me. Chu Hui sneered. Is that so? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face remained unchanged. However, in just a blink of an eye, the smile on his face disappeared. A hint of coldness could be seen in his eyes as he shouted, Vice Palace Master Chu Hui of the main palace has offended his superior. Not only did he disrespect the palace master, but he even tried to attack the palace master. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he raised his hand and pressed it downward. The entire process was done in a casual manner, deliberately mystifying things. Chu Hui released his divine energy. The tyrannical God King's divine energy merged with his law of destruction and erupted with a terrifying aura of destruction. Many of the expressions of the younger generation from the sub-halls changed drastically as they bled from their 7 orifices. Fortunately, the sub-hall master had acted in time so no one died. Otherwise, many of the younger generation would have perished just like that. Is this the aura of a God King? A God King is actually so powerful. Although I'm a demigod, I can't even muster the will to resist in front of this aura. As expected of a God King who's above the gods. He's too terrifying. At this moment, the sub-hall masters were looking at Chu Hui with reverence in their eyes. However, this reverence did not last long. This was because in the next instant, a faintly discernible giant palm suddenly appeared above Chu Hui's head and slammed down on him. However, Chu Hui did not seem to notice it at all. Bang! A loud sound rang in the air as the giant palm slammed down on Chu Hui, sending him crashing into the ground. At the same time, a bottomless palm print appeared on the ground. At the same time, a cloud of dust rose into the air. When the dust settled, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a bottomless abyss that was shaped like a palm print. The sub-hall master's strength is actually so powerful? Vice Hall Master Chu has broken through to the God King realm. Even if he's only a lesser God King, with his attainments in the law of destruction, he should be able to fight against an intermediate God King. However, he's completely powerless in front of the sub-hall master? Did Vice Hall Master Chu get careless? Did Vice Hall Master Chu die? The people from the sub-halls of the Tidal Temple were dumbfounded as they stared at the bottomless abyss in front of them. However, the sub-hall masters were communicating through voice transmissions. They could hear the fear in each other's voices. Although they knew that the main hall master, Wu Hongqing, was extremely powerful, they did not expect him to be this powerful. A person who could fight against an intermediate God King was actually sent crashing into the ground with a single slap. No one knew if Chu Hui was dead or alive. Throughout the entire process, Chu Hui did not even have the strength to resist. Come out. I haven't killed him yet. Duan Lingtian spoke at this time. At the same time, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Based on what the main hall master said, if he had killed Chu Hui earlier, Vice Hall Master Chu would have died. Bang! A loud sound rang from the bottom of the abyss. Following that, a figure shot up to the sky at lightning speed. However, he was in a wretched state. His robes were tattered, and his face was covered in dust. After Chu Hui came out, he stared at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "You're not Wu Hongqing." "I'm not Wu Hongqing." Duan Lingtian laughed. "What's wrong? Vice Hall Master Chu, are you saying that I'm not Wu Hongqing because you don't think that you're a match for me? You need someone to believe what you're saying." Duan Lingtian continued to laugh. "Wu Hongqing isn't as strong as you are." Chu Hui's eyes turned cold as he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Did you possess Wu Hongqing? You think you're stronger than Wu Hongqing just because you possess him?" Duan Lingtian continued to laugh. "Do you really think that you'll possess the same cultivation base and strength as before you possess him?" Upon hearing the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Chu Hui, the palace masters of the various palace halls present on the scene shook their heads one after another. "Vice Palace Master Chu, it seems like you find it difficult to accept this fact." "That's right. Based on what Vice Hall Master Chu said, it's obvious that he doesn't need to fear Hall Master Chu anymore since he has broken through to the God King realm. However, he didn't expect Hall Master Chu to be stronger than him." Although these branch palace masters were whispering, Chu Hui could still hear them clearly. He was so angry that his expression was especially ugly. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. "Who the hell are you?" This time, Chu Hui asked Duan Lingtian telepathically. "You don't need to know." Duan Lingtian replied telepathically. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian waved his hand again and killed Chu Hui in front of everyone. The reason why Duan Lingtian didn't kill Chu Hui earlier and only killed him now was because he didn't want to kill Chu Hui too early. To the people present, this would serve as a greater deterrent. As expected, after Duan Lingtian killed Chu Hui, the whole place fell silent. Now, does anyone still have any objections to my decision? After killing 3 higher deities and a lesser deity king, Duan Lingtian looked around and asked in an indifferent tone. No one said anything. Even if some people were still dissatisfied, they didn't dare to refute, afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of the previous 4. Those 4 were all top-notch existences in the main hall. Yet, they were all killed by this main hall master just because of a few words. They didn't think that the other party would show them any mercy. It seems like no one has any objections. Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. Since that's the case, Zhuang Tianheng will be the host of the main hall tournament. From today onwards, Zhuang Tianheng will be the main hall master. As for me, I will start cultivating in seclusion. At this point, he looked at Zhuang Tianheng. If anyone tries to make things difficult for you or goes against you, you can wake me up and let me come out of seclusion if you can't deal with it yourself. I will help you deal with it. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his tone was extremely cold. At the same time, he glanced at the various branch hall masters and some of the higher-ups in the main hall, making them completely forget about making things difficult for Zhuang Tianheng, the new hall master, in the future. Zhuang Tianheng understands. Thank you for your trust, Lord Hall Master. At this moment, Zhuang Tianheng stood up and thanked Duan Lingtian as he accepted the order. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. Then, with a sway of his body, he disappeared. As for the main hall tournament, he was not interested in watching it at all. Currently, he was in a hurry to make a trip to the Tidal Temple's main hall's treasure vault to retrieve some items that would be helpful to his family. Chapter 39:10. Duan Lingtian had come to the Tidal Temple to kill Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the main hall, and secretly take control of the Tidal Temple. One of the reasons was due to his master, Feng Qingyang. Another reason was that he felt there were only benefits to be had. As the strongest force in the Devata realms, the Tidal Temple had a terrifying amount of resources. Although Duan Lingtian had become a divine emperor, he did not dare to claim he had the same influence as the Tidal Temple in the Devata realms. After all, it took time to accumulate a foundation. It was not enough to rely on one's strength alone. It's better if I don't show myself so they won't feel sad. I'll just disguise myself as someone from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and deliver the items to them. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he thought about his family. Although he felt it was a pity that he could not reunite with his family, he did not regret coming back. After all, he had already met all of his family members. It was just that his family members did not know he had returned. If her family knew that she was back, they would enjoy a moment of joy and then have to go through separation. After all, he had only returned with his clone. Duan Lingtian no longer paid attention to the grand competition of the main hall. He was confident Zhuang Tianheng, the new palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, would be able to take care of the situation. What happened next was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Duan Lingtian had controlled Wu Hongqing's body to kill 3 higher gods and a primitive god king during the grand competition in the main hall. His actions had shocked everyone in the Tidal Temple's main hall and its sub-palaces. Although many people thought Duan Lingtian was a bloodthirsty person, they did not dare to offend him. However, none of them dared to say anything. After all, Duan Lingtian was not only the palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, but he was also the strongest person in the Tidal Temple. Even if he was no longer a palace master, he would still be like the retired emperor. Only a fool would dare to offend such a person. Currently, many of the vice palace masters were planning to complain to their seniors in the Tidal Temple about Wu Hongqing's atrocities when the spatial tunnel between the Devata realms and the realms of gods was reopened 300 years later. They wanted to ask the seniors in the Tidal Temple to punish Wu Hongqing. Until then, all of them planned to be obedient. Duan Lingtian was unaware of all these things. Even if he knew, he would not care. What happened to Wu Hongqing? He was not Wu Hongqing. Even if the Tidal Temple in the realms of the realms of the realm of the realms of gods, the Tidal Temple would not be blamed. Therefore, if he exposed, he would be in the palace's hall. Duan blamed betrayals, blamed the temple of gods would. The heavens realm of the gods. Blame to dissect. The of gods. At that time, Zhuang Tianheng would be the best candidate to take over the Tidal Temple. Those who were qualified or suitable to take over the title temple would have been killed by Wu Hongqing. To be more precise, they were killed by Duan Ling Tian, who had impersonated Wu Hongqing. After the main palace's grand competition had ended, Duan Ling Tian managed to obtain many cultivation resources with Zhuang Tianheng's help. All of them were cultivation resources that were beneficial to his family. Although Zhuang Tianheng was puzzled why Duan Ling Tian wanted these cultivation resources that were useless to him, he did not ask any questions. Instead, he agreed to Duan Ling Tian's request. I won't interfere with the title temple's matters. At most, I'll ask you for some cultivation resources so you can do whatever you want. Therefore, there's no need for you to feel pressured as the palace master of the main hall of the title temple. After 300 years, even if the title temple sends powerhouses from the realms of gods, they'll only punish Wu Hongqing. They won't make things difficult for you. At that time, they will discover that Wu Hongqing has died. Before that happens, I'll publicly announce that I've entered the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. I'll also announce that I know some of Feng Qingyang's secrets. Duan Ling Tian had already thought of many things and made arrangements for Zhuang Tianheng. Zhuang Tianheng's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He was worried he would become Duan Ling Tian's puppet. Based on the current situation, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to fully control him. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had even prepared a backup plan for him. Lord Ling Tian, if you have any requests in the future, I'll do my best to fulfill them. Zhuang Tianheng said confidently. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Since he had obtained the cultivation resources, he did not linger in the main hall of the Devata realm. After he left, he went to the mundane realm where Duan Ling Tian's family was. Then, he donned a long black robe. His aura from the law of life was circulating around his body, making him look like a powerhouse who specialized in the law of life. Swoosh! When Duan Ling Tian arrived at his family's residence, he did not look for Li Fei and Huan, since they were too familiar with him. Even if he disguised himself, they would still recognize him. You're the young palace master's parents, Duan Rufeng and Li Ro. Duan Ling Tian appeared in the small valley where Duan Rufeng and Li Ro lived. At this moment, Duan Rufeng and Li Ro were drinking tea and playing chess in the courtyard. They were playing the Chinese chess that Duan Ling Tian had taught them. Duan Rufeng and Li Ro did not notice the black-clad man who had suddenly appeared. They only regained their senses when they heard Duan Ling Tian's voice, and their expressions changed drastically. Before they could regain their senses, Duan Ling Tian had already casually tossed the spatial ring that he had prepared in advance onto the chessboard on the table in front of Duan Rufeng and his wife. The young palace master gave me the items in this ring before he left. He asked me to give them to you at this time. Now that my mission is complete, I'll take my leave. Duan Ling Tian pretended to have a hoarse voice. There was no trace of his original voice at all. Moreover, as soon as he finished speaking, he floated away. When he left, the life aura swept through the small valley. At once, the flowers and trees in the small valley began to grow madly. They only stopped growing strangely when the life aura disappeared. At this moment, Duan Rufeng and Huan finally regained their senses. They looked at the spatial ring in front of them and the flowers, plants, and trees that were growing wildly in the small valley. When they looked at each other, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. After a while, Duan Rufeng claimed ownership of the spatial ring. He looked inside and sighed. Tian, you've done a great job. I feel like I'm useless as a father. Brother Feng, everyone has their own destiny. Tian, is our son, and we should all be happy for him to have such a destiny. Li Ro smiled and said, moreover, Tian, won't think we're useless. Of course, I know that. I'm just a little emotional. Duan Rufeng shook his head. Although Duan Rufeng and Huan, were shocked by the sudden appearance and disappearance of the black-clad man, they were relieved when they figured out the black-clad man was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The fact that Tian, arranged for these cultivation resources to be delivered at this time shows how much he trusts the black-clad man. However, I've never seen this black-clad man in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Li Rou speculated. Perhaps, he's hiding in the dark. Perhaps, he's protecting us from the dark. Duan Ruffing said. Unbeknownst to the duo, their conversation had been overheard by the black-clad man who was hiding in the dark. After a long while, the black-clad man finally left. I have to make the best use of my time to improve my strength. If I encounter any bottlenecks, I'll have to enter the Emperor Battle Realm to train. It'll be beneficial to my cultivation and comprehension of profundities. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he left the mundane realm and made his way to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Currently, his true body was cultivating in the Tianlong clan's residence in the Tungleng province in the Mystic Handle land in the realms of gods. At the same time, he was refining supreme divine pills. He had also refined and delivered the divine pills he had promised Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. Apart from cultivating, he spent his time comprehending the law of space. There was no time in cultivating. Similarly, there was no time in comprehending the law of space. In just a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Master hasn't returned yet? In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian had just returned from the mundane realm. He could not help but frown when he learned that his master, Feng Qingyang, had not returned yet. It's been 10 years. Master still hasn't gotten rid of me, Xian? If it were not for Feng Qingyang's soul orb, Duan Lingtian would have charged into the netherworld to seek revenge for his master. During these 10 years, he had spent most of his time in the mundane realm, protecting his family with his clone. Although it was unlikely that his family would be in danger in the mundane realm, he felt more at ease. During these 10 years, Duan Lingtian would often return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to see if his master, Feng Qingyang, had returned. 10 years had passed, but his master had yet to return. Now that I've reached a bottleneck in my comprehension of the law of space, it's time for me to enter the divine royal battlefield in the Emperor Battle Realm again. However, for safety's sake, I'll have to form a clone using the law of space in the realms of gods. Otherwise, if I encounter the Earth Nether Elder of the Supreme Sect and fail to kill him even after using all my trump cards, it'll be a disaster for me if he finds out about my trump card. My clone using the law of space will be a great help to me. While Duan Lingtian was deep in thought, Duan Lingtian's main body in the realms of gods finally woke up from his cultivation and began to form his clone using the law of space. At the same time, his clone using the law of space in the Devata realm began to dissipate as well. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had already made all the necessary arrangements before the law clone was destroyed, so there was no need for him to worry about the consequences. Moreover, if he wanted to, he would be able to find a second divine void-piercing shuttle and send his clone back to the Devata realm. I hope my master has returned safely by then. Duan Lingtian sighed. His mind wandered for a while before he finally calmed down and formed a new clone from the law of space. Chapter 39:11. This was Duan Lingtian's third time forming a clone using the law of space. He was more familiar with the process and it did not take long for him to successfully form his clone. At the same time, the other space law clone in the lower secondary plane was completely annihilated and no longer existed. A person could only form one clone using the same law of space. After successfully forming his clone, Duan Lingtian finally felt relieved. At the same time, he planned to enter the Emperor Battle Realm in a few more days. In just a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since Duan Lingtian came out from the Emperor Battle Realm. 10 years was not a long time for people in the realms of gods. It was just a blink of an eye. This was because many experts would cultivate in seclusion for hundreds of years or even thousands of years. It was not impossible for those who cultivated in seclusion for more than 1,000 years. This was because after becoming a god king, one would have to face a heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years. Even godly venerables who were half a step away from becoming a supreme expert were no exception. As for whether supreme experts would have to face a heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years, very few people knew. Most likely, only the utmost powerful beings and those close to them would know about it. It's been 10 years. That Duan Lingtian is still holed up in Shui Haichuan's residence. For the Sky Dragon Sect's vice sect master, Shui Mingji, these 10 years could be said to be very torturous. Even before this, he never thought that he would have such a torturous time. This was because a lesser divine emperor who had just become a divine emperor not long ago. He was tormented because Duan Lingtian's growth was too fast. He was worried that if Duan Lingtian continued to grow, the two middle-level divine emperors he had arranged for him would not be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Secondly, the two divine emperors he had arranged for Duan Lingtian had entered the emperor battle realm several times. Although they had returned safely, who knew if one of them would be unlucky enough to encounter the Supreme Sect's elder Di Ming and be killed? The risk was too great. For this reason, he had been tormented for the past 10 years. In fact, this was not the first time Shui Mingji had been tormenting himself like this. He had lost count of how many times he had been tormenting himself. However, this time, the chanting seemed to have an effect. Not long after, Shui Mingji received a message: Lord, Duan Lingtian has left Shui Haichuan's residence alone and is heading towards the entrance of the Emperor Battle Plain. It seems like he wants to enter the Emperor Battle Plain. Shui Haichuan is still cultivating in seclusion. This message was sent by the person he had arranged to monitor the vicinity of Shui Haichuan's residence for the past 10 years. Because this person was now in charge of patrolling the area, even if Shui Haichuan found him nearby, he would not be suspicious. Moreover, Shui Haichuan would never have thought that in order to kill Duan Lingtian, Shui Mingji would actually find two mid-level godly emperors to sacrifice their lives. That was a very high price to pay. Good, very good. After receiving the message, Shui Mingji's eyes lit up. At the same time, he took out a soul bead and sent another message: Duan Lingtian is heading towards the entrance of the Emperor Battle Plain alone. Tell them to prepare and wait for an opportunity to strike. Ha! Congratulations. The other party replied, You're about to get what you want. Let's hope so. Shui Mingji said. Before there was a result, he could not be 100% optimistic for the time being. He only felt that he had seen the dawn of hope. I know that the death of those godly emperors in the Emperor Battle Plain has a great impact on you. However, they are just incidental death warriors sent to you. They have no value at all. The other side sent another message with a smile: Don't forget, these two godly emperors entered the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Plain twice. Not only were they not seriously injured, but they also killed several Greater One Sect's godly emperor disciples. Among them, there was also an inner sect elder of the Greater One Sect. Even if the Greater One Sect's elder Di Ming acted alone, he might not be able to kill the two of them. From the other side's words, it was clear that he was full of confidence in the two godly emperors. Hearing this, Shui Mingji replied bluntly, I don't care how strong they are. What I care about is whether they can succeed. He had paid a great price to buy the two godly emperors. Death, they would definitely die. It just depended on whether their deaths were worth it. If he could successfully achieve his goal, even if the price was a little high, he would accept it. This was his choice. But if he could not achieve it, he would suffer a great loss. The risk would be borne by him alone. After all, he did not hire an assassin. The price of hiring an assassin to kill in the Tianlong clan was even greater. Perhaps the price of an ordinary godly emperor assassin would be higher than the value of the two godly emperors added together. Assassins were not only strong, but also flexible. As for godly emperors, they only had their master's orders in their hearts. They would do whatever their master told them to do. Their thinking was fixed and would not be flexible. It's just a lower godly emperor. Don't worry. The other side said casually, unless the target is already a middle godly emperor. Otherwise, under the joint attack of those two, he will definitely die. Hearing the other party's words, Shui Mingji relaxed a lot. Middle godly emperor? He did not think that Duan Lingtian could break through and become a middle godly emperor in just 10 years. Because, even the proud sons of heaven of those godly venerable level forces would not be able to break through twice from the high godly king realm to the middle godly emperor realm in just 10 years. The path of cultivation was more difficult the higher one went. The cultivation of a godly emperor was 10 times more difficult than that of a godly king. Even if one had more cultivation resources, such as divine pills and divine fruits, it would still take time to accumulate them. Therefore, he concluded that no matter how monstrous and heaven-defying Duan Lingtian was, it was impossible for him to enter the middle godly king realm in such a short time. In reality, Duan Lingtian had indeed not entered the middle godly emperor realm. In fact, even though he had consumed many divine pills, and there was no lack of peak emperor level divine pills, his current cultivation was not only not in the middle godly emperor realm, it was even quite far away from the middle godly emperor realm. After leaving Shui Haichuan's residence, Duan Lingtian flew towards the canyon where the entrance to the emperor battle plain was located. From the beginning to the end, he did not tell Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian about this. In his opinion, if he told the two of them rashly, perhaps the one of them who was free would follow him in. If that happened, his planned training would definitely be affected. My current cultivation has reached a bottleneck. This bottleneck is no longer a problem of the accumulation of divine power, but a problem of the flow of divine power. After I entered the godly emperor realm, I rarely fought with others. If I want to increase the flow of divine power, fighting with others is the best choice. If it's a life and death battle, the effect will be even better. And my laws of space. The bottleneck I've encountered recently is rather large. Even the divinity of the sovereigns no longer appears in my dreams to guide me. Although Duan Lingtian was anxious about his current situation, he also knew that it was useless to be anxious. He had to overcome it one by one. The problem of the flow of divine power could definitely be solved in the Emperor Battle Plains Godly Emperor battlefield. As for the laws of space, perhaps he could solve it in the Godly Emperor battlefield as well. If he couldn't solve it, it wouldn't be too late to think of other methods. He could completely enter the middle Godly Emperor realm first before considering a breakthrough in the laws of space. The laws of space I've comprehended are already faintly stronger than the laws that Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, and some of the weaker elders of the Black Dragons are proficient in. It's enough for now. The most important thing right now is to make a breakthrough in my cultivation. To Duan Lingtian, making a breakthrough in his cultivation required no delay. Sometimes, he even wondered if the bottleneck in the laws of space had something to do with his stagnant cultivation base. This was because he had read all kinds of books in the mystic Handle land in the realms of gods. Whether it was in the history of Tungleng province or the various regions outside of Tungleng province, there had never been anyone who comprehended the laws of space as powerful as he did when he was just a lower-stage godly emperor. Up ahead is the cultivation ground of the Emperor Battle Clan. Over the years, the number of people here has been increasing, but many people have perished in the Emperor Battle Realm. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Emperor Battle Realm, the first thing that entered Duan Lingtian's eyes was a hilly area made up of small valleys. There were many people hovering in the air above them. Some were sparring, some were chatting, and some were having fun. Some were playing games unique to Tungleng province. Some were even betting with divine crystals. These people who joined the Tianlong clan for the Emperor Battle Realm are pretty optimistic. However, since they decided to enter the Emperor Battle Realm, it means they have already accepted death. It's normal for them to be so calm. If one wanted to reach the entrance of the Emperor Battle Realm, one would have to cross this area. In the past, when Duan Lingtian, Shui Haichuan, and Dongfang Yannian came here together, they had also passed by this area. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian heard a light noise coming from afar. Moreover, the noise was getting closer and closer. He raised his head and looked over. He saw a young man and a middle-aged man fighting fiercely, and they had attracted quite a few people's attention. This was also the only sparring match between middle-level divine emperors in the cultivation grounds of the Emperor War sect. Bang! 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 When Duan Lingtian heard the noise, he saw the two figures moving closer and further away. However, they were still moving in his direction. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he instinctively came to a halt and looked over. A battle between middle-stage godly emperors would give him a certain amount of inspiration. Especially since it was just a battle. It's them. When the two people fighting got closer, Duan Lingtian recognized them. They were the two middle-stage godly emperors who joined the Tianlong clan on the same day that Dongfang Yannian had mentioned. Boom! There was a loud noise. The two people launched a huge wave of attacks. When their attacks collided, both of them were sent flying. One of them was sent flying into the distance. The other person was sent flying in the direction of Duan Lingtian and the people around him. Chapter 39:12. When Duan Lingtian and the others in the surroundings saw one of the people in the battle flying toward them due to the remnant force of the battle, all of them instinctively dodged. Of course, they did not move too far away. Even Duan Lingtian did the same. I'm afraid that the strength of these two people is even stronger than an ordinary inner sect elder. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the middle-aged man who was not far away. Not far away, the cold-faced middle-aged man stared at the similarly cold-faced young man and shouted in a deep voice, again. Okay. Hearing this, the young man with a cold face shook his body. He seemed to have turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the middle-aged man. After a while, he was not far away from the middle-aged man. At this time, the middle-aged man also moved. Boom! A powerful divine power swept out from the middle-aged man. It was infused with the profound meaning of the law. It spread out like a tornado and wreaked havoc in all directions. Those with weaker cultivations who were closer were blown away by this gust of wind. Those with higher cultivation bases also took a few steps back. Only a few divine emperors like Duan Lingtian were not affected. However, the middle-aged man's next move and the young man's next move stunned the divine emperors, including Duan Lingtian. Bang! Bang! Along with two earth-shattering explosions, whether it was the middle-aged man or the young man, both of them turned around and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. They did not use any divine weapons in the fight. At this moment, one of them took out an upper-grade divine saber and the other took out an upper-grade divine sword and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Their gazes were firm and they did not hesitate in the slightest from beginning to end. Their movements were as smooth as flowing water, as if they had rehearsed this scene many times. They want to kill me. Duan Lingtian was the first to regain his senses. He felt goosebumps on his scalp as he tried to use the teleportation profundity to escape. However, he discovered the middle-aged man was skilled in the law of space as well. He had disrupted the space around him, making it impossible for him to use the teleportation profundity. I'm afraid these two fellows have long planned this. They are here to kill me. At this moment, if Duan Lingtian still did not realize this, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. These two middle-level god emperors had entered the Tianlong clan on the same day. Now, they were trying to kill him in the Tianlong clan. It was obvious that they were prepared to die. Last time, when they glanced at me, I thought it was because they were looking at Brother Yannian and me. After all, Brother Yannian was the one who personally brought that young man to the Emperor Battle's sex cultivation ground. Now it seems that they were looking at me. Right now, Duan Lingtian couldn't teleport. Even if he had 99 heavenly veins, it would be too late to use his divine power to dodge. Moreover, his opponent's attack could still change direction. It happened so suddenly that even the Black Dragon Elder and the Golden Dragon Elder needed time to react. I won't wait for them. I'll take care of those who want to kill me myself. Duan Lingtian's gaze suddenly turned cold. Although his cultivation hadn't improved much in the past 10 years, his comprehension of the law of space had improved. Now, he could even more perfectly manifest the law of space. If a god emperor didn't show up, no one would be able to tell. And the Tianlong clan clearly didn't have a god emperor. What's going on? Heavens! Are they trying to kill him? They're trying to kill him? At the same time, the few low-level god emperors nearby showed no intention of helping Duan Lingtian. Instead, they all retreated, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire if the two middle-level god emperors attacked Duan Lingtian. They were all low-level god emperors who had joined the Tianlong clan during the War of Emperors. They had never seen Duan Lingtian before, so it was normal that they didn't recognize him. Whoosh! The young man with a cold expression slashed out with his sword, causing the air to tremble. The sword ray that was like a meteor pierced through the air and headed straight for the space between Duan Lingtian's eyebrows. Moreover, it extended an aura that locked onto Duan Lingtian. Buzz! The middle-aged man swung his saber. Several spatial saber lights whizzed out, causing the space around Duan Lingtian to sway. At the same time, the saber lights gathered and turned into a saber light prison, trapping Duan Lingtian inside. The two middle-level god emperors were originally exchanging pointers. But in the blink of an eye, they changed their target and attacked Duan Lingtian. That's Duan Lingtian. I saw him in Peace City in the Emperor Battle Realm. Two middle-level god emperors from the Emperor Battle sect want to kill Duan Lingtian? Are they crazy? Not only is the Black Dragon Elder here, but the Golden Dragon Elder is here too. At the same time, the people from the Emperor Battle sect who had retreated a long time ago regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically. Obviously, they did not expect the situation to change so drastically in the blink of an eye. It was not an exaggeration to say that this change was earth-shattering. Duan Lingtian is only a low-level god emperor. I'm afraid he's going to be killed. Heaven is jealous of geniuses. Who are these two people? Why would they risk their lives to kill Duan Lingtian in the Tianlong clan? They're using their lives to exchange for Duan Lingtian's life. Two middle-level god emperors using their lives to exchange for Duan Lingtian's life, a low-level god emperor. It sounds like a losing trade, but it's actually a great profit. Many of the people from the Emperor Battle sect who had regained their senses had the same thought. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian, who was imprisoned by the saber light prison, faced the young man's sword that seemed to have gathered all his strength into a single point. It was aimed at the spot between Duan Lingtian's eyebrows. It was obvious that the young man wanted to kill him with one strike. Die! The middle-aged man roared. The saber light continued to wreak havoc as it surrounded Duan Lingtian. At the same time, two furious roars rang out as Duan Lingtian was attacked from both sides. They spread to half of the Tianlong clan. Stop! You're courting death. One of the voices belonged to the Black Dragon Elder, who was in charge of the cultivation area of the Emperor Battle sect. The other voice belonged to the Golden Dragon Elder, who was in charge of the entrance to the Emperor Battle Realm. They had not paid much attention to the fight between the two middle-level god emperors. They had only scanned the area with their divine senses and did not find anything out of the ordinary. Moreover, the two of them had often sparred with each other in recent years, and there had been no problems. Because of this, neither the Black Dragon Elder, who was in charge of the cultivation area of the Emperor Battle sect, nor the Golden Dragon Elder, who was in charge of the entrance to the Emperor Battle Realm, had expected the two of them to suddenly change their target and attack Duan Lingtian, who had just passed by the cultivation area of the Emperor Battle sect. When Duan Lingtian had arrived, they had already noticed him. They had even paid attention to him for a while before shifting their attention away. After all, they had to patrol the surrounding area. It was impossible for them to keep their attention on Duan Lingtian. Even though Duan Lingtian was outstanding, they were still curious about Duan Lingtian. However, they did not expect that not long after their attention was diverted, the two medium divine emperors who were originally sparring would suddenly attack Duan Lingtian. Everything happened so quickly that they did not even have time to react. The Golden Dragon Elder was further away. However, because he was stronger than the Black Dragon Elder, he reacted at the same time as the Black Dragon Elder. Bang! Boom! Then, the two of them attacked almost at the same time. Two overbearing forces pierced through the air. The Golden Dragon Elder's technique fell from the sky. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun. Then, it condensed into two rays of sword light that shot toward the two people who had attacked Duan Lingtian. At this moment, although they had attacked at the same time, there was a hint of reluctance in their eyes. This was because they felt that it was too late. Although they had reacted quickly, they were still too late. Even if they managed to kill the two of them would be able to kill Duan Lingtian before their attacks landed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder could react and attack, Duan Lingtian's divine power had already burst out of his body. The space law ultimacy followed him like a shadow. A high-grade divine sword also appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the shadow of an armor appeared. It was a medium-grade divine weapon that Duan Lingtian had activated. Although it could not block the attacks of the two people in front of him, it was enough to slow them down. Control. Then, when the sword and saber were about to hit him, Duan Lingtian had a thought in his mind. Suddenly, the space around his body started to vibrate violently. Space was pulsating so quickly that even the Golden Dragon Elder, who was paying close attention to the battlefield, did not notice it. Not to mention the Black Dragon Elder and the two middle-level Divine Emperors who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Die. The middle-aged man and the young man not only looked cold, but there was no emotion in their eyes. It was as if it did not matter if Duan Lingtian died or if they were killed. As for the attacks of the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder, they completely ignored them. They were still fully focused on killing Duan Lingtian. It was as if they would not rest until they killed Duan Lingtian. Boom! Rumble. Soon, loud noises spread around Duan Lingtian, who was in the middle of the space storm. It was deafening. At the same time, the onlookers sighed in their hearts. Duan Lingtian, the most brilliant genius of the Tianlong clan, is going to die today. A genius like Duan Lingtian, even in the Tongleng province, is a top genius. It is a pity that the heavens are jealous of such a genius. Today, he will die here. These two people are going all out to kill Duan Lingtian. How much hatred do they have? At this moment, not only the onlookers, but even the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder thought that Duan Lingtian was going to die. Little guy, the only thing I can do for you is to kill them and avenge you. The Golden Dragon Elder, a white-haired old man in a Taoist robe, appeared in the void. He looked down and sighed softly. Behind him, a black-clothed middle-aged man with a black dragon token hanging from his waist appeared at the right time and sighed at almost the same time. Chapter 39:13. At this moment, the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder sighed. They both thought that Duan Lingtian would definitely die. However, in the next moment, something happened in front of them. Their expressions froze. Boom! Rumble. In the energy storm far below, the two of them attacked the two middle-level Divine Emperors who had attacked Duan Lingtian. However, the two middle-level Divine Emperors' attacks were all crushed by the space energy around Duan Lingtian. The space energy around Duan Lingtian was like an invincible wall. It blocked all the attacks that were about to hit him. What a terrifying defense! Even the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder couldn't help but turn pale with fright. They saw that the defensive divine weapon's shadow on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body had only become dimmer. It was not destroyed at all. You want to kill me with your little strength? An indifferent voice came out from the space storm. At the same time, two condensed space sword radiants came out. They were entwined with two upper-level divine swords. They whizzed out and aimed at the two middle-level divine swords. The two middle-level Divine Emperors had been focused on killing Duan Lingtian. They had used all their strength. Even the inertia of their bodies had been aimed at Duan Lingtian. Therefore, they had no time to dodge Duan Lingtian's attack. It was too close. Moreover, even if they could dodge in time, they might not have the chance to do so. They were stunned by the scene in front of them. Although they were men of sacrifice, they did not have any emotions. The meaning of life was to complete the task given to them by their current masters. This was also the ideology that they had been instilled in them since they were young. Moreover, their souls had been sealed, so they could not disobey their current masters. Even so, the scene before their eyes still caused great waves to rise in their hearts. They were extremely shocked. This low-level divine emperor had actually managed to block the two of them, who had used their high-grade divine artifacts. How was this possible? Now that they had been in the Tianlong clan for some time, they had a certain understanding of the strength of the Tianlong clan's divine emperor. They knew that they were even stronger than most of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elders. This was because once they fought with others, they would fight without any regard for their lives. A normal person would not be able to do this. And if the two of them joined forces to carry out an ambush under such circumstances, even if it was any of the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Yet now, not only had the young man survived, he was also completely unscathed. As for their attacks, they had been completely nullified by the spatial storm surrounding the young man. Even Elder Biyao of the Tianlong clan couldn't have escaped unscathed under such circumstances, could he? Roar. However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's counterattack, the two sword rays that seemed to be able to shatter everything, they simultaneously let out a low roar from the depths of their throats. Then, they actually used their bodies to block the sword rays in front of them. And their actions were still to continue their attacks, covering Duan Lingtian's body. It was as if they were going to kill Duan Lingtian even if they had to risk their lives. This time, the spatial storm around Duan Lingtian's body had obviously become much dimmer. After keeping a low profile for a while, it shattered into pieces, and even the phantom of the defensive divine artifact was destroyed. Then, Duan Lingtian was swept away by the residual power of the two's attacks, and he was sent flying backward, spitting out congested blood from his mouth. This was not an act, he was really injured. Of course, it was only a moderate injury. As long as he took a divine healing pill, he would be able to recover 70 to 80% in a quarter of an hour at most, and he would be fully recovered in a few hours. The last attack was, of course, done on purpose. Although he could perfectly manifest the way of control in the form of the law of space, and even Elder Biyao could not see through the clues, he did not want to make it too exaggerated. Otherwise, even if Elder Biyao could not see through it, he would definitely make more guesses. It was better to be careful. Whoosh. 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 When Duan Lingtian was sent flying backward, he barely managed to stabilize himself in the distance, and his face was slightly pale. The bodies of the two middle-level god emperors were also hit by Duan Lingtian's sword radiance. After the sword radiance hit their bodies, it split into many sword radiances, shattering their hearts and heavenly veins. A few sword radiances that carried a wisp of Duan Lingtian's soul power directly destroyed their souls. When the two were killed by Duan Lingtian, their lifeless eyes were wide open, and their corpses were about to fall to the ground. Elder Biyao and Elder Biyao's attacks arrived. Bang! Bang! Two loud sounds rang out, and the void trembled. The two corpses instantly turned into a bloody mist, and then the bloody mist evaporated in the air. A powerful force rubbed against the air, creating an extremely high temperature, and the fine bloody mist could not maintain its original state. At this moment, the vast cultivation ground of the Emperor War sect returned to its original tranquility. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. The sound of heavy breathing came from Duan Lingtian. Since he had decided to put on a show, he had to go all the way. Duan Lingtian was very professional in this aspect. However, even though he looked battered and exhausted, the other people present, as well as those who had sensed the commotion, looked at him with eyes full of shock. Duan Lingtian, an inner sect disciple who had just entered the lower-level God Emperor realm 10 years ago. Today, facing the ambush and encirclement of two middle-level God Emperors, not only did he not die, he even killed the two of them. As for Elder Bailong and Elder Bailong's attacks, they were ignored. Even if Elder Bailong and Elder Bailong were not there, the two of them would have died without a doubt. In fact, the attacks of Elder Bailong and Elder Bailong might have made the two of them even crazier under the pressure, which led to them attacking Duan Lingtian with extraordinary strength. Duan Lingtian is actually so powerful? Is he really just a middle-level god emperor? It can't be wrong. The divine power he just displayed is indeed the same as ours. He's just a middle-level god emperor, there's no doubt about it. How can a middle-level god emperor be so powerful? In that situation just now, let alone a middle-level god emperor, even the white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan may not be able to escape unscathed as easily as he did. As the group of middle-level god emperors spoke, the others realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian's strength was. Even the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan would have died in the ambush just now. After realizing this, they were shocked and could not calm down for a long time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. They were Elder Bailong and Elder Bailong, who had attacked just now. One of them was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, and the other was a middle-aged man in a black robe. Duan Lingtian knew who they were just by looking at the identity tokens on their waists. One was a black dragon token. The other was a golden dragon token. Duan Lingtian greets the two elders. Duan Lingtian took out a healing elixir and took it. After recovering for a while, he forced a smile on his pale face and greeted the two elders in front of him. At this time, the two elders looked at Duan Lingtian with complicated expressions. They had thought that the person in front of them would definitely die, but they did not expect his strength to be so powerful that it was beyond their imagination. Even though he was injured later, it was still commendable. It was a miracle that a middle-level god emperor could do this. They knew that even the top middle-level god emperors in Tungleng province might not die in the face of what had just happened, but it was almost impossible for them to be as calm as Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, amazing. The black-robed middle-aged man, Elder Black Dragon, who was currently in charge of the cultivation area of the Emperor War Gate's disciples, gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up and praised him, but there was still a complicated look in his eyes. He also had a disciple who was already a middle-level god emperor, but compared with Duan Lingtian, he wanted to throw that disciple away. Whoosh! As for the golden dragon elder, he simply raised his hand and sucked Duan Lingtian's identity token into his hand. Duan Lingtian, I failed in my duty today and didn't have time to take action. Fortunately, you are fine. Here are 100,000 contribution points as compensation. Elder Yang, there's no need for that. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and stopped him. When he saw the other party's attire, he guessed the other party's identity. He was one of the few golden dragon elders of the Tianlong clan named Yang Feng. Reportedly, before Yang Feng joined the Tianlong clan, he was an outstanding genius of a god emperor-ranked Daoist sect. After joining the Tianlong clan, he rose to prominence and now became a pivotal figure in the Tianlong clan. In the Tianlong clan, Yang Feng was recognized as the kindest golden dragon elder. Usually, even if an ordinary inner sect disciple was lucky enough to meet him and ask him for advice, he would not be stingy with his guidance. As a result, Yang Feng's reputation in the Tianlong clan was well known. Take it. I don't usually use my contribution points. After transferring the contribution points, Yang Feng returned Duan Lingtian's identity token to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, as if he suddenly thought of something, he added, the sect will give you a satisfactory explanation for today's matter. With that, he nodded to Duan Lingtian, and then left in a flash. As a top figure among high divine emperors, when Yang Feng left, even with his current strength and eyesight, Duan Lingtian only saw an afterimage flash by. He couldn't keep up with Yang Feng's speed at all. What a terrifying speed, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. He thought that if such a powerhouse had attacked him today, then even if he used all his trump cards, he would not have been able to escape death. This is just a high divine emperor who hasn't stepped into the God Emperor realm. If it was a God Emperor, then he would be even more powerful. Above the God Emperor realm, there is the God Venerable, and above the God Venerable realm, there is the Supreme Powerhouse. God Emperor, God Venerable, that's not my goal, only the Supreme Powerhouse is the goal that I, Duan Lingtian, pursue in my life. The look in Duan Lingtian's eyes became firmer. Chapter 39:14. The Gold Dragon Elder Yang Feng didn't say any superfluous words. The whole process was neat and tidy. As for the Black Dragon Elder, after seeing that Yang Feng, as the Gold Dragon Elder, gave Duan Lingtian 100,000 contribution points, he finally transferred 50,000 contribution points to Duan Lingtian. Although the Gold Dragon Elder was in charge of this matter, and even if he had to take responsibility, his responsibility wouldn't be too great. However, if he did nothing, who knew what the sect master would think? He knew that the sect master valued Duan Lingtian even more than the Azure Dragon sect disciples. Moreover, to him, befriending someone like Duan Lingtian would only bring him benefits and no harm. Duan Lingtian, my name is Wang Yizhan. If you need anything in the future, so long as it's within my power, you can look for me. After transferring the contribution points to Duan Lingtian, the Black Dragon Elder Wang Yizhan handed his soul bead to Duan Lingtian, a warm smile on his face. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him. He didn't refuse the other party's good intentions, and put away the other party's soul bead. Even though he felt that it was almost impossible for him to use this soul bead. Whoosh! 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 While Wang Yizhan was leaving, more and more people were gathering at the Emperor Battle Sect's cultivation ground. They were the ones who had received the news and rushed over. Little Tian, are you okay? Dongfang Yannian had arrived, and his wife, Ouyang Xueli, was by his side. Both of them arrived before Duan Lingtian with a worried expression on their faces. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian smiled and said with an indifferent expression. Why did you come here alone? Are you going to enter the Emperor battle plane alone? Where's Shui Haichuan? Ouyang Xueli frowned slightly. When she mentioned the name Shui Haichuan, there was some resentment in her voice. Sister-in-law. Almost as soon as Ouyang Xueli's voice fell, Shui Haichuan arrived. When he heard Ouyang Xueli's words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Little Tian, I'm sorry. In fact, Shui Haichuan didn't know that Duan Lingtian had left. Of course, even if he knew that Duan Lingtian had left, he wouldn't care, because he felt that no one in the Tianlong clan would attack Duan Lingtian. Moreover, even if someone attacked Duan Lingtian was a White Dragon Elder, with his current strength, Duan Lingtian, with his current strength, Duan Lingtian might not be able to hold Whole Dragon, Duan Lingtian, with his current strength. At that time, the Black Dragon Elder who was in charge of that area would definitely be able to make it in time to save Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Shui Haichuan did not think any of the White Dragon Elders would risk their lives to kill Duan Lingtian. Even the 2 White Dragon Elders from the Thousand Devils sect would not do that. Long, Yannian Dragon Elder to Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled. Besides, I have something to do. With my current strength, if you want to kill me in the Heavenly Dragon sect, only a high-level Divine Emperor can do it. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, he was confident in his strength. I heard. Shui Haichuan exclaimed in admiration, 2 mid-level God Emperors attacked you, but you not only stopped them, you even killed them. Moreover, those 2 mid-level Divine Emperors were stronger than most of the inner sect elders. Shui Haichuan was also shocked when he arrived. After the trip to the Emperor battle plane, he had a certain understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength. He knew that Duan Lingtian was no weaker than an inner sect elder. Duan Lingtian had killed an inner sect elder of the Supreme Sect in the Emperor battle plane. Although it was a trick, he did have the strength to do so. Even if they faced each other head-on, it would take some time and effort. But this time, two mid-level divine emperors, who were no weaker than the inner sect elders of the supreme sect, joined forces to attack Duan Lingtian. They pretended to be exchanging pointers and attacked Duan Lingtian with a sneak attack. Duan Lingtian was not prepared at all. In this situation, even he could not guarantee that he could stop the two's attack in time. Even if he could, he would be injured. And Duan Lingtian? The first sneak attack by the two was forcefully stopped. It was not until the second time that Duan Lingtian was injured, and it was only a light injury. At that time, he knew that although Duan Lingtian had not broken through to become a mid-level divine emperor, he was stronger than most of the inner sect elders. Perhaps, he was almost on par with the White Dragon Elder. Little Tian, I did not expect you to be so strong now. Dongfang Yannian could not help but sigh. When you break through to become a mid-level divine emperor, you will have the advantage of divine power. Even we might not be your match. Now, Dongfang Yannian was still confident that he could defeat Duan Lingtian. But when Duan Lingtian became a mid-level divine emperor, he did not have the slightest confidence. He even felt that it would be good if he did not lose too badly. It's only been 10 years, Dongfang Yannian was still sighing. In these 10 years, it seems that your spatial laws have improved a lot. It's all right. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Duan Lingtian, Shui Haichuan, Dongfang Yannian and Ouyang Xueli stood there and chatted. More and more people came to watch. In the end, even Ding Yen came. As for Ho Qingning, because he had not come out of the Emperor battle plane, he naturally could not come at this time. Duan Lingtian, are you all right? When Ding Yen arrived, Duan Lingtian saw that even the daughter of Reverend Sikong Yu, had come. Furthermore, when she looked at him, there was a faint trace of worry in her beautiful eyes. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. It seemed that this woman had not given up yet. However, although Duan Lingtian inadvertently saw this, he pretended not to see it. Ignoring Sikong Yu's somewhat disappointed and dejected gaze, he turned his attention back to Ding Yen. He squeezed out a smile and said, I'm fine. What? You haven't entered the Emperor battle plane recently? Asked Duan Lingtian with a smile. I'm planning to enter after some time, said Ding Yen. At the same time, he greeted Shui Haichuan and the other two. Because they knew Ding Yen was Duan Lingtian's good friend, Shui Haichuan and the other two were very polite to him. They did not treat him as an ordinary inner sect disciple at all. At this moment, when the onlookers saw Duan Lingtian and the others gathered in the distance, they could not help but whisper among themselves. I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian's strength to be so strong. When I think of the people from the Greater One sect saying that Duan Lingtian's strength is inferior to their Greater One sect's Shimen Longxiang, I find it funny. Shimen Longxiang's only record of killing a lesser divine emperor of our Tianlong clan. Today, Duan Lingtian killed 2 lesser divine emperors. Moreover, that scene was recorded by the sect's Great Protective Formation and recorded in the floating image pearl. It said that it will soon be available for us to borrow. That's great. I was just thinking that it was a pity that I didn't witness that scene with my own eyes. With the floating image pearl, I can spend some contribution points to borrow it and have a look. I really didn't expect that a lesser divine emperor who's not even 3,000 years old would have such strength. His strength is clearly superior to most of the inner sect elders, and he's catching up to Elder Bai Long. I think that even an ordinary new Elder Bai Long wouldn't dare to say that he would definitely be able to defeat him. Similar words sounded in Sikong Yu's ears. She stood there with her legs as if they were filled with lead. The gaze that shot out from her eyes landed on the back of the purple figure in the distance, revealing a somewhat gloomy expression. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, he would grow to such a level. In the past, Sikong Yu thought that he was only slightly stronger than me. Now it seems that it's difficult to close the gap between us. My personality is bad, and my talent and comprehension are not as good as his. It's normal that he doesn't like me. Sighing faintly in her heart, Sikong Yu gracefully turned and left, leaving behind a lonely figure that made people feel sad. Of course, very few people paid attention to this scene. This was because the gazes of the people present were currently more focused on Duan Lingtian. Unlike the bustling cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle Sect, the atmosphere in the Tianlong clan's great meeting hall was incomparably somber. The clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, stood in front of the main seat with a gloomy expression. At the same time, his gaze fell on an old man with a black dragon token hanging from his waist. You took them in on the same day. You should know them better than anyone else. When the black dragon elder heard this, his expression turned solemn as he said, Clan leader, the impression they gave me that day was that they were stern and stern. At that time, I only thought that their personalities were like that. However, based on today's matter, that's not the case. Based on what Elder Yang said today, when the two of them attacked Duan Lingtian, they didn't care even when he attacked them. They weren't afraid of death at all. Some people also said that they didn't panic at all when they saw the two of them. It was as though they weren't afraid of death at all. All in all, I suspect that the two of them are suicide soldiers. Someone took advantage of the fact that the Tianlong clan was recruiting disciples to recruit the Emperor Battle Sect to kill Duan Lingtian. I'm sure the person behind this has a grudge against Duan Lingtian. The Black Dragon Elder's words hit the nail on the head and determined that the two of them were suicide soldiers. Even Elder Yang said that their actions and courage were no different from suicide soldiers. Clan leader. At this moment, another Black Dragon Elder stood out. The two of them didn't directly enter the battlefield in the Emperor Battle Plain when they just joined the clan. Instead, they only entered when the time set by the clan was almost up. They seemed to be unwilling. This clearly doesn't match what one of them said to the White Dragon Elder Dongfang Yannian. Over 10 years ago, Dongfang Yannian brought that young man to the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle Sect. On the way, Dongfang Yannian chatted with him. He said that he had a grudge against the Greater One sect. Why would someone who had a grudge against the Greater One sect wait until the time set by the clan was almost up before entering the battlefield? He was clearly lying. Based on the current situation, I also feel that the possibility of them being suicide soldiers is very high. Chapter 39:15. Deathsworn. The Tianlong clan, a Grand Divine Empyrean rank force, actually had Deathsworn infiltrated? When he heard the second Black Dragon Elder speculate the same thing, the complexion of the Tianlong clan's sect master Long Qingchong became extremely gloomy in an instant. The person who did this was tantamount to slapping the Tianlong clan in the face. They should be deathsworn. At the same time, the only Gold Dragon Elder present, Yang Feng, also opened his mouth. I have observed them for a while. They usually live in seclusion and are reserved. Even when others talk to them, they are indifferent. Plus, they aren't afraid of death. How many people are really not afraid of death? Even if they aren't afraid of death, but when faced with a life or death crisis, they instinctively feel fear, right? But they don't seem to know what fear is. Since Yang Feng said so, the people present knew that the two people were most likely loyalists. Intermediate Divine Emperor Deathsworn, what a big move. A Black Dragon Elder exclaimed. Who is that little guy Duan Lingtian? How did he provoke others into sending Divine Emperor Deathsworn to kill him? Another Black Dragon Elder was puzzled. That's right, a middle-level godly Emperor Deathsworn is not an ordinary Deathsworn. Even ordinary superior divine emperors don't have enough financial resources to buy the life and death of two intermediate divine emperor Deathsworn. When the Black Dragon Elder who spoke before spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment, and then said with a wry smile on his face, I don't mind if you laugh at me, but with all my current savings, I'm afraid that I can only buy the life and death of one intermediate divine emperor Deathsworn at most. Could it be the work of a divine emperor powerhouse? A Black Dragon Elder guessed. But his voice had just fallen, when Long Qingchong concluded decisively, impossible. If a divine emperor powerhouse really wants to kill Duan Lingtian, why would he need to find a divine emperor death-sworn? He could have openly entered the Tianlong clan and taken Duan Lingtian's life. Even if an emperor god is wary of our Tianlong clan's great sect protecting array, it would still be extremely difficult for the great sect protecting array to stop him. Moreover, if our Tianlong clan doesn't hand over the Duan Lingtian to him, he can completely block our Tianlong temple's entrance and kill every single person from our Tianlong clan that leaves. Many people nodded after hearing Long Qingchong's words. They felt that it was impossible for a divine emperor to do this. If it's a person, even if he's not a god emperor expert, he should be at least a high-level god emperor. If it's not a high-level divine emperor, then it's probably the work of some divine emperor-level force. If you want to investigate, start from the high-level godly emperors who have grudges with Duan Lingtian, as well as the godly emperor forces. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. The news has already spread. Now, everyone in the Tianlong clan is in a state of panic, especially the younger disciples. Many of them are saying that if it wasn't Duan Lingtian who was killed today but them, they would have died without a doubt. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible and let the clan disciples know that the Tianlong clan will not let go of anyone or any force that offends the Tianlong clan. This meeting of the Tianlong clan's upper echelon was filled with anger. Almost every upper echelon present was furious. Of course, there were exceptions. Xue Mingji, the Tianlong clan's vice-clan leader, was in the clan's encampment. Naturally, he had to be present at this meeting of the upper echelons of the Black Dragon clan. In the meeting, he, like the others, was filled with righteous indignation. He hated the person who had sent the men of sacrifice, and he looked as if he could not wait to find the person behind the scenes and kill him. Before Xue Mingji returned to his own cultivation grounds, everything was calm and tranquil. Even if someone greeted him on the road, he would respond with a smiling face, without the slightest hint of abnormality. When he returned to his place of practice, he threw away the formation plate and set up an isolation array. Then, his face became completely gloomy and ugly. Damn it! They actually failed. Those two men of sacrifice are simply useless. I've spent almost half of my life savings, but they couldn't even kill a low-level divine emperor. Damn it! At this time, Xue Mingji was no longer as calm as before. He looked as if he had gone mad and was extremely angry. It was not until about 15 minutes later that he calmed down a little. However, his eyes were still bloodshot, his face was pale, and his body was still trembling slightly. Little girl. Xue Mingji sent a message to his daughter, asking her to come over. At the same time, he reminded her, don't bring Zhongken with you. Come over alone. Father, I heard they failed. A message came from the other side. I'll come over alone now. Before long, a beautiful figure arrived. It was Xue Mingji's daughter. Little girl, based on what you said earlier, it's obvious you know the two men of sacrifice have failed. From now on, don't tell anyone about this matter, including Zhongkan. This time, whether it's the clan leader or the Golden Dragon Elder, who I've been able to contact for the time being, they're furious about this matter. They're even determined to find the person behind the scenes for the time being. You should know how serious this matter is. If they find out that I'm responsible for this matter, even if I'm the vice-clan leader of the Tianlong clan, I won't be able to escape death. I'm not afraid of death. After all, I've lived for tens of thousands of years. What I can't let go of the most is you. Xue Mingji sighed. Father, don't worry. Even if I die, I won't tell anyone about this matter. Good. Then I'm relieved. Father, what should we do next? They won't find out about you, right? Don't worry. I'll do my best. However, you must be mentally prepared. I plan to blame the Myriad Demon Sect for this. The Myriad Demon Sect? Yes. The Myriad Demon Sect has a grudge with the Duan Lingtian. Kuang Tianzheng even risked his life to kill Duan Lingtian. It's reasonable to say that the Myriad Demon Sect paid a huge price to hire two men of sacrifice. However, I'm afraid not many people would believe that the Myriad Demon sect paid the price for the 2 elders of the White Dragon sect. The Myriad Demon sect, as a godly emperor sect with a decent foundation, is capable of buying the lives of 2 middle-level godly emperors of sacrifice. Father, I don't care about the lives of the others in the Myriad Demon sect, but brother can, don't worry. I'll do my best to protect Zhongkin. Thank you, father. At the same time, in another part of the Tianlong Temple, Duan Lingtian, accompanied by Ding Yan, came to meet the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. The clan leader whom Duan Lingtian had always wanted to meet was finally going to meet him. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw Long Qingchong. He had heard many people describe Long Qingchong as the sect leader. Just like the rumors, he was tall and mighty, dignified, and serious. Ding Yan greets the clan leader. Ding Yan took the lead to bow to Long Qingchong. Long Qingchong nodded at Ding Yan. A smile that was uglier than crying appeared on his stiff face. The last time I saw you was at revered Elder Sikong's place. I didn't expect you to have such great achievements in just a blink of an eye. Great achievements. When Ding Yan heard Long Qingchong's praise, he instinctively glanced at Duan Lingtian who was next to him. He felt bitter in his heart. His mouth moved, but in the end, he smiled wryly and said, "Clan leader, please don't praise me in front of Duan Lingtian. I feel a little ashamed." Ding Yan had seen Long Qingchong a few times. In fact, before he went to the Hidden Fog Academy in Tianfeng City, he had seen Long Qingchong before. Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, had a good relationship with Uncle Sikong. He often went to play chess with Uncle Sikong and chatted with him. Since Long Qingchong had been busy recently, he rarely went to Uncle Sikong. Ding Yan's words stunned Long Qingchong. Then, he shook his head and said, "You can't compare him to you. Even I and the previous generations of geniuses in the Tianlong clan would be ashamed of ourselves if we were to compare ourselves to him, let alone you. A lesser divine emperor who is not even 3,000 years old. His battle prowess is comparable to Elder Bailong's. Moreover, he is only an inner disciple now. This is the first time in the long history of the Tianlong clan that such a freak has appeared." When Long Qingchong reached the end of his sentence, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard this. Didn't they say the Tianlong clan's clan leader was a serious person? How could he joke like this? Or did he not take it seriously? Seeing Duan Lingtian's stunned expression, Long Qingchong's expression turned serious again. He asked bluntly, "Duan Lingtian, do you have any clues about the 2 mid-level divine emperors who attacked you this time?" Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he heard this. "Sect leader, do you want to ask me if I suspect the person behind this?" "Yes." Long Qingchong nodded. "Yes." Duan Lingtian spoke frankly without the slightest hesitation. "Who?" Long Qingchong's calm eyes turned completely sharp when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian looked at Long Qingchong calmly and said word by word, "Either it's the Thousand Demon sect. Or it's Vice Sect Leader Shui. Vice Sect Leader Shui." In the Tianlong clan, there was only one Vice Sect leader with the surname Shui, and that was Shui Mingji. When Long Qingchong heard Duan Lingtian's words and his eyes narrowed slightly, Duan Lingtian continued, "There are many people and forces who want me dead. However, only the Thousand Demon sect and Vice Sect leader Shui have the financial resources to hire 2 mid-level divine emperors to risk their lives to kill me in the Tianlong clan. Of course, this is just my guess. However, it will be difficult to find any clues. After all, both of the men of sacrifice are dead." Duan Lingtian did not mince his words and did not hide anything. Whether it was the Thousand Demons sect or the Tianlong clan's Vice Sect leader Shui Mingji, they were nothing in the eyes of the sect leader of the Tianlong clan. In fact, he only needed to give an order to kill both of them. He did not even need to do it himself. "I understand." Long Qingchong nodded after hearing Duan Lingtian's words. Other than his eyes narrowing slightly, there was no change in his expression. Chapter 39:16. That's it? After Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan left Sect Master Long Qingchong's place, Ding Yan's face was still full of confusion. Sect Master called me over to ask that question. Since he got the answer, it's naturally over. What? You still plan to stay and freeload? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. No. Ding Yan smiled awkwardly. I just thought it was too fast. I just went in and came out again. The next moment, as if he thought of something, Ding Yan's face turned serious. Duan Lingtian, do you think the Myriad Demons sect or Vice Sect Master Shui is more likely to be involved in this matter? I'm not sure. Duan Lingtian shook his head. It was really hard for him to say. The conflict between him and the Myriad Demons sect had started a long time ago. As for Vice Sect Master Shui Mingji, the conflict between them originated from Zhong Can of the Myriad Demon sect. At the same time, Zhong Can was Shui Mingji's son-in-law. Shui Mingji only had one daughter, so it was easy to imagine how much he valued his son-in-law. Last time, Huang Tianjing risked his life to kill him in the Tianlong clan, which caused a sensation in the entire Tianlong clan. Later, the sect told him not only to execute Huang Tianjing, but also to eliminate Huang Tianjing's family and disciples. Of course, Zhong Can was excluded. It was precisely because Zhong Can was Shui Mingji's son-in-law that he was able to escape death. Not sure. Ding Yan was startled, then smiled bitterly. Just as you said in front of Sect Master, the two men of sacrifice are dead. I'm afraid there's no more clues. No one knows who did it. Is Sect Master going to ask the Myriad Demon Sect Master and Vice Sect Master Shui to swear a Heart Demon blood oath and have them swear that this matter has nothing to do with them? At this point, Ding Yan seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, no. A Heart Demon blood oath doesn't seem to guarantee what happened in the past. It can only guarantee what happens in the future after the Heart Demon blood oath is made. What a headache. Ding Yan said, annoyed. What's there to worry about? Hearing Ding Yan say that he had a headache, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but find it funny. Even I, the person involved, don't have a headache. What are you thinking about? All right, don't think about it anymore. Neither you nor I can interfere in this matter. Let the sect master do whatever he wants. Duan Lingtian was very clear in his heart, whether it was the 10,000 Demons sect or Shui Mingji, there was nothing he could do. Perhaps, with his current strength, he would be able to bring some trouble to the Myriad Demon sect. However, he was still a disciple of the Tianlong clan, and the Myriad Demon sect was an indirect subordinate of the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan would not sit idly by and watch their disciples cause trouble for the Myriad Demon sect. Besides, the 10,000 Demons sect didn't only have godly emperors. In the Tianlong clan, the 10,000 Demons sect had 2 white dragon elders. They couldn't ignore the 10,000 Demons sect. As for Shui Mingji, he was in existence several times stronger than an ordinary black dragon elder. With his current strength, even if he used all his cards, it was almost impossible for him to kill Shui Mingji. The gap between them was too big. Shui Mingji was a veteran high-level godly emperor. Not to mention the gap in cultivation, even in the comprehension of law profound, he might not be able to compare with Shui Mingji. That's true. Ding Yan nodded, thinking that Duan Lingtian's words made sense. At the same time, he didn't forget to comfort Duan Lingtian. It's okay. Even if the sect master doesn't give you justice, with your growth speed, you can definitely get back at him by yourself. If we really can't find out who did it, we'll just kill both the 10,000 Demons sect and Shui Mingji. Ding Yan said. From his words, it was obvious that he had a lot of confidence in Duan Lingtian. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian was stunned at first, then he couldn't help but laugh. After Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan left, a figure followed behind them. The person who left was none other than the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, who had met with Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan earlier. After Long Qinchong left, he directly locked onto a direction and flew over. Not long after, he arrived outside a valley. At the same time, he sent a message. A moment later, a figure also appeared in the sky above the valley. It was the deputy sect master of the Tianlong clan, Xuemingji. Xuemingji saw the sudden arrival of sect master Long Qinchong. Although he looked calm on the surface, there was a storm in his heart. Did sect master discover something? Impossible. In the entire Tianlong clan, only my daughter and I know about this matter. Sect master, you shouldn't know. Although his heart was in turmoil, on the surface, Xuemingji had a smile on his face. He cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Sect master, is there anything you need from me?" Although they were both high-level divine emperors and were fellow disciples, Xuemingji respected Long Qinchong from the bottom of his heart. This was because Long Qinchong was the leader of his generation. In the past, when he was young, he had set Long Qinchong as his goal and wanted to surpass him. However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. As time passed, Long Qinchong left him far behind, causing him to completely give up on catching up to Long Qinchong. He no longer dared to think about surpassing Long Qinchong. What's wrong? We're already at the entrance. Junior brother Xue, aren't you going to invite me in? Long Qinchong looked at Xuemingji and asked with a smile. When Xuemingji heard this, he quickly greeted Long Qinchong. Sect master, I've been rude. Please, come in. After a short while, Xuemingji invited Long Qinchong into the valley. When they arrived at his courtyard, he only sat down after Long Qinchong took a seat. However, he only sat on a corner of the table. His reverence for Long Qinchong was ingrained in his bones. Sect master, do you have any instructions for me? Xuemingji asked again. Long Qinchong looked at Xuemingji. He placed his right hand on the stone table and gently tapped his fingers on the table. His eyes were calm as he looked at Xuemingji as though he was observing something. Sect master, Xuemingji felt his hair stand on end when he was stared at by Long Qinchong. He, who was already feeling guilty, could not help but feel agitated. Of course, he still looked calm on the surface, but there was a hint of doubt on his face. At this moment, Long Qinchong stopped what he was doing, and his eyes turned from calm to deep. Junior brother Xue, I heard that you have some grudges with Duan Lingtian? Sect master, did you hear wrongly? Xuemingji was stunned. I haven't even met Duan Lingtian before. How could I have any grudges with him? Are you sure you haven't met him before? Long Qinchong smiled faintly. Or are you sure you haven't met him before? Including the kind of person who watched from the dark? As soon as Long Qinchong said this, Xuemingji's expression finally changed subtly. He immediately understood what Long Qinchong was talking about. In the past, when Duan Lingtian had just joined the Tianlong clan and participated in the Hidden Dragon competition, Long Qinchong had gone to the scene and warned Duan Lingtian to give up his ranking. Otherwise, he would kill the former patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie. At that time, Duan Lingtian did not do as he was told, so Long Qinchong was furious. Later, he even sent a black dragon elder to the Linghu family to kill Linghu Renjie. However, he died in the Linghu family. He was killed by a god emperor expert from the Linghu family. He only found out about this when the god emperor expert, Linghu Renfeng, personally went to the Tianlong clan to look for him. You went to the Hidden Dragon competition, but you did not show up. At the same time, Long Qinchong continued, after that, Black Dragon Elder Su Tongyuan went to your place, but he left the sect and died outside the sect. After that, a god emperor expert appeared in the Tianlong clan and came to your place. Can you explain to me, what's the connection between these two? When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Xuemingji with a faint smile on his face. Xuemingji's expression changed again when he heard this. Sect master, you know everything? He did not expect Long Qingchong to know that a God Emperor expert had come to the Tianlong clan and come to his place. Did this mean Long Qingchong's strength was close to that of a God Emperor? Only someone with that kind of strength would be able to detect the God Emperor's whereabouts. After all, the Tianlong clan's grand protective array had been threatened by the God Emperor expert to withdraw. Tell me. Long Qingchong still had a smile on his face, but Xuemingji felt his hair stand on end when he saw it. However, he did not say anything in the end. He did not dare say anything. When Long Qingchong saw that Xuemingji did not say anything, the smile on his face faded, and he sighed. Junior brother Xue, we've been brothers for many years. I won't harm you. I promise you that nothing will happen to you. Long Qingchong added, although your master and my master had a falling out, before that, your master, who is also my martial uncle, saved my life when I went out to train. I can't return the favor of saving my life to him, but I can return it to you. Long Qingchong said. Xuemingji's pupils shrank when he heard this. How could such a thing happen? He suddenly remembered that his journey in the Tianlong clan until he became the Tianlong clan's vice-sect master had been smooth sailing. It made him feel as if there was an invisible hand helping him. At that time, he thought that his master, who had died in the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, was secretly protecting him, but now, it seemed that it was most likely related to the person in front of him. Looking at Long Qingchong's honest eyes, Xuemingji smiled bitterly. Senior brother Long, the God Emperor expert who came to the Tianlong clan, was the sister of Linghu Renjie, the former head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renfeng. After that, I asked around about her. She left the profound Handle land many years ago and went to the world of divine remains. But I didn't expect that she had already entered the God Emperor realm. As for Black Dragon Elder Su Tongyuan, he went to the Linghu family to kill Linghu Renjie because I promised him some benefits, but I didn't expect that he would be killed by Linghu Renfeng. I appeared at the Hidden Dragon tournament because of my daughter. She didn't want Duan Lingtian to enter the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon tournament and obtain the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill, so I threatened him with a voice transmission that if he entered the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon tournament, I would kill Linghu Renjie. Chapter 39:17. As Xuemingji spoke, Long Qingchong listened. From the beginning to the end, Long Qingchong's expression was calm as though he had already guessed all of this. Later, Xuemingji mentioned the inner sect elder, Kuang Tianzheng. He said that Kuang Tianzheng was coerced by him to risk his life to attack the Duan Lingtian. However, he was executed because he failed. It's really you. Long Qingchong looked deeply at Xuemingji. His expression was still calm. I knew it. Based on the information I've investigated, Kuang Tianzheng is definitely not a person who is not afraid of death. At that time, I was wondering if he was being coerced by someone, and the only person who could coerce him, and the only person who would coerce him, was you. As soon as Long Qingchong said this, Xuemingji smiled bitterly. I didn't expect you to have guessed it, senior brother. However, despite the bitter smile on his face, Xuemingji's eyes flashed with a hint of relief. At least, based on the current situation, he was safe. Even if the sect leader of the Tianlong clan knew that he was the culprit. Since Long Qingchong had made a promise, Long Qingchong would definitely keep his promise. He knew Long Qingchong very well about this. It was also because of this that he was so honest with Long Qingchong. Those 2 men of sacrifice must have been your doing after Kuang Tianzheng failed, right? Long Qingchong asked. Yes. Xuemingji nodded. I asked a friend of mine to pay a huge price to buy 2 middle-level divine emperor men of sacrifice. I've waited for more than 10 years since I joined the sect. It was only today that I finally found the opportunity. I didn't expect to fail. 2 middle-level divine emperor men of sacrifice. That's not a small price to pay. I'm afraid you've spent most of your savings over the years, right? Long Qingchong asked indifferently. Yes. Xuemingji nodded again. The bitter smile on his face became even more bitter. Long Qingchong shook his head and said, "You said earlier that you haven't even met Duan Lingtian. Why do you insist on killing him? He only has enmity with the Thousand Demons sect and Kuang Tianzheng. You can stay out of this." Clearly, Long Qingchong could not figure it out. In his opinion, with Xuemingji's status, if Kuang Tianzheng and Duan Lingtian were to fight, Xuemingji would not need to participate. Sect leader, logically speaking, that is indeed the case. Xuemingji smiled bitterly. However, you can't imagine how deep my only daughter's feelings for Zhong Can are. If Zhong Can is implicated because of the hatred between Kuang Tianzheng and Duan Lingtian, and I don't help her, she will most likely threaten me with death. I only have one daughter. What can I do? Moreover, when I sent Black Dragon Elder Su Tongyuan to kill Linghu Renjia, Linghu Renfeng humiliated me. I didn't dare to be angry at the God Emperor, but I still shifted my anger to Duan Lingtian. It was at that time that I began to think about various reasons, such as the hatred between him and my son-in-law in the future, and the speed of his growth. I don't want him to live. Who knows, when he grows up in the future, whether or not he will seek me out for revenge. With the talent and achievements he has displayed so far, it is only a matter of time before he becomes a God Emperor. Xuemingji sighed after he finished speaking. Forget it. Long Qingchong suddenly stood up. When Xuemingji stood up in shock, Long Qingchong looked at Xuemingji and said indifferently, "We have to give Duan Lingtian an explanation for this matter. You have no objections to this, right?" "Senior brother, what do you mean?" Xuemingji's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart skipped a beat. Thousand Demon Sect. After leaving these three words, Long Qingchong flew into the sky and left. At the same time, before he left, he sent a message to Xuemingji, "Take care of your son-in-law. If he insists on becoming an enemy of Duan Lingtian, just abandon him. As for your daughter, you can do as you see fit. If you really want to go down the wrong path, I won't care about you anymore. You can do whatever you want. I won't help Duan Lingtian, but don't think that I will help you either. I owe Martial Uncle a debt of gratitude for saving my life. This time, I'll return it to you. From now on, we'll call it even. Also, let me remind you. After what happened today spreads to the God Emperor forces, it won't be long before important people arrive. With the strength that Duan Lingtian has displayed so far, it's enough for him to stand out and shine in the Seven Mansions banquet. You should know how important the Seven Mansions banquet is to the God Emperor forces." At this point, Long Qingchong did not say anything else. Xuemingji was the only one left standing on the spot. His expression changed rapidly. The Seven Mansions banquet that only happens once every 10,000 years. Is it going to start again? It seems like Duan Lingtian will definitely leave the Tianlong clan and head to one of the God Emperor forces this time. If he goes to one of the God Emperor forces, I won't have a chance to deal with him anymore. Now, all I can do is put on a good show before he leaves. What's done can't be undone. I can only salvage the situation now. If he really wants to kill me in the future, it's not something I can control. It's impossible for me to leave the Tianlong clan in this lifetime. Xuemingji knew very well that it was impossible for him to leave the Tianlong clan because he had sworn a hard demon blood oath in front of his master that he would devote his life to the Tianlong clan until his death. If he left the Tianlong clan, he would be breaking the oath and would not be able to escape death. Although Duan Lingtian was surprised by today's encounter, he did not take it to heart. First, he was fine. Second, two mere God Emperors were not enough to scare him. Moreover, they had risked their lives to attack him in the Tianlong clan. This was not something that he could avoid by hiding in the Tianlong clan. Even if the Tianlong clan's vice-clan leader, Xuemingji, had risked his life to attack him in the Tianlong clan, there was nothing he could do. Of course, this was just a thought. It was almost impossible for it to happen. He did not believe that a high-rank God Emperor like Xuemingji would risk his life to kill him. However, the previous battle has loosened the bottleneck of my cultivation. Now, I'm one step closer to becoming a middle-rank god emperor. At first, Duan Lingtian had returned to Shui Haichuan's place after parting ways with Ding Yan. However, after cultivating for a while and discovering that the bottleneck of his cultivation had loosened, he decided to strike while the iron was hot and enter the battlefield of god emperors in the monarch battlefield to experience and break through the bottleneck completely. When he came out again, he could begin to break through to the middle-rank god emperor. Of course, it would take a lot of time. Starting from the middle-rank god emperor, cultivation would become more difficult. Even if he had the best cultivation environment and resources, it would take time to accumulate. It's senior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. As soon as they entered the monarch battlefield realm, Duan Lingtian was surrounded by a group of people. All of them were looking at Duan Lingtian intently. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I heard you killed 2 middle-rank god emperors even though you were attacked by them. How did you, a low-rank god emperor, manage to do that? That's too shocking. An inner sect disciple asked curiously. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard that. The profundities I've comprehended far surpass theirs. Moreover, I've mastered the rudimentary form of the sword Dao and fused it with my divine energy. That's why I'm able to unleash more powerful attacks. Naturally, it's also because of my cultivation path in the Devata realms. Although I'm not very old, I have a lot of battle experience. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. After all, he had just killed 2 middle-rank god emperors. One could imagine how the person behind this must be feeling right now. After all, the price of killing 2 middle-rank god emperors was not small at all. When Duan Lingtian thought about how the person behind this must be in a bad mood, he felt delighted. After all, they were the ones who wanted to kill him. That's true. At the same time, an outer sect elder sighed emotionally. I'm one of the first people to borrow the floating image pearl that recorded Duan Lingtian's battle a few days ago. In the floating image pearl, I saw a calm and composed Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, I'm afraid even Elder Bai Long would panic. However, Duan Lingtian didn't. Based on the outer sect elder's words, he seemed to hold Duan Lingtian in high regard. Naturally, there's no doubt about Duan Lingtian's strength. At the very least, I'm afraid no one in the sect is a match for him except for Elder Bai Long. He's the first person in the history of the Tianlong clan to possess such combat strength when he's only a primitive god emperor. Duan Lingtian is the #1 prodigy in the Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of the flattery from the members of the Tianlong clan who surrounded him. He was not affected by their words at all. His goal was not limited to this. In his opinion, this little achievement was nothing. After a while, Duan Lingtian left the exit of the Heavenly Dragon City in the Emperor Battle Realm and made his way to the Divine Royal Battlefield. He had come here this time for the Divine Sovereign Battlefield. Duan Lingtian is going to enter the Divine Royal Battlefield again. I don't know how many Divine Royal disciples of the Tai sect will be unlucky enough to die in his hands. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, apart from Elder Di Ming of the Tai sect, he won't be able to kill anyone on the Divine Royal Battlefield. The Tai sect's inner sect elders and primitive god emperors will definitely die if they encounter him. That's right. Duan Lingtian's mastery of the law of space is not inferior to the law of wind. Moreover, he's able to kill an intermediate divine emperor even though he's just a primitive divine emperor because of the law he comprehended. His attainments in the laws of space have even surpassed the attainments of most of the white dragon elders of our Sky Dragon sect. In the Divine Emperor battlefield, except for the Greater One sect's Elder Di Ming, the rest of the Divine Emperor disciples will most likely have nowhere to go if they encounter him. Is this former god of slaughter on the Divine Royal Battlefield going to sweep across the Divine Royal Battlefield and become the god of slaughter on the Divine Royal Battlefield? That's unlikely. If he encounters Elder Di Ming of the Tai sect, even Duan Lingtian will have to avoid him. Chapter 39:18. Duan Lingtian came in? Yes, I heard that he went to the battlefield of the God Emperor. The Tianlong clan members in Peace City soon learned from their acquaintances in Sky Dragon City that Duan Ling Tian had entered the Emperor battle plane again and went to the battlefield of the God Emperor. And their conversation was also overheard by some of the Greater One sect members. Suddenly, the faces of these Greater One sect members did not look too good. Duan Ling Tian was attacked in the Tianlong temple a few days ago. He was killed by two middle-level god emperors whose strength was not weaker than the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan. The whole process was very sudden. Because the Greater One sect had also taken the floating image pearls that had recorded the scene in the mirror image formation in the sect protecting formation and sold them openly in Peace City, and many copies had been made. Therefore, many disciples of the Greater One sect had also bought the floating image pearls that recorded the scene and saw what had happened a few days ago. Even if they were Greater One sect members, standing on the opposite side of the Tianlong clan, after seeing the mirror image recorded in the floating image pearl, they could not help but marvel at the strength of Duan Ling Tian. In that situation, even any inner sect elder of our Greater One sect would not be able to escape death, right? Is Duan Ling Tian really just a lower-level god emperor? In the past, I thought that Duan Ling Tian was not as good as senior brother Shimen Longxiang, but now it seems that senior brother Shimen Longxiang may not be as good as him. No wonder the Tianlong clan members say that Duan Ling Tian is invincible under the White Dragon Elder in the Tianlong clan. Based on the strength he showed in the floating image pearl, even in our Greater One sect, he is also invincible under the Elder of the Earth Underworld. Even the Elder of the Earth Underworld may not be as good as him. His current strength is not much worse than that of the Elder of the Earth Underworld. He is even comparable to the new Elder of the Earth Underworld of our Greater One sect. In the past, when the people of Greater One sect saw the people of the Tianlong clan in Peace City, they often hooted, saying that the Heaven's Prideling disciple Duan Ling Tian of the Tianlong clan was not as good as their Greater One sect's Prideling disciple Shimen Longxiang. Even if Duan Ling Tian's battle achievements on the battlefield of the God Emperor were far higher than Duan Ling Tian, they unanimously believed that it was the credit of the two White Dragon Elders of the Tianlong clan who had entered the battlefield of the God Emperor with Duan Ling Tian and did not put in much effort at all. But their Greater One sect's Shimen Longxiang had single-handedly killed a number of Sky Dragon sect's low-level Divine Emperors on the Divine Emperor battlefield without anyone's help. Two Longxiang of the Tianlong Heavenly One Tianlong Ancestor of Tianlong Ancestor. In fact, in this case, even if the people of the Tianlong clan were strong in their words, they still felt that Shimen Longxiang's strength was more convincing. However, with the events of a few days ago, the ironclad fact made them completely straighten their backs and gain confidence. How can your Greater One sect's Shimen Longxiang compare to our Tianlong clan's Duan Ling Tian? Now that Duan Ling Tian has entered the battlefield of the God Emperor, does Shimen Longxiang still dare to go in and look for him? A Tianlong clan disciple asked a Greater One sect disciple with a mocking smile. The latter's face flushed red, but he could not find any words to refute. Because, in all likelihood, he did not dare to. Perhaps, now that Duan Ling Tian had issued a challenge to Shimen Longxiang would not accept as long as the price was a little higher. Where did that Duan Ling Tian of the Tianlong clan come from? Isn't he a little terrifying? Yes, it's simply too abnormal. 20 years ago, he was just a god king. 20 years ago, he killed hundreds of our Greater One sect's god king disciples on the battlefield of the god kings. Because of this, the sect master found the sect master of the Tianlong clan and exchanged for Duan Ling Tian not to enter the battlefield of the God Kings at the price of Shimen Longxiang not to enter the battlefield of the God Kings. 20 years later, he actually has strength that is not weaker than our Greater One sect's newly promoted Earth Abyss Elder. In Tungleng Province, is there anyone who can grow faster than him? I don't dare to say anything else. Just based on the speed of his growth in the past 20 years, there has never been a second person like him in the history of Tungleng Province. It's impossible for such a person to stay in the Tianlong clan for long. The Tianlong clan is not worthy of him. Even if he doesn't stay for long, as long as he stays for a while, he will undoubtedly become a killing god on the God Emperor battlefield. He is only a lower god emperor now, when he breaks through to the Middle God Emperor realm, who will be his opponent on the God Emperor battlefield? At that time, even if many of our Greater One Sect's Earth Abyss elders join forces, they may not be his opponent. Could it be that, in the near future, he will dominate the God Emperor battlefield like he did in the past? While the Greater One Sect's disciples were discussing in private, there was an inexplicable shock in their hearts, as if they had already seen a killing god on the God Emperor battlefield slowly rising. Perhaps, before long, their Greater One sect master would go to the Tianlong clan to discuss the Duan Tian God Emperor battlefield ban agreement. However, last time, their Greater One sect could still use Shimen Longxiang not to enter the God King battlefield in exchange for Duan Tian not to enter the God King battlefield, but this time? Now, even if they used Shimen Longxiang, the Tianlong clan would most likely not care. Shimen Longxiang's current record on the God Emperor battlefield was killing several lower God Emperors of the Tianlong clan. It was said that 2 years ago, when Shimen Longxiang entered the God Emperor battlefield, he was almost killed by an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect. Of course, this was what the inner sect elder of the Greater One sect said himself. As for whether it was true or not, only the person involved knew. Shimen Longxiang was a serious person. Unless it was someone close to him who asked, it was difficult to know whether this rumor was true or false. However, at that time, when this news came out, the mood of the Greater One sect was not depressed, but rather high. Senior brother Shimen Longxiang, with the cultivation of a lower God Emperor, he could escape from the hands of your Tianlong clan's Middle God Emperor inner sect elder. Your Tianlong clan's inner sect elder is too useless, right? At that time, many people of the Greater One sect said this to the people of the Tianlong clan. However, after Duan Tian showed his strength a few days ago, no one laughed at the people of the Tianlong clan like this anymore. Because Duan Tian was an existence that they used to compare with Shimen Longxiang. Now, Duan Tian could kill 2 Middle God Emperors with the strength of an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. How could they be complacent that Shimen Longxiang had escaped from the hands of an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan? Humph. Maybe this time Duan Tian will enter the God Emperor battlefield and die in the hands of our Greater One sect's elder Di Ming. There were also people of the Greater One sect who were jealous of Duan Tian's current achievements. They snorted coldly and cursed Duan Tian. Greater One sect. Hua. As the mirror image in the void disappeared, the young man standing on one side looked calm, like an ancient well without ripples. Don't be too pressured. And next to him, an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion, with an immortal aura, spoke in a timely manner to comfort the young man. Master, I'm going to leave the Greater One sect and go over there. The young man said. You should have gone long ago. The old man sighed. Back then, I didn't approve of you staying. Even if Yun doesn't want to leave me, she can leave. You leave first, and when you have a firm foothold there, you can take her over. Don't worry, I'm doing well in the Greater One sect, and I'll take good care of Yun Perhaps, this time, there will be a chance to step into the God Emperor realm. If there really is such a time, I'll take Yun to find you. If I can really step into the God Emperor realm, the Greater One sect has nothing to miss. As the old man's voice faded, the young man turned and left. Master, I won't personally say goodbye to Yun please tell her. I'm not worried about your strength, but in the quasi-emperor battlefield of the Emperor battle plane, who knows if there will be experts of the Tianlong clan besieging you. If you can't win, retreat. Master, this is what you taught me. As the young man's voice faded, he was already far away, floating like an immortal. This kid is teaching me a lesson. The old man shook his head with a smile, but there was still some reluctance in his eyes as he looked at the young man. Among his disciples, the young man in front of him was the most outstanding one. Many years ago, there was a force outside Tungleng province that was not weaker than the few God Emperor forces in Tungleng province who had invited his disciple to join them. However, because his disciple was reluctant to part with his sister and him, he did not go over for a long time. I really didn't expect that he wouldn't go when I tried to persuade him in the past. Duan Lingtian's appearance has made him feel pressured. After the young man's back disappeared, the old man looked away and shook his head gently. Speaking of which, Duan Lingtian is really outstanding. Perhaps, he and Long Xiang will meet at the Seven Prefectures banquet soon. The few God Emperor forces in Tungleng province must have obtained the floating image pearls by now. That brat Long Qingchong from the Tianlong clan even went to the Emperor Battle Realm personally to give a floating image pearl to each family. It's obvious that he's trying to maximize the benefits for Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for the fact that Duan Lingtian is really outstanding, would have thought that he's Long Qingchong's illegitimate son. I really didn't expect that the disciple who took over from him would be so scheming. The old man was Shimen Longxiang's master, one of the supreme elders of the supreme sect. In terms of seniority, even the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, had to address him as senior uncle. Long Qingchong's master was the previous clan leader of the Tianlong clan. He was also the previous clan leader of the supreme sect. However, the current clan leader of the supreme sect was not his disciple but the disciple of one of his junior brothers. Yes, I have to think carefully about what to say to Yun. The biggest separation that girl has experienced with her brother in this lifetime is when her brother went into closed-door cultivation. This time, her brother has left the supreme sect. She must be feeling terrible. The old man sighed inwardly before he floated away, leaving behind a shadow that dissipated with the wind. Chapter 39-19. Duan Lingtian didn't know about the commotion outside. He also didn't know that Shimen Longxiang, the genius disciple of the Greater One sect who saw him as an opponent, had also left the Greater One sect and Tungleng province after seeing the scryer recording of him killing the 2 middle-level God Emperor Death Guards. He had gone to a force that wasn't any weaker than the top God Emperor forces in Tungleng province that had recruited him many years ago. This is my 3rd time entering the God Emperor battlefield. Every time I come, my mood is different. My mood is different, even the air here feels different. Duan Lingtian flew forward in the God Emperor battlefield, breathing heavily and revealing a faint smile on his face. The first time he came, he was vigilant. He knew that if he encountered the Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect, he would almost certainly die. The second time, with Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian by his side, he was fearless, but also less hot-blooded. This was the 3rd time he had come here, and just like the first time, he was alone. His heart was filled with hot blood, and he pressed forward courageously without fear. With my current strength, if I use all my trump cards, as long as I don't encounter the Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect who is especially powerful, I am confident that I can make him stay in the God Emperor battlefield forever. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Whether it was the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan or the Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect, there were a few people who were very powerful, surpassing ordinary White Dragon Elders and Earth Nether Elders. These people basically had the strength to defeat ordinary High God Emperors with the cultivation of a middle-level God Emperor. Compared to these White Dragon Elders, even Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were a little lacking. However, the number of such White Dragon Elders was very small in the Tianlong clan, only 1 or 2, and the Earth Nether Elders of the Greater One sect were also very few. There's someone there. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something. His eyes narrowed, and with a few teleportations, he appeared on the peak of a dangerous mountain. Duan Lingtian stood on the side of the cliff at the peak of the dangerous mountain. He calmly looked at the cave that had clearly been dug out not long ago. He casually slapped the entrance of the cave with his palm. Bang! With a loud bang, the entrance of the cave was filled with sand and stones. It was a complete mess. At the same time, a figure rushed out of the cave, accompanied by a shout. One of us. One of their own? Hearing the sound, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, but at the same time, he quickly retreated. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. When he saw this person, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He was indeed one of them, and he could even be considered an acquaintance. In the past, when Duan Lingtian entered the Emperor battle plane for the first time, this person had coldly snorted at him. At that time, Duan Lingtian was baffled, but after someone told him about this person's identity, he finally understood. The person in front of him was none other than the person Duan Lingtian had met before, Lu Yin. He was one of the 2 white dragon elders of the 10,000 demon sect. At the same time, Lu Yin was the previous sect master of a divine emperor level sect, the Hidden Fog sect. He always wanted to kill Shui Haichuan's older brother, Shui Haishan. This was because Lu Yin's only son had died at Shui Haishan's hands, and because of this, Shui Haishan had been imprisoned in the Hidden Fog sect Sky Stairway prison for 10,000 years. Duan Lingtian? And at this time, Lu Yin flew out of the cave. When he saw Duan Lingtian, his eyes flashed. Just now, he had swept out with his divine sense and discovered that the person outside had an identity badge on his chest. It was the identity badge of a divine emperor member of the Tianlong clan. Thus, when the other party attacked the cave, he reminded them that they were one of them. It wasn't until he came out that he discovered that this person was Duan Lingtian. Elder Lu Yin. Duan Lingtian nodded at Lu Yin, which could be considered a greeting. He didn't have any grudges with this white dragon elder of the 10,000 demon sect. As for the reason why Lu Yin didn't treat him well the last time they met, it was because he was close to Shui Haichuan and his brother. At the same time, Lu Yin looked around, as if he wanted to confirm whether Duan Lingtian had come in alone or if there were other people with him. He still remembered that the last time Duan Lingtian came in, Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were with him. At that time, he thought he would have a chance to attack Shui Haichuan's older brother, Shui Haishan. After all, Shui Haichuan had left the Tianlong temple to come to this divine emperor battlefield. However, what he didn't expect was that before Shui Haichuan came in, he actually sent his older brother Shui Haishan to their Tianlong clan's consecrate, Sikong Yi. Sikong Yi was a consecrate that the clan master of the Tianlong clan had personally invited back. Normally, he had the status of Black Dragon Elder in the Tianlong clan. Basically, no one had seen him fight before, but they all felt that since Sikong Yi could be personally invited back to the Tianlong clan by the clan master and given the status of Black Dragon Elder, he had to be at least a high-level divine emperor. Someone like that wasn't someone Lu Yin could deal with. Elder Lu Yin, there's no need to look. I came in alone this time. Duan Lingtian understood Lu Yin's intention and said indifferently. At this moment, Lu Yin was completely sure that there was no one hiding in the darkness. If there was someone, he would have detected them with his spiritual sense. As the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan and an outstanding mid-level Divine Emperor, he was confident that no one in the Divine Emperor battlefield could escape the detection of his spiritual sense. After all, the strongest people in the Divine Emperor battlefield were mid-level Divine Emperors like him. Duan Lingtian, you've got guts to come in alone. After confirming that there was no one in the darkness, Lu Yin's attitude changed slightly. His gaze towards Duan Lingtian also became unfriendly. Elder Lu Yin, didn't you also come in alone? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. After all, I'm a mid-level Divine Emperor, and you? If I remember correctly, you're just a low-level Divine Emperor, right? Lu Yin looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, there was a hint of vigilance in the depths of his eyes. Just now, Duan Lingtian had attacked the entrance of the cave so suddenly that he didn't have time to react. Therefore, he didn't know whether Duan Lingtian was still a low-level Divine Emperor or not. In the past, he wouldn't have thought that a low-level Divine Emperor could become a mid-level Divine Emperor in just 10 or 20 years. However, this person was Duan Lingtian, so he couldn't help but think that way. Because the time taken for Duan Lingtian to become a low-level Divine Emperor was too short. It was so short that it was shocking and unbelievable. Yes. Duan Lingtian knew what Lu Yin was thinking. He nodded and extended his divine power. The divine power of a low-level Divine Emperor covered the surface of his body and loomed in front of Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin naturally wouldn't be mistaken about the aura of a lower Divine Emperor. His eyes, which were originally filled with vigilance, suddenly lit up. At the same time, there was a flash of killing intent in the depths of his eyes. What? The moment Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent, Duan Lingtian spoke. Elder Lu Yin, you want to kill me? I remember that there is no enmity between us. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his gaze turned profound. When Lu Yin heard this, he smiled faintly. Yes, there is no enmity between us. However, don't forget that there is some enmity between you and the 10,000 demon sect. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Let's talk about the recent ones. Our 10,000 demon sect's inner sect elder, Kuang Tianzheng, was killed by you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yin's eyes became sharp and murderous. Elder Lu Yin, Kuang Tianzheng was executed by the sect. I didn't kill him. Duan Lingtian corrected him. In short, he died because of you. Lu Yin said nonchalantly, moreover, you're on good terms with the brothers Shui Haishan and Shui Haichuan. They are my enemies. The friends of my enemies are also my enemies. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yin casually patted the void. Immediately, the surrounding void trembled and the space began to move rhythmically. Don't even think about escaping. I, Lu Yin, am proficient in the law of space. As soon as Lu Yin made a move, he disrupted the surrounding space so that Duan Lingtian could not teleport. Although Lu Yin was confident that he could catch up to Duan Lingtian while he was escaping, he did not need to go through so much trouble to disrupt space. He could just kill Duan Lingtian on the spot. Killing me is not a small crime. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. His expression was calm and he did not panic at all. If I kill you on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors and destroy the evidence, who will know that I killed you? As Lu Yin sneered, the divine energy in his body surged out. At the same time, it merged with the law of space profundity and formed a spatial storm around him. Fine. However, what Lu Yin did not expect was that Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard his words. I was originally conflicted about whether I should help Brother Haichuan and Brother Haishan get rid of you since there is no enmity between us. But now, after listening to your words, I don't have to be conflicted anymore. You're right. If I kill you on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors and destroy the evidence, no one will know that I killed you. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. Pfft. On the other hand, Lu Yin was not frightened by Duan Lingtian's words. Instead, he smiled coldly. Duan Lingtian, you're about to die, and you're still in the mood to talk nonsense? You're just a low-level Divine Emperor. How dare you dream of killing me, a middle-level Divine Emperor? When he heard Duan Lingtian say that he wanted to kill him, Lu Yin seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Of course. Lu Yin had been in the battlefield for more than 2 months, so he did not know what had happened in the past few days. If he knew that Duan Lingtian had killed 2 middle-level Divine Emperors, he would not have looked down on Duan Lingtian. I also want to see the strength of our Tianlong clan's elder by long. I only hope that you won't disappoint me too much. As Duan Lingtian's purple robe fluttered, a spatial storm began to swirl around him. The law of space contained in the storm was obviously more profound than Lu Yin's. I didn't expect you to have comprehended the law of space to such a level. As someone who was also proficient in the law of space, Lu Yin did not even need to wait for Duan Lingtian to make a move. Just the law of space profundity that Duan Lingtian had fused with his divine energy was enough for Lu Yin to see that it was not ordinary. If you were also a middle-level Divine Emperor, I might not be a match for you. Unfortunately, you're just a low-level Divine Emperor. Chapter 39-20. Whoosh. Lu Yin moved. As he interfered with the surrounding space, his figure flashed, and he flashed through the void, leaving behind afterimages that were almost real, like the reflection of the moon in the water. 2 all-shaped double-faced thorns appeared in Lu Yin's hands. They rotated above his right hand, looking very much like the Ame thorns, a cold weapon on earth. However, the Ame thorns were always paired. Lu Yin only had one, and it was obviously longer than the Ame thorns, about 1.5 feet long. Buzz! Lu Yin moved, and in the blink of an eye, he was not far away from Duan Tian. As he held the divine weapon in his hand, the void vibrated, and an ear-piercing sound of a blade rang out. A light blade condensed in the void and spread toward Duan Tian, sweeping toward Duan Tian. As soon as the light blade appeared, it seemed to be able to split heaven and earth into two. This was because it not only enveloped Duan Tian, but also the surrounding area. Several dangerous peaks were directly cut off by it, making muffled sounds. Although they were cut off, due to gravity, they still fell on the original mountain. However, when they were stacked together again, they did not look so natural anymore. Whoosh! Faced with Lu Yin's ferocious attack, Duan Tian summoned his prominent celestial sword with just a thought. At the same time, he activated his Tao of control and the law of space to nullify part of Lu Yin's attack. The rest of the attack was blocked by his sword. However, even so, he only felt a huge pressure on his body, and then his whole body was knocked away. Of course, rather than being knocked away, it was better to say that he was offsetting the force. When Duan Tian was knocked away, he was unscathed. In this flash, Duan Tian used a technique that was no weaker than the one he used to kill the 2 middle-level divine emperors. As some of the higher-ups of the Tianlong clan said, Duan Tian's strength was comparable to the newly promoted White Dragon Elder. How is this possible? Although Duan Tian had retreated and was at a disadvantage, Lu Yin, who clearly had the upper hand, was not happy at all. Instead, he was in disbelief. How could Duan Tian be so strong? He thought that even if his attack was not enough to kill Duan Tian, it would be enough to seriously injure Duan Tian. He did not expect that even Duan Tian was not hurt at all. Duan Tian is so strong? Lu Yin was shocked. His space law shouldn't be so strong, but it's so strong that it doesn't seem like he has only comprehended the law profundity. Duan Tian had cast the Tao of control from the 4 Tao of heaven and earth to control the law of space. Naturally, it would be even more powerful when it was fused with his profundities. It would have been fine if Duan Tian had comprehended other laws since he did not understand the law of space. However, Lu Yin was skilled in the law of space and had a deep understanding of the law of space. It was only natural that he noticed Duan Tian's space law profundity did not match his strength. However, this was only the beginning. He thought he was mistaken. However, when he launched another attack, and Duan Tian continued to fight with him, he was certain Duan Tian's space law profundity was much stronger than his space law profundity. He's from a Devata realm, and he doesn't have any bloodline power. Could it be that his space law clone has given him such strength? That's not right. If it's a space law clone, it's only a quantitative change in his strength. It's impossible for there to be such a qualitative change. What's going on? Lu Yin could not see through Duan Tian at all. Although Lu Yin could not defeat Duan Tian in such a short time, he was not in a hurry. After all, Duan Tian was in a passive position and was much weaker than him. Moreover, Lu Yin had not used his bloodline power yet. Perhaps, Duan Tian had secretly used his space law clone. Humph. With a cold snort, Lu Yin's eyes were instantly suffused with a layer of blood qi. Subsequently, his eyes began to turn red as a baleful aura began to rise from his body. Duan Tian, as a primitive divine emperor, your strength is comparable to a medium divine emperor. It's indeed shocking. However, if that's all you've got, I'm afraid you won't last more than 10 breaths. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Yin launched another attack. His attacks were even more violent than before, causing Duan Tian to feel the pressure. 10 breaths? I'd like to see how you're going to kill me in 10 breaths. Duan Tian's expression remained unchanged in the face of Lu Yin's provocation and his attacks that had become even more powerful. At the same time, a figure shot out from his body. It was his space law clone. His space law clone wielded a high-grade divine sword and joined him in fighting Lu Yin. At this moment, it was as though there were two of him fighting Lu Yin. Moreover, not only could his space law clone perfectly unleash his divine energy and the power of law, but it could also unleash the way of control. Lu Yin, who had originally held the upper hand, was now at a disadvantage against Qin Lai, who was using his avatar of the laws of space. Impossible. At that moment, Lu Yin suddenly let out a cry of surprise. It was as if he had seen something inconceivable. Lu Yin was currently dealing with the joint attacks of Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's space law clone as he stared at them intently. It was as though he was trying to figure something out. Duan Lingtian, your space law clone isn't that powerful. How is it that you can unleash such a powerful attack after fusing with your divine energy? Lu Yin could not help but ask in a low voice. He still could not figure out what was going on. However, Duan Lingtian's reply infuriated him so much that he almost vomited blood. Take a guess. These were Duan Lingtian's exact words. At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, fortunately, I've recondensed my law of space doppelganger. I didn't expect that with the help of my law of space doppelganger, I'm actually stronger than Elder Lu Yin. However, this is only the beginning. Lu Yin is still not used to dealing with two of us working together. Give him some time to adapt, and he'll be able to fight me to a draw. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, after Lu Yin calmed down from his rage, he gradually got used to the rhythm of Duan Lingtian and his space law clone working together. He began to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw. Duan Lingtian also patiently fought with Lu Yin. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Lu Yin, who had calmed down from his rage, was now fighting Duan Lingtian. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. How can this Duan Lingtian be so strong? He's just a lower divine emperor. How can he fight me, an elder of the White Dragon clan, to a draw with his space law clone? What's the secret behind his space law clone? I can clearly see what realm his space law clone is at, but the power it shows is completely different. It's more than one realm higher. Lu Yin's expression gradually turned solemn. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. The purple-clad young man in front of him was even more monstrous than Shui Haichuan. He's not even 3,000 years old. If he's given a few hundred more years, he might be able to easily trample me under his feet. At this moment, Lu Yin even regretted taking the initiative to attack Duan Lingtian earlier. Otherwise, there was no deep hatred between him and Duan Lingtian, and there was no need for him to fight to the death. After taking a deep breath, Lu Yin began to retreat. As he retreated, he dealt with Duan Lingtian who was chasing after him. Duan Lingtian, if we continue fighting, it'll be difficult to determine the victor. I was just joking earlier. I only wanted to test your strength. I have no enmity with you, so naturally, I won't kill you. Your relationship with Shui Haichuan and his brother is between the two of you. My enmity with them is between me and them. It has nothing to do with you. At this moment, Lu Yin was already thinking of retreating. He did not want to offend Duan Lingtian because of today's matter. Otherwise, if Duan Lingtian did not have the ability to deal with him today, he would still be in trouble in the future. Lu Yin, be serious. Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear Lu Yin's request for a truce. He continued to attack Lu Yin fiercely like a storm. Lu Yin now regarded Duan Lingtian as an elder of the White Dragon who was on par with him in terms of strength. Faced with Duan Lingtian's outburst, he did not dare to be careless and hurriedly responded. Otherwise, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Lunatic. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly when he saw that Duan Lingtian was unwilling to stop. However, he did not intend to continue fighting with Duan Lingtian because his divine energy was beginning to deplete. Even with the help of a divine pill, he could not catch up to Duan Lingtian. Since Duan Lingtian was a divine alchemist, he had already consumed many Supreme King-grade divine pills that could restore his divine energy. He was eating Supreme King-grade divine pills as snacks. As for Lu Yin, he could only use ordinary healing divine pills. This Duan Ling Tian, is he trying to exhaust me to death? When Lu Yin saw Duan Ling Tian casually take out 2 more ultimate king-level divine pills and throw them into his mouth, his already depleted divine energy surged again. A thought flashed through his mind. As soon as he thought of this, he lost all will to fight. The first thing he wanted to do was to teleport away. However, just as he was about to teleport away, he realized that the space around him was also disrupted by Duan Ling Tian and he could not teleport away. Earlier, he was the one who had disrupted the space, afraid that Duan Ling Tian would teleport away. Now, he was no longer disrupting the space. However, Duan Ling Tian seemed to know that he would escape and took over his previous job to disrupt the space around him. At this moment, Lu Yin was so anxious that he was about to cry. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian had copied him and started to disrupt the space around him? If that was the case, he had really gone for wool and come home shorn. Duan Ling Tian, we have no enmity between us. Do you really want to fight to the death with me? Lu Yin shouted angrily. Duan Ling Tian ignored him. Duan Ling Tian, if you don't stop now, don't blame me for fighting you to the death. Lu Yin's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Chapter 39-21. Why are you being so impolite to me? Duan Ling Tian was amused by Lu Yin's hysterical words. At the same time, he became more courageous as he fought. In just a blink of an eye, he was able to fight Lu Yin to a standstill with just his clones. Moreover, he had the upper hand with his healing divine pills. Lu Yin's expression turned even more unsightly when he saw Duan Ling Tian ignoring his threats. After a while, he said with a grim expression, Duan Ling Tian, if you're willing to stop, I'll give you all my wealth. Moreover, if you have any enemies in the 10,000 Devils sect, I'll personally come to the 10,000 Devils sect and help you deal with them. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. If I kill you, won't your wealth be mine as well? As for the 10,000 Devils sect, do you think I can't do it myself? The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face grew wider and wider as he spoke. No matter how Lu Yin tried to persuade him, Duan Ling Tian's attacks did not slow down. Instead, they only increased in intensity. Gradually, Lu Yin was at a disadvantage. It seemed like he was not far from death. Lu Yin's expression turned even more ferocious at this moment. Duan Ling Tian, you're forcing my hand. Suddenly, Lu Yin let out a shout. Then, the image of a small world appeared in the air with his body as the center. Although it was only an image, it was extremely lifelike. This is, Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock when he saw this. He's detonating his own little world? In the realms of gods, even celestials in the Devata realms were capable of detonating their own little worlds. However, the power of detonating their own little worlds was limited. It was not enough to kill someone with a higher cultivation base. However, if one could not detonate their own little worlds, they would only be considered as a pseudo-detonation. Due to the limited power, they would only be able to injure someone with a similar cultivation base. Only when one could detonate their own little worlds would it be considered as a true self-detonation. Even in the realms of gods, only celestial emperors and above were capable of such a feat. As the saying went, an emperor could not be humiliated. This saying was widely spread in the realms of gods. Regardless of whether it was an emperor god or an ultimate god, if they were forced into a corner, they could evolve a small world in their body and self-destruct. Not to mention those who were of similar strength, even those who were more powerful could die from their self-destruction if they were not careful. It's said that existences below the emperor god level can also self-destruct the small world in their bodies through some special methods, similar to secret techniques. This Lu Yin actually possesses such a secret technique? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled as he felt a great sense of crisis. At this moment, he subconsciously prepared to teleport, but he discovered that he could not teleport at all. The surrounding space had been completely disrupted. It was obvious that Lu Yin had taken action beforehand. It's too late to run now. At this moment, Lu Yin's expression was slightly ferocious while his eyes were filled with madness. Duan Lingtian, you asked for it. I gave you a chance. In Lu Yin's opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely be extremely terrified and beg him not to self-destruct the small world in his body. To his surprise, not only was Duan Lingtian not afraid, but he even said indifferently, I'm not playing with you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a 7-colored divine sword appeared in his hand. It exuded an extremely sharp aura. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed the high-grade divine weapon in Lu Yin's hand, causing it to dim slightly. At the same time, an endless stream of vitality swept out from Duan Lingtian's small world and enveloped him. The silhouette of a gigantic tree appeared behind Duan Lingtian in a timely manner. As the branches flapped, extremely dense life energy sprinkled on Duan Lingtian's head. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was luxuriously bathed in the vitality. This is the divine tree of life. Lu Yin's pupils shrank rapidly. And this sword. It's a high-grade divine sword that has given birth to a complete sword soul. Duan Lingtian actually has such a secret? While Lu Yin was still in shock, Duan Lingtian made his move. He waved the sword in his hand and slammed it down with a force that seemed to be able to suppress everything. It came crashing down on Lu Yin's head. At this moment, the terrifying true meaning of the sword principle and the way of control that was no longer concealed were completely revealed. Duan Lingtian had previously concealed the way of control and could only exert about half of its power. It was only slightly stronger than the embryonic form of the way of control, but there was a limit to its strength. However, now that it was completely revealed, its power had increased greatly. Sword principle? And it's the complete sword principle. Didn't he only grasp the embryonic form of the sword principle? And, this is the way of control? Heavens, what kind of monster is he? He actually grasped the complete way of control. No wonder the spatial laws that he displayed earlier were so powerful even though they weren't strong. It turns out that he had integrated the way of control. Damn it. He's just a brat who's not even 3,000 years old. How could he have such means? Heaven and earth are so unfair. How could they treat this brat so well? However, he's going to die. If such an existence dies in my hands, even if my soul is destroyed, it'll be worth it. Ha. Ha ha ha. As Lu Yin laughed heartily, the projection of the miniature world around him began to shatter. At the same time, it displayed an extremely terrifying power. It was probably not weaker than the all-out attack of a powerful high-level divine emperor. Boom! Rumble. When the little world in Lu Yin's body exploded, his body was unsurprisingly shattered. However, his soul wandered out and did not perish immediately. Instead, it watched everything from a distance. I'll definitely have to take a good look at how such a proud son of heaven is going to die in my hands. Lu Yin's soul appeared in the void and transformed into a phantom. Through Lu Yin's divine consciousness, he sent voice transmissions to Duan Lingtian's ears. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Duan Lingtian suddenly pressed down with the sword in his hand. Instantly, an equally terrifying power gushed out and covered the sky like a huge river. Then, it collided with the power of the little world in Lu Yin's body. After a moment of stalemate, it was completely shattered. The power of the little world's self-explosion was not small. It continued to spread toward Duan Lingtian. Bang! With a loud bang, Duan Lingtian was sent flying along with the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Then, the remaining power seemed to have turned into a ferocious beast. It opened its bloody mouth and pounced toward Duan Lingtian as if it wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. And at this moment, whoosh! A 7-colored figure had appeared next to Duan Lingtian at some point in time. It was an extremely beautiful woman. The woman was dressed in a rainbow-colored robe. She looked like a goddess from the 9 heavens. She looked coldly at the incoming power. She raised her hand and the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in her hand. Then, she and the 7 orifices exquisite sword became one. They turned into a huge rainbow-colored sword ray and blocked in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the rainbow-colored sword ray split into tens of thousands of sword rays and attacked the oncoming power of the little world's self-explosion. Whoosh! Whoosh! The branches of the divine tree of life behind Duan Lingtian swayed faster and faster. In the end, the divine tree of life's silhouette became more and more corporeal. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the seven-colored sword Qi were shrouded in an endless stream of energy. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. It was the power of the little world's self-explosion. After crushing the tens of thousands of rainbow-colored sword rays, it collided with the huge rainbow-colored sword ray in front of Duan Lingtian. It also collided with the power of life. Suddenly, the rainbow-colored sword ray dimmed. It was as if it could shatter at any time. However, as the power of life continued to pour into it, it did not shatter. It continued to be damaged but continued to recover. It seemed to have an endless ability to recover. The power of the little world's self-explosion became weaker and weaker. In the end, the power of life stopped pouring into it and the rainbow-colored sword ray showed no signs of dissipating. Whoosh! When the power of the little world's self-explosion had completely dissipated, a gust of wind blew past. The divine tree of life behind Duan Lingtian disappeared. The rainbow-colored sword ray in front of him also returned to his body. No. Impossible. In the distance, Lu Yin's soul, which should have dissipated a long time ago, had held on until now. When he saw the scene in front of him, he found it hard to accept. You're only a middle divine emperor, but you've mastered the self-explosion technique of the little world in your body. It seems like Elder Lu Yin has had a great opportunity. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Yin's soul in the distance. He did not destroy it. He just looked at it from afar with a bright smile on his face. Ah. Ah 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 ah. When Lu Yin saw that Duan Lingtian was unharmed, his remnant soul, which had been holding on until now, could not hold on any longer. It shattered into pieces and was completely annihilated. Listening to his final shriek, it was clear that he was extremely unwilling to give up. Seeing that Lu Yin's soul had dissipated, Duan Lingtian looked at the place where Lu Yin had been standing. Then, he flew over and retrieved Lu Yin's spatial ring and divine weapon. The power he had used just now was not enough to destroy Lu Yin's spatial ring. Lu Yin's spatial ring was of such high quality that only the power of a god emperor could destroy it. Although I've gained something, the price I paid was too high. After Duan Lingtian put away the spatial ring, he was not in the mood to look at the things inside. Since they were already his, he could look at them at any time. Right now, he had other things to pay attention to. For example, Huang, and the seven orifices exquisite sword. There was also the divine tree of life. Although the technique he had used just now had seemed awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant, and even Lu Yin's self-explosion of the little world in his body had not hurt him in the slightest, he had paid a great price. Huang, are you all right? Duan Lingtian asked softly. Master, I'm fine. Although Huang said she was fine, her voice was extremely weak. I've only suffered some minor injuries. I'll be able to recover after some time. I'm afraid the seven orifices exquisite sword will not be able to help you for the time being. Rest well. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Then, he began to observe the divine tree of life in his little world. The divine tree of life, which had been shining brightly, now seemed somewhat dim. It even needed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his little world to recover. Chapter 39-22. I won't be able to use Huang, the seven orifices exquisite sword, or the sacred tree of life for a while. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This was the first time he had used the sacred tree of life. In the past, he had never used the sacred tree of life even when he had used all his trump cards. It was a trump card that the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements, had told him before it went into hibernation. It had also warned him not to use it unless there was a special situation because the sacred tree of life needed a long time to recover every time it was used. Just now, he had encountered a special situation. He had never thought that Lu Yin would have the ability to self-destruct his small world. Judging from the power of Lu Yin's self-destruction just now, although he was only a mid-level divine emperor, the power of the self-destruction of the small world within his body was probably not any weaker than the all-out attack of a high-level divine emperor. Even the golden dragon elders of the Tianlong clan can't do much more than that. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If he had not used the sacred tree of life, even if he had used all his trump cards, he was not confident that he could withstand the power of Lu Yin's small world self-destruction. Moreover, he did not expect Lu Yin to know a technique that only divine emperors and ultimate gods could use. In the past, he had only heard of a secret technique that allowed one to self-destruct his small world before reaching the divine emperor realm. He did not expect to meet someone who knew such a secret technique. I wonder if Lu Yin kept any records of such a secret technique. With this thought, Duan Lingtian continued on his way. He took out Lu Yin's storage ring and began to look through the things inside. As for the soul beads in Lu Yin's storage ring, they probably belonged to Lu Yin's family and friends. Duan Lingtian had taken them out and destroyed them. He doesn't have any. Moreover, how can a white dragon elder be so poor? After looking through Lu Yin's storage ring for a while, Duan Lingtian could not help but complain. Of course, it was not that Lu Yin was poor. In fact, Lu Yin was considered wealthy among the white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. However, it was nothing in front of Duan Lingtian. Even Lu Yin couldn't obtain hundreds of thousands of Tianlong clan contribution points in one go. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had obtained more than 100,000 contribution points multiple times. As for the other wealth, just now, Duan Lingtian had swallowed pills as if they were beans during his battle with Lu Yin. He had tossed them into his mouth like they were free, scaring Lu Yin to the point of despair. Furthermore, you won't get any battle credit for killing your fellow sect elders. Duan Lingtian felt a little helpless. At the moment of Lu Yin's death, Lu Yin's identity badge had also disappeared. Because he had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian, who was also a member of the Tianlong clan. Of course, in this case, the Tianlong clan would at most think that Lu Yin had died at the hands of his fellow sect members. No one would know that he had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian, unless Duan Lingtian himself admitted it. Otherwise, even if there were suspicions, without evidence, they could not do anything to Duan Lingtian. In addition, with the strength and value that Duan Lingtian had displayed, even if he really admitted that he had killed Lu Yin, the Tianlong clan may not really do anything to him. Duan Lingtian did not know that after he had killed Lu Yin and continued to search for the disciples of the Greater One Sect's Divine Emperor, several groups of uninvited guests had come to the Tianlong clan. Among them, there was an acquaintance of his. This acquaintance was none other than the elder of the Chunying school who had come to the Tianlong clan to recruit him. He was an old man named Qin Wuyang. However, the current Qin Wuyang was following behind a young man like a lackey. This young man had a handsome and resolute face. Between his brows, there was a sharp aura that made people not dare to look at him directly. However, on his face, there was a lazy smile. His entire face seemed to be somewhat contradictory. If only the top half of his face was exposed, people would definitely think that he was a straightforward person. If only the bottom half of his face was exposed, people would think that he was frivolous. Little Yang Yang, you said that the little guy named Duan Lingtian had a good impression of you? Now, the young man and Qin Wuyang were personally received by a golden dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. He led them to the place that the Tianlong clan had arranged for them to rest. This golden dragon elder was none other than Yang Feng, the golden dragon elder who had been guarding the entrance to the Emperor Battle Realm. When he heard how the young man addressed Qin Wuyang, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch when he thought of the two of them. Yes, Martial Granduncle. When Qin Wuyang heard the young man address him as Little Yang Yang, he did not show any displeasure. Instead, he felt that it was only natural. Martial granduncle? Yang Feng's eyes narrowed when he heard how Qin Wuyang addressed the young man. In fact, he didn't know Qin Wuyang very well. However, when he saw the identity token of the Chunying school hanging on his waist, it wasn't difficult to tell that he was Elder Ling Su of the Chunying school. The elders of the Chunying school were not divided into inner and outer sections. There were only 7 ranks. They were Void Pierce, Clear Void, Jade Void, Spirit Void, Clear Void, Purple Void, and Golden Void. In the Chunying school, even the weakest elder, Elder Jin Su, was at least a lower Divine Emperor. Those below the Divine Emperor level were not qualified to become an elder of the Chunying school. Elder Jin Su's status in the Chunying school was almost equivalent to that of the Tianlong clan's outer sect deacon. However, his strength was comparable to that of the Tianlong clan's outer sect elder and inner sect deacon. Elder Purple Void's status in the Chunying school was equivalent to that of the Tianlong clan's outer sect elder and inner sect deacon. Elder Clear Void's status was equivalent to that of the inner sect elder. Elder Ling Su's status was equivalent to that of the White Dragon elder. Elder Jade Void's status was equivalent to that of the Black Dragon elder. Elder Clear Void's status was equivalent to that of the Golden Dragon elder. As for the status of a Void Pierce elder in the Chunying school, it was extremely high. However, in the current generation of the Tianlong clan, there was no one with such a high status. Of course, there was once. Elders of that level were called Ancestral Dragon Elders in the Tianlong clan. In the history of the Tianlong clan, the Ancestral Dragon Elders were all God Emperor level powerhouses without exception. Of course, the above was just a difference in status. However, their strength was completely unequal. Yang Feng was very clear about this point. Not to mention others, just the old man behind the young man behind him, the Chunying school's elder Ling Su, was at least a higher Divine Emperor. His strength was not weaker than that of the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon elder. I've heard that the Chunying school's elder Ling Su's strength is comparable to that of the Tianlong clan's Black Dragon elder, and Elder Jade Void's strength is not weaker than that of a Golden Dragon elder like me. As for Elder Clear Void, they are all existences above the God Emperor realm. A Void Pierce elder is at least a God Emperor. When he thought of this, Yang Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble. I can't recognize the identity token on the young man's waist, because I've never seen it before. However, the identity tokens of the Chunying school's elders that I know are the identity tokens of Elder Ling Su and the other elders below him. As for the identity tokens of Elder Jade Void and above, I haven't seen them before. However, since this young man is called Grand Master Teacher by Elder Ling Su, it means that he is at least a Jade Void elder of the Chunying school, and is not weaker than me. He may even be Elder Clear Void. Elder Clear Void. When he thought of this, Yang Feng's breathing stagnated. The elders of the Chunying school's Elder Clear Void were existences above the God Emperor realm. Is he a God Emperor? Taking a deep breath, Yang Feng turned around, looked at the young man, and asked with a smile, Elder, what is your identity in the Chunying school? When his voice fell, in order to avoid awkwardness, Yang Feng added, because I'm blind, I didn't recognize your identity token. Although it's a bit rude to ask this, but I'm worried that the Tianlong clan is lacking in etiquette. Yang Feng explained patiently. It doesn't matter. However, in the face of Yang Feng's inquiry, the young man smiled indifferently. My identity in the Chunying school is ordinary, you don't have to make such a big fuss. When he heard the young man's words, Yang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this person should be a Jade Void elder of the Chunying school. His strength was about the same as Yang Feng's, and he was an outstanding figure among the higher God Emperors. In this way, it wouldn't be a loss of the other party's identity if he personally led the way. I'm just a trifling Elder Clear Void. The young man continued. When the words came out, Yang Feng's pupils contracted in an instant, and he subconsciously stopped, a sluggish look on his face. Elder Clear Void? This is actually a Elder Clear Void? A God Emperor powerhouse? Elder Yang Feng, what are you doing? Seeing Yang Feng suddenly stop, Qin Wuyang, who stopped along with the young man, couldn't help but ask with a frown. Sorry, I lost my composure. Yang Feng came back to his senses and apologized to Qin Wuyang repeatedly. That's enough, little Yang, don't scare people. The young man reprimanded softly. Yes, Uncle Master. Qin Wuyang responded respectfully. Elder, please continue to follow me. Yang Feng came back to his senses and continued to lead the way for the two young men. At the same time, as soon as he arrived, he sent a message to the Tianlong clan's sect master Long Qingchong and informed him of this matter. What? The Chunying school's elder Clear Void? A God Emperor powerhouse came in person? For the Duan Lingtian? Recently, Long Qingchong has received people from several other God Emperor rank forces, but the ones leading them were all outstanding God Emperors, whose strength was comparable to the Tianlong clan's elder Gold Dragon. But now, the people from the Chunying school, which was equal in status to the several God Emperor rank forces in Tungleng province, were led by the Chunying school's elder Clear Void? Elder Clear Void was a God Emperor powerhouse. I'll be right there. Without any hesitation, Long Qingchong put down what he was doing and walked towards Yang Feng, ready to receive the Chunying school's elder Clear Void on the way. It should be noted that the people from the top God Emperor rank forces in Tungleng province who came recently were all settled down before he paid them a visit. Of course, the reason for the difference in treatment was that the Chunying school's elder Clear Void was a God Emperor powerhouse. Chapter 39-23. In the Emperor Battle Realm. On the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Swoosh. A figure flashed across the sky like a bolt of lightning and plunged into a lake. Then, it split into several figures and dug holes in the depths of the lake. Along the way, it threw out formation discs. After the formation discs were thrown out, a formation was activated and an illusory formation was formed. Before the surface of the lake could calm down, two figures flew over. Based on the identity badges pinned to their chests, they were middle-level Divine Emperors from the Tianlong clan. The middle-level Divine Emperors from the Tianlong clan were either Inner Elders or White Dragon Elders. That Inner Elder from the Tai sect has gone into the lake. One of them looked down at the rippling surface of the lake. As soon as he finished speaking, he plunged into the lake. When the other person heard his words, he followed suit. This fellow is really cunning. He threw out a few more formation discs and turned them into illusory formations. Does he think he can escape just like that? One of the middle-level Divine Emperors from the Tianlong clan said through gritted teeth as he stood in the depths of the lake. Elder Huang, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up to him. Not only did he set up illusory formations here, but he even dug a few holes in the ground. I didn't expect him to not be a native of the realms of gods. You mean he escaped by digging holes in the lake with his clones? The middle-level Divine Emperor asked in a low voice. Yes. The middle-level Divine Emperor nodded. Moreover, he's already gone far away. If we split up and chase after him, even if one of us goes in the right direction, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up to him. After all, the strength of any one of us is on par with him. If one of us is stronger than him, he won't have a chance to escape. A hint of helplessness could be heard in his voice as he spoke. It's fine if we can't catch up to him. We can only blame ourselves for being too careless and letting him escape. The middle-level Divine Emperor nodded as though he had thought it through. His expression gradually relaxed. At the same time, at the foot of a dangerous mountain some distance away from the lake, a figure broke through the air. Not long after he appeared, several figures flew over from all directions and entered his body. This was a middle-aged man with an ordinary face, sharp eyes, and a medium build. At this moment, he seemed to be in a sorry state, but his face revealed a smile of having survived a disaster. Those two inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan are probably pissed to death right now, 2 against 1, and I still managed to escape. Furthermore, neither one of them is weaker than me, Huang Yun. Huang Yun, an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, had been in the God Emperor battlefield for many years. He had killed more than a dozen low-level God Emperors of the Tianlong clan. In addition, he had also killed a mid-level God Emperor of the Tianlong clan. I have to think of a way to kill a mid-level God Emperor of the Tianlong clan. That way, based on my contributions over the years, even if those people want me to pay with my life for their descendants, the sect will protect me. I can't stay in the God Emperor battlefield forever. If I stay in the Emperor battlefield, I'll have to leave sooner or later. In the past, I felt that there was no hope, so in order not to burden my family and disciples, I could only risk my life in the God Emperor battlefield. Now that I've made more and more contributions, even if I made some mistakes, it's enough to atone for them. Besides, even if I didn't instigate, that Duan Lingtian entered the God Emperor battlefield and killed at least 80 God King disciples of the Greater One sect, if not 100. Huang Yun's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "It's a pity Duan Lingtian is only a God King. It's impossible for him to appear in the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Otherwise, I'd have a chance to kill him in the battlefield of the Divine Emperors." Thinking of how he had fallen into such a state because of a verbal conflict with Duan Lingtian in Peace City, Huang Yun couldn't help but feel resentment in his heart, and his eyes flashed with resentment. After finding a remote place and taking a divine pill to recover for half a month, Huang Yun set out again. I hope this time my harvest will be greater. Killing a few more lower God Emperors of the Tianlong clan, or killing a mid-level God Emperor of the Tianlong clan should be enough for me to atone for my sins. Huang Yun's figure flashed as he muttered to himself. 2 months later, Huang Yun successfully encountered 2 God Emperors of the Tianlong clan. 2 disciples of low-level godly emperors. I didn't expect to encounter Duan Lingtian on the God Emperor battlefield. He seems to be cultivating. Is there any meaning in cultivating here? I don't know. Maybe he has some comprehension of the laws. As a mid-level God Emperor, Huang Yun was hiding in the dark. The 2 lower God Emperors of the Tai sect didn't notice him and were talking among themselves. Duan Lingtian? Huang Yun, who was hiding in the dark, was about to kill the 2 lower God Emperors of the Tianlong clan. When he heard the 2's words, his pupils shrank slightly. Duan Lingtian had broken through to the God Emperor realm? Moreover, according to the 2's words, they should have met Duan Lingtian not long ago, and Duan Lingtian was cultivating or comprehending the laws. Duan Lingtian, Huang Yun's eyes flashed. It's really easy to find him. I'll kill one of them first and then interrogate the other. With that thought, Huang Yun made his move. He moved out and used his doppelganger to disturb one of them, while his original body attacked the other. In just a few breaths, his original body successfully killed his target. You're an inner elder of the Tai sect. When the remaining person saw Huang Yun's means, his expression changed greatly and he wanted to escape. However, how could a lower God Emperor escape from the eyes of Huang Yun, a mid-level God Emperor? In the blink of an eye, he was easily stopped by Huang Yun. For a moment, the face of the lower God Emperor of the Tianlong clan was ashen, and his eyes were filled with despair. You met Duan Lingtian just now? Huang Yun stared at the person in front of him and asked in a deep voice. Since it was a situation of certain death, the Heavenly Dragon sect's low-level Divine Emperor's disciple did not bother with Huang Yun. When Huang Yun saw this, he sneered and said, "If you tell me the truth, I'll give you a quick death. If you tell me the truth, I'll slowly torture you to death. Of course, you can also consider self-detonating your small world, but you'll still have to go through the pain of having your soul refined. That's not a pain that ordinary people can bear." The self-detonation of one's small world was not only limited in power, it was at most comparable to a full-strength attack at the peak of one's strength, but the side effects were also great. At the same time, one's soul would be refined. Therefore, many people would not choose to self-detonate in front of an undefeatable opponent, because self-detonation not only could not kill the opponent, but it would also make one's death more painful. As soon as his voice fell, Huang Yun moved like lightning. Divine power swept out and shrouded the lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan in front of him, imprisoning his divine power so that he could not commit suicide. Of course, Huang Yun could not control the self-detonation of one small world. He could only control the other party to use his divine power to commit suicide. Hearing Huang Yun's threat, and feeling that Huang Yun was suppressing his divine power so that he could not use his divine power, the lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan's face changed again and again. Then he clenched his teeth and said, "A few days ago, we encountered Duan Lingtian in a stone forest behind." At that time, Duan Lingtian was sitting cross-legged on a rock at the highest point of the stone forest, cultivating. When we approached, he opened his eyes and nodded at us, then continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. Now, he may not still be there. As the lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan spoke, his mind was in turmoil. If this greater one sect inner sect elder is alone, and there is no elder Di Ming with him, if he goes to find Duan Lingtian, he will undoubtedly die. If he has elder Di Ming with him, and he goes to find Duan Lingtian with him, then Duan Lingtian will most likely die. Let's take a gamble. If I lose the gamble, and Duan Lingtian dies because of me, if there is a chance in the next life, I will be willing to be his ox and horse. This lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan and his companions had only entered the divine emperor battlefield in the last 2 months. Before entering the divine emperor battlefield, he already knew that Duan Lingtian had killed 2 middle god emperors in the Tianlong clan's emperor battle sect. He knew that although Duan Lingtian was only a lower god emperor, his strength was comparable to the new white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. When did Duan Lingtian break through to the lower god emperor realm? Huang Yun asked in a low voice. Although he did not think that Duan Lingtian, who had just broken through to the lower god emperor realm, could pose a threat to him, he still wanted to know more, so that he could feel more at ease. A year ago. When the lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan heard this, he knew that the greater one sect elder in front of him should have stayed in the divine emperor battlefield for many years. Otherwise, he would have known that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the lower god emperor realm. However, he did not intend to tell the truth now. Perhaps, to describe Duan Lingtian as weak, even if the greater one sect's elder Di Ming was by his side, in order to monopolize the battle merit, he would still go alone to find Duan Lingtian? Did he break through a year ago? Huang Yun smiled, a brilliant smile. A new lower god emperor, he killed him like he was killing a dog. As for Duan Lingtian's monstrous performance in the Divine King battlefield, he did not care. The Divine King disciples of the Greater One sect that Duan Lingtian had killed were far inferior to him. Moreover, he, Huang Yun, was a middle god emperor, an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect. Even if Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law is not weaker than Shimen Longxiang's, after entering the lower god emperor realm, he is still not my opponent. Huang Yun was very confident. He's alone? Huang Yun asked. Yes, I don't see anyone else. The lower god emperor of the Tianlong clan nodded. At this time, not to mention that Duan Lingtian was indeed alone, even if he wasn't, he would still say yes. After all, before he died, he still wanted to trick the Greater One sect elder in front of him. Ha, good. Huang Yun laughed, looking very happy. Then, he waved his hand like a knife. I, Huang Yun, will do what I say. I will give you a quick death. Chapter 39-24. The way of the sword and the way of control. If I can use these two together perfectly, will my attacks be able to reach a whole new level? Or should I try to fuse them into a single attack? In the vast stone forest, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the tallest boulder in the center. His eyes were closed as he rested, a pensive look on his face. After a while, small spatial storms wreaked havoc around him. Occasionally, they would vibrate rhythmically, and occasionally, they would turn into rays of sword light. Just like that, the small spatial storms constantly changed. As time passed by, Duan Lingtian's frown grew deeper and deeper. No. Not like that. This won't do either. In the process of studying the fusion of the way of the sword and the way of control, Duan Lingtian had spent a lot of time and effort. He had even thought of many different experiments, but in the end, they all failed. In the end, Duan Lingtian himself became rather irritated. At that moment, Duan Lingtian did not notice that in the sky above him, there was a medium-sized figure looking down on the stone forest he was in. As expected, it's Duan Lingtian. I really didn't expect that little bastard to reach the Divine Emperor realm so quickly. However, it's fortunate that he just broke through not too long ago. If he had broken through a few hundred or 1,000 years later, I might not have been his match. At that moment, the person standing in the sky above the stone forest was none other than the inner sect elder of Greater One Sect, Huang Yun. He was also the inner sect elder of Greater One Sect who had a quarrel with Duan Lingtian the first time he went to Peace City when Duan Lingtian was still a god king. Afterward, Duan Lingtian declared in front of him that he would not come out until he killed 100 God King disciples of Greater One Sect. At that time, Huang Yun had scoffed at Duan Lingtian's words. So much so that when Duan Lingtian left the battlefield of God Kings for Peace City, Huang Yun had specially paid him a visit and mocked him. It was just that Huang Yun never imagined that Duan Lingtian would really kill over 100 God King's disciples the first time he entered the God King battlefield. This was because Duan Lingtian had said that if it weren't for Huang Yun, he wouldn't have killed so many God King disciples of the Greater One Sect. Therefore, when his word spread, the elders of the Greater One Sect's God King disciples couldn't take revenge on Duan Lingtian and shifted their anger to Huang Yun. If you, Huang Yun, were not the most despicable, how could Duan Lingtian kill so many people of our Greater One Sect? Under such circumstances, Huang Yun didn't dare to leave the Emperor battle plain because he knew he wouldn't be the only one in trouble. Even his family and disciples would be in trouble. At first, Huang Yun had planned to enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors and kill a few more of the Divine Emperors of the Tianlong clan. Then, he would finally die there. That would be his final destination. However, as he killed more and more of the Divine Emperors of the Tianlong clan while he was still alive and well, he began to dispel the idea of seeking death. If he made a few more contributions, the sect might protect him. However, I still have to be careful. After all, I can't be sure if Duan Lingtian has an expert protecting him. It's unlikely that it's Elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan. I'm just afraid that he has an inner elder of the Tianlong clan by his side. Although Huang Yun had found Duan Lingtian through the mouth of a lower Divine Emperor of the Tianlong clan, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. This was because he needed to make sure that Duan Lingtian had no one by his side. Even though he hated Duan Lingtian to the bone, he hadn't lost his rationality. This was why he could survive for so long in the battlefield of Divine Emperors. Some time ago, he had encountered 2 inner elders of the Tianlong clan who had joined forces, but he had managed to escape. Of course, Huang Yun also knew that a large part of the reason why he could survive until now was because of his good luck. Until now, he hadn't encountered the Elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan. Just wait. As long as Duan Lingtian makes a move, I'll follow behind him. I'll follow him for a while and make sure there's no one by his side before I make a move. Although he couldn't wait to show up and kill Duan Lingtian, Huang Yun resisted the impulse in his heart and tried to calm himself down. At the same time, he deliberately hid himself. He wasn't worried about Duan Lingtian. He was just a lower Divine Emperor. As long as he wanted to, it would be difficult for him to find him. What he was worried about was the Tianlong clan's inner elders who might be hiding by Duan Lingtian's side. If Duan Lingtian had an Elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan by his side, he would have been discovered by now. However, so far, no one had shown up in front of him. This meant there was no Elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan by Duan Lingtian's side. Moreover, he didn't think Duan Lingtian would have an Elder Bai Long protecting him in the dark. Wait. Wait, Huang Yun kept reminding himself. He was worried he wouldn't be able to control himself and reveal himself. At this moment, he was like a hungry wolf that had seen its prey but was worried it was a hunter's trap. Therefore, he hid in the dark and waited. Only after confirming it was not a hunter's trap would he make a move to hunt the prey. Indeed, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Huang Yun's existence. After all, he was only a lesser divine emperor. Although he was slightly stronger, he relied on the Tao of Sword and the Tao of Control. Even his law clones were, at most, on par with the natives of the realms of gods. Of course, those with weaker bloodlines didn't have any advantage in front of his law avatars. Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness was no different from a lesser divine emperor's. Even if he scanned his surroundings, he wouldn't be able to detect a middle divine emperor hiding. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. However, he wasn't worried. After all, even if he couldn't detect a middle divine emperor hiding in the dark, he would still be able to detect the middle divine emperor if they attacked him. Forget it. I'll give up for now and continue walking. I'll kill a few more divine emperors from the Tai Yi sect before I leave. This time, I've gained a lot of experience. With the help of a supreme divine pill, there shouldn't be any bottlenecks in my cultivation base if I want to make a breakthrough. Previously, he had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation base. However, after killing Lu Yin, the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, he had shown signs of loosening up. Later on, he encountered an inner sect elder of the Tai Yi sect. Without using the Tao of Sword and the Tao of Control, he managed to break through the bottleneck after exchanging more than 1,000 moves with the Tao of Control. After breaking through the bottleneck, he used the Tao of Control to kill the inner sect elder. The inner sect elder of the Tai Yi sect still had a blank expression on his face until the moment of his death. Clearly, he didn't expect a divine emperor from the Tianlong clan would be able to defeat him after exchanging more than 1,000 moves with him. Not only that, but he was also severely injured, causing him to lose the ability to continue fighting. Let's go. Although he did not intend to continue to integrate the Tao of Sword and the Tao of Control, Duan Lingtian still cultivated for a few days with the help of the Supreme Divine Pill. It was only after the divine force in his body had recovered to its peak that he opened his eyes and left the stone forest. After leaving the stone forest, Duan Lingtian began to head back to the exit of the Divine Emperor battlefield in Sky Dragon City. He was going to try his luck on the way back to see if he could encounter a few more Divine Emperor disciples of the Tai Yi sect. Duan Lingtian is going back? In the dark, at the same time that Duan Lingtian set off, Huang Yun also set off, following closely behind him, secretly guessing. He knew the direction of the exit of the Tianlong clan's Divine Emperor battlefield. Of course, the closer it was to the exit, the more dangerous it was. He also knew this, so whether it was him or the other Divine Emperor disciples of the Tai Yi sect, they would not easily get close to the exit. On the other hand, the Divine Emperor disciples of the Tianlong clan also did not dare to get close to the exit of the Divine Emperor battlefield. Wait a few days, as long as I don't find anyone following him in a few days, I'll kill him. Huang Yun, who had been waiting for a few days, did not start at the beginning. He patiently followed Duan Lingtian. Although his eyes were sharp, he did not always stare at Duan Lingtian, and would occasionally glance elsewhere. This was because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would notice his gaze. Duan Lingtian, however, was unaware of all this. Until 6 days later. 6 days later, Duan Lingtian entered a desert. What entered his eyes was a vast expanse of gold. There were no buildings in sight, nor was there any natural scenery other than yellow sand. About a few hours after entering the desert, Duan Lingtian suddenly seemed to notice something. He abruptly stopped, and then turned into a shadow. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air as Duan Lingtian's silhouette was shattered by a powerful force. Subsequently, a figure appeared next to Duan Lingtian who had just teleported to the ground. Buzz! A saber, like a ghost, whizzed toward Duan Lingtian. In the blink of an eye, it shrouded Duan Lingtian's body. The sharp saber light bloomed with a bright luster, which was extremely gorgeous in this desert full of yellow sand. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had no time to teleport. His figure swayed, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he let out a cry of surprise. It's you? Although he had retreated in time, Duan Lingtian's robe was still cut open. Even on his strong and perfect chest, there was a blood-red saber mark. He had been injured. However, the injury was not serious. As his divine power rose, it healed. First, there was a faint saber mark, and then it completely disappeared, as if it had never been there. It was just a flesh wound. After retreating, Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man, who had stopped moving. His eyes flashed with surprise. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Huang Yun, who had waited for more than 10 days, finally appeared. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian, and his face was full of surprise. If it had been an ordinary lower divine emperor of the Tianlong clan, if he had been alone without help, he would have been killed by his surprise attack. However, Duan Lingtian, who had just broken through to the lower divine emperor realm a year ago, had only suffered a flesh wound. I also didn't expect to meet you here. Duan Lingtian looked at the man in front of him with surprise. He had a deep impression of this man. Humph. I have been following you for thousands of miles. Huang Yun snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, today is the day you die. Thousands of miles? Duan Lingtian grinned. Thousands of miles to kill me? Chapter 39-25. You want my head? Let's see if you're strong enough to take it. Huang Yun was not angry when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Instead, he sneered and launched another attack. In his opinion, there was no need to be angry with a person who was about to die. Duan Lingtian was surprised to see this person here. When they were in Peace City, this person had repeatedly made things difficult for him and mocked him. He had left a deep impression on him. He did not expect they would meet again in the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Moreover, it was obvious Huang Yun was here for him. Is that all you've got? To Duan Lingtian, who was strong enough to kill an ordinary Earth Nether Elder in the Tai Yi sect, a mere Tai Yi sect's inner elder was nothing to him. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he made his move. The high-grade divine sword in his hand swept out along with a spatial storm. With the boost from the Tao of Control, he easily crushed Huang Yun's attack. Then, he continued to advance triumphantly, destroying Huang Yun's attack and the defensive measures he had hastily put up. Finally, he severed Huang Yun's arm with his sword. Crack. Until the moment his arm was severed, Huang Yun was still in a daze. He was in a daze. If it was not for Duan Lingtian who did not seize the opportunity to attack, he would have been a dead man in the next second. How's this possible? You're just a lesser divine lord. How can you be so strong? Huang Yun snapped out of his daze. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, the arrogance on his face was gone. His face was pale, and a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. A lower divine emperor had casually destroyed his attack, which was almost his full power. Furthermore, he took the opportunity to break through his defense and cut off one of his arms. You haven't used your bloodline power yet. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Yun mockingly. Why don't you try using your bloodline power? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Huang Yun, like him, was from a Devata realm and did not possess the bloodline power of a supreme powerhouse. Huang Yun's face paled when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, his heart was filled with regret. He regretted it. He regretted showing his true body. If he had known earlier, he would have sent a clone to test the waters first. Taking a deep breath, Huang Yun's figure flickered as he once again charged towards Duan Lingtian. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was somewhat surprised. This Greater One Sect inner sect elder clearly knew that he was not his opponent, but still took the initiative to attack him. He originally thought that the other party would choose to flee at this time. The next moment, Duan Lingtian knew the reason. He saw that the Greater One Sect inner sect elder suddenly split into two figures on the way. One figure continued to attack him, while the other figure flew away at an extremely fast speed. A law avatar? Interesting. Duan Lingtian smiled. With a flash of his body, he appeared to be standing still, but his original body had already caught up with Huang Yun's original body while leaving behind his avatar of the laws of space. As for Huang Yun's avatar of the laws of space, it was also destroyed by Duan Lingtian's avatar in just a few breaths' time. I was wondering why you didn't use your bloodline power. As it turns out, you're not a native of the Mystic Gangland. Duan Lingtian easily caught up with Huang Yun through the teleportation profundity. As soon as he caught up with Huang Yun, his doppelganger from the law of space returned and stood behind Huang Yun to intercept Huang Yun. At this moment, Huang Yun's expression was extremely unsightly. Duan Lingtian, both of us are from a Devata realm. I'm sure you know how difficult it is for people like us to come here. Please spare my life, and we'll mind our own business from now on. What do you think? At this moment, Huang Yun had completely lowered himself. He was practically wagging his tail as he begged Duan Lingtian for mercy. In his eyes, there was also a strong sense of anticipation. Is it very difficult? Upon hearing Huang Yun's words, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Then, he circulated his divine energy and removed the effect of the divine pill that concealed his bone age. Using his soul energy, he forcibly revealed his bone age aura to Huang Yun. In just a blink of an eye, Huang Yun's divine consciousness discovered Duan Lingtian's bone age. Why, you're only 700 years old. Huang Yun's eyes widened as though he had seen a ghost when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. It was not a secret in the Tai sect that Duan Lingtian, a monstrous disciple of the Tianlong clan, was not even 3,000 years old. Even Huang Yun was shocked by the fact that someone who was not even 3,000 years old could achieve such a feat in such a short time. Apart from being shocked, Huang Yun was also slightly jealous. Both of them were from Devata realms, so why was Duan Lingtian so outstanding? However, after confirming Duan Lingtian's bone age was only slightly more than 700 years old, Huang Yun felt as though his outlook on life and values had been overturned. Not to mention people from Devata realms. Even among the younger generation of the ultimate god-level forces that were above the ultimate god-level forces, other than those who had the talent of an ultimate god and were nurtured by their forces at all costs, there would not be many who could achieve such an achievement at the age of 700. Yes, it's indeed tough. You're only a divine emperor at 700 years old. While Huang Yun was still in shock, he heard a sigh. I wonder if there's a chance for me to become an ultimate god when I'm 1,000 years old. Duan Lingtian was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He really did not know if he would be able to become a divine venerable when he was 1,000 years old. Based on the current situation, he was confident he would be able to become a divine emperor, but he did not dare to say it was absolute. After all, he was only a lesser divine emperor. His cultivation path was already extremely difficult, let alone the future. He was confident he would be able to become a divine emperor when he was 1,000 years old. However, he was not confident he would be able to become a divine venerable when he was 1,000 years old. However, when Huang Yun heard Duan Lingtian's words, he found them extremely irritating. He felt that Duan Lingtian was deliberately showing off and provoking him. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as though water could drip from it. It shouldn't be difficult for you to reach where you are today at 700 years old, right? Duan Lingtian asked Huang Yun with a smile. However, Huang Yun did not answer Duan Lingtian's question. Duan Lingtian, what do you want in exchange for letting me go? If you kill me, all you'll get is my storage ring, which doesn't contain much wealth, and those measly battle credits. If you let me go, I'll give you a fortuitous encounter. As he spoke, Huang Yun had a solemn expression on his face. Naturally, he did not have any fortuitous encounter for Duan Lingtian. He only said this because he wanted to use Duan Lingtian's greed to save himself. In his opinion, a 700-year-old brat might have been tricked because of his greed. To have such achievements at 700 years old, he must have had many fortuitous encounters along the way. This kind of person has relied on fortuitous encounters to reach where he is today. He has never suffered before, so he might believe me. This was Huang Yun's current thought. However, Duan Lingtian laughed when he heard Huang Yun's words. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Forget it, I won't waste any more time with you. Without waiting for Huang Yun to speak again, Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand and ended Huang Yun's life. Then, he took Huang Yun's identity badge, divine weapon, and spatial ring. Another inner sect elder of Greater One sect. My luck is not bad. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I've achieved my goal this time. Next, the only thing left on the path of cultivation to become a middle divine emperor is the accumulation of time. No matter how many divine pills I have, I can't rush it. Gently shaking his head, Duan Lingtian was ready to go out. On the way out, he did not encounter any more divine emperor disciples of Greater One sect. He only met a divine emperor disciple of the Tianlong clan, but he did not know who they were. However, looking at the identity badge hanging from their waist, they should only be an inner sect deacon and an outer sect elder. It's Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian walked out of the battlefield, the eyes of the 2 inner sect elders on duty suddenly lit up. Then, the 2 of them sent a message to the White Dragon Elder above them. This was because the White Dragon Elder above them had already ordered them to inform him immediately if Duan Lingtian came out of the battlefield. Therefore, this time, not long after Duan Lingtian walked out of the battlefield, an unfamiliar White Dragon Elder appeared in front of him. This was a middle-aged man with a strong build, a determined face, and a bright smile on his face. Duan Lingtian, I've heard a lot about you. I am the White Dragon Elder, Jiang Dong. Elder Jiang. After greeting the other party, Duan Lingtian asked, Elder Jiang, for you to be in such a hurry to find me, is there something you need? Jiang Dong smiled. It's the sect master's order. If you come out of the battlefield, you should go find him. If there's nothing else, you can exchange your gains for battle merits. After you've exchanged them for what you want, you can go find the sect master. Jiang Dong did not let Duan Lingtian leave the emperor battle plane immediately, because he had already waited for several months and was not in a hurry. Elder Jiang, thank you for making this trip. Duan Lingtian smiled. I've already passed on the message, so I'll take my leave. Jiang Dong said goodbye. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. After Jiang Dong left, he walked all the way to Peace City, attracting the attention of many people along the way. It's Duan Lingtian. He came out of the battlefield. He's going to Peace City to exchange for battle merits? With his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect on the battlefield, right? Of course. I just don't know what his gains were this time. After all, the battlefield is very large and there are very few targets. Only if he's lucky enough to encounter them will he gain something. Before Duan Lingtian walked into Peace City, he noticed that many people of the Tianlong clan had followed him, but he was already used to this. Then, surrounded by a group of people of the Tianlong clan, under the curious gazes of many Greater One sect disciples, he took out his gains. One identity badge of a lower god emperor of the Greater One sect. 2 identity badges of a middle god emperor of the Greater One sect. Chapter 39-26. Duan Lingtian had been in the Divine Emperor battlefield for more than half a year and had encountered the 3 people of the Greater One sect. His luck was neither good nor bad. However, when they saw the 2 middle-level Divine Emperor badges of the Greater One sect, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Duan Lingtian killed 2 middle-level Divine Emperors of the Greater One sect. Because, in the Divine Emperor battlefield, a middle-level Divine Emperor was in fact the person with the highest cultivation base. And whether it was in the Tianlong clan or the Greater One sect, a middle-level Divine Emperor was a symbol of status. The weakest was an inner sect elder, and the strongest was the White Dragon Elder and the Earth Underworld Elder. Do you think these 2 middle-level Divine Emperor badges of the Greater One sect belong to the Earth Underworld Elder? A member of the Tianlong clan boldly guessed. Impossible, although Duan Ling Tian has the strength to kill the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect, but I don't think he has the ability to kill the Earth Underworld elder of the Greater One sect. Perhaps it was the newly promoted Earth Underworld elder, and Duan Ling Tian killed him in a surprise attack? That's possible. If that's the case, then Duan Ling Tian's luck is a little too good, isn't it? While the group of Tianlong clan members were whispering, the Greater One sect members who had followed over saw the name on the identity badge. It's Elder Huang Yun. And Elder Su Yushan. Duan Ling Tian killed 2 inner sect elders of our Greater One sect. And an inner sect deacon. At this moment, the group of Greater One sect members did not look too good. And although the Tianlong clan members were somewhat disappointed that Duan Ling Tian did not kill the Greater One sect's Earth Underworld elder, they could not help but marvel at Duan Ling Tian's achievement this time. Duan Ling Tian, as a lower Divine Emperor, entered the Divine Emperor battlefield and killed 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. This kind of battle record, which lower Divine Emperor could do it? The people of the Greater One sect were still boasting about how strong Shimen Longxiang of the Greater One sect was. Ever since Duan Ling Tian killed 2 middle Divine Emperors in the sect, Shimen Longxiang seemed to have completely disappeared without a trace. Is he afraid of Duan Ling Tian? Amidst the howling wind of the Tianlong clan disciples, many Greater One sect disciples turned around and prepared to leave, because they really did not know how to refute. Duan Ling Tian's outstanding performance made them feel that Shimen Longxiang was not as good as Duan Ling Tian. However, just as these Greater One sect disciples were about to leave, a commotion came from outside the door, causing them to subconsciously stop. The next moment, they saw many of the disciples of the Greater One sect respectfully bowing to the outside, and then bursts of respectful voices were transmitted into their ears in a timely manner. Sect Master! Sect Master! Just as they were shocked by the voice in their ears and did not expect their sect master to come here in person, under their gaze, their Greater One sect master appeared. What was even more shocking was that the master of the Greater One sect was not leading the way, but was instead respectfully following behind an old man who was thin and had an awe-inspiring face that seemed to be able to stop a child from crying in the middle of the night. Sect Master! Sect Master! The Greater One sect disciples in the huge hall where they were exchanging battle merits respectfully bowed to their sect master. A moment later, under the gaze of the people of the Tianlong clan, the Greater One sect master escorted the old man to a place not far from Duan Ling Tian. A group of people had originally gathered here, but at this time they had all dispersed. Even the people of the Tianlong clan, after learning that the person who had come was the Greater One sect master, did not dare to be presumptuous, not to mention that there was a person with a higher status in front of the Greater One sect master. Who is he? How could he make the Greater One sect master act like this? Even the supreme elders of the Greater One sect, the best among the upper Divine Emperors, could not make the Greater One sect master act like this, right? They are here to find Duan Ling Tian? At this moment, the group of people of the Tianlong clan present were all shocked by the matter in front of them. At the same time, they began to send out messages one after another. Not long after, the people of the Tianlong clan in Peace City, as well as the people of the Greater One sect, rushed over. They were also curious as to why the Greater One sect master would bring people to find Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, the status of that person was clearly far above that of the Greater One sect master. God Emperor expert? Thinking of this, their hearts inexplicably trembled. Although there were also emperor gods overseeing Peace City, they usually didn't show themselves, so they didn't feel anything. But now, an existence suspected to be a god emperor expert had appeared, so they could not help but feel extremely curious. What did a god emperor look like? Perhaps he looked like a normal person, but his temperament was different. I have never seen a god emperor expert with my own eyes in my life. Me too. This time, I have to go and see for myself. A god emperor expert. If I can see such an existence with my own eyes, I will have no regrets in my life. At the same time, both Sky Dragon City and the Greater One sect were in an uproar. Moreover, the news of a god emperor expert, escorted by the Greater One sect master, going to find Duan Ling Tian had also spread to the Tianlong Temple and the Greater One sect. Immediately, the people in the two sects were in an uproar. An existence suspected to be a god emperor expert had personally gone to find Duan Ling Tian? Could it be that he wanted to take Duan Ling Tian as his disciple? Thinking of this, many people began to feel jealous. At this moment, as the person involved, Duan Ling Tian was also a little confused. The Greater One sect master? Duan Ling Tian glanced at the person behind the thin old man in front of him, then his eyes fell back on the old man in front of him. This old man, who could make the Greater One sect master willingly follow behind and respectfully follow behind, was obviously not an ordinary person. Could it be that, as they have guessed, this person is a god emperor expert? Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he was slightly shocked. Why would a god emperor expert come to find him? Moreover, he was escorted by the Greater One sect master to find him. Elder Deng, this is the heaven's pride of the Tianlong clan, Duan Ling Tian. The Greater One sect master respectfully introduced Duan Ling Tian to the old man in front of him. At the same time, when his eyes fell on Duan Ling Tian, they were full of indifference. Although he had no personal enmity with Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian had killed the people of Greater One sect on the battlefield of supreme gods and supreme emperors, so he could not bear a grudge against Duan Ling Tian because of this. However, under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for him to be friendly to Duan Ling Tian. If he could just treat him indifferently, he would consider himself to be well-mannered. The moment his words left his mouth, the sect leader of Supreme Sect looked at Duan Ling Tian and said nonchalantly, "Duan Ling Tian, this is Elder Deng Kuei from the Taowu Villa in the Azure State Mansion. Elder Deng Kuei is Elder Silver Puppet of Puppet Mountain Villa, an emperor god expert." The sect leader of the Tai Yi sect continued to explain as though he was afraid Duan Ling Tian did not know what kind of force the Puppet Villa was. The Puppet Villa is one of the top 4 divine emperor forces in the state of Azure. They have many divine emperor powerhouses, including intermediate divine emperors. As the voice of the Greater One sect master fell, other than the people behind the counter from the several great god emperor forces in the Eastern Mountain Prefecture who were in charge of handling the collection of battle merits, the rest of the people were so frightened that they turned pale. State Prefecture of Qing. Some of them had heard of it, but some had not. Those who had heard of it knew that it was a prefecture adjacent to Tungleng Province. It was located in the northwest of Tungleng Province and occupied a vast area. It was not smaller than Tungleng Province. The top forces in State Prefecture of Qing were not any weaker than the top forces in Tungleng Province. It's actually a divine emperor from the Puppet Villa, a top divine emperor force in the state capital of Qing. Did he come to look for Duan Ling Tian to bring him to the Puppet Villa? Many people guessed. Previously, I thought that with Duan Ling Tian's strength and talent before he was even 3,000 years old, staying in the Tianlong clan would be a waste of his talent. He could have gone to one of the top emperor god forces in Tungleng Province. Those forces had invited him before the start of the War of the Emperors, but he didn't seem to have any plans to go. I didn't expect that even an emperor god expert from a top force in State Prefecture of Qing would come to look for him personally. Many of the Tianlong clan members whispered among themselves, their voices full of shock. An emperor god expert came to invite him personally. This time, Duan Ling Tian will probably leave the Tianlong clan. Many of the Tianlong clan members were secretly guessing. To them, it was an unparalleled honor for an emperor god expert to personally invite Duan Ling Tian. It was clear that the force behind him valued him greatly. Under such circumstances, if they were Duan Ling Tian, they would not have refused. Duan Ling Tian. The Puppet Villa's elder, Deng Kuei, who had a thin figure and a ghastly expression, looked at Duan Ling Tian, and his ghastly face squeezed out a smile that was even uglier than crying with difficulty. "I'm Deng Kuei, the Qing State Mansion's Taowu Villa's elder, and I've specially come to invite you to join the Puppet Villa. If you join Puppet Villa, we will give you the best treatment in the villa. In addition, we will not be stingy with a greeting gift." As soon as Deng Kuei opened his mouth, he went straight to the point and invited Duan Ling Tian to join Puppet Villa. However, before Duan Ling Tian could reply, a hearty voice rang in the air. Old geezer Deng, don't you think your puppet villa's influence is a little too great? This is Tungleng province, not your state prefecture of Qing. Almost as soon as the voice fell, a medium-sized figure appeared between Duan Ling Tian and Deng Kuei. With his back facing Duan Ling Tian, he looked at Deng Kuei. Hong Yun Shao. Deng Kuei glanced at the person indifferently. If I remember correctly, you were defeated by me 3,000 years ago. How dare a defeated person like you stop me from recruiting talents for Puppet Villa? Hong Yun Shao. As soon as Deng Kuei said this, many people from the Tianlong clan and Greater One sect could not help but whisper among themselves. Hong Yun Shao. Could he be one of the Emperor God experts of the Seven Kills Valley in Tungleng province, Elder Hong Yun Shao? It seems that he is the Emperor God expert who has been on duty in Peace City recently. From what the expert from Puppet Villa in State Prefecture of Qing said, Elder Hong Yun Shao was defeated by him. Chapter 39-27. The Chunyang School was one of the top 5 Emperor Gods in Tungleng Province, and the Seven Kills Valley was another one. The middle-aged man who had appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian was an Emperor God from the Seven Kills Valley. His name was Hong Yun Shao. Compared to Deng Kuei from the state capital of Qing, Hong Yun Shao was undoubtedly more famous in Tungleng Province. Hong Yun Shao was an Emperor God from the Seven Kills Valley. He had done many great things in Tungleng Province and was famous. In the eyes of the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect, he was superior and could not be disrespected. But now, Elder Deng Kuei from the Taowu Mountain Villa of the state capital of Qing had said that Hong Yun Shao was defeated by him. Humph. As the saying went, don't hit someone in the face, and don't expose someone's shortcomings. Deng Kuei's words instantly caused Hong Yun Shao's face to darken. He suddenly let out a cold snort. Although he did not do it deliberately, the sound waves from his cold snort still caused many of the weaker god kings to change their expressions. Some of them even bled from their 7 orifices. Even if an emperor god did not deliberately use sound waves to attack, the sound that he made when he was extremely angry still carried a terrifying power. So this is an emperor god? Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened as he looked at the silhouette of the person in front of him. Although he had not seen the silhouette of the Golden Dragon Elder, he knew the silhouette of the silhouette was much stronger than the Golden Dragon Elder from the Heavenly Dragon sect. They were not on the same level at all. Deng Kuei, you're 10,000 years older than me. Is it something to be proud of? Hong Yun Shao snorted and said with a cold smile, moreover, you said that was 3,000 years ago. If you're interested, I don't mind fighting with you again now. But we'll have to go somewhere else. As Hong Yun Shao spoke, his tone was cold and domineering. Haha, hearing this, Deng Kuei laughed. It seems that you, Hong Yun Shao, have made some progress in the past 3,000 years. Alright, after I finish my business in Tungleng province, I'll find a place to fight you, Hong Yun Shao. Why don't we go to Seven Kills Valley? Deng Kuei smiled very confidently, but his smile was uglier than crying. If you dare to go, I will naturally accompany you. Hong Yun Shao sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? Deng Kuei said indifferently, don't tell me that you, the Seven Kills Valley, would dare to keep me, Deng Kuei, here? I don't believe that the Seven Kills Valley has the guts to do so. Deng Kuei's words made Hong Yun Shao's face turn gloomy again. The Seven Kills Valley indeed did not dare to keep Deng Kuei here. Although the puppet villa behind Deng Kuei was not a very protective force, Deng Kuei's identity was a little sensitive. This was because one of the puppet villa's elders, Gold Puppet, was Deng Kuei's grandfather. Deng Kuei was the puppet villa's silver puppet elder. The silver puppet elders were all lower god emperors. As for the gold puppet elder, his position was even higher than the silver puppet elder. Moreover, only a middle god emperor was qualified to take up the position. After taking a deep breath, Hong Yun Xiao's face gradually calmed down. Then, when Deng Kuei looked at Duan Ling Tian again, he immediately turned to Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, Duan Lingtian, if you join the Seven Kills Valley, everything that you can get in the Seven Kills Valley can be obtained in the Seven Kills Valley as well, and even more, if you join the Seven Kills Valley. No matter what the Puppet Villa offers, the Seven Kills Valley will give you more than what they offer. Hong Yunxiao spoke first and threw an olive branch to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally saw the appearance of the Emperor God expert from the Seven Kills Valley. He was an average-looking middle-aged man with a medium build. Even so, no one would think that he was an average-looking man. This was because the aura he exuded was enough to make one feel that he was a crane among chickens. Especially his eyes. They were so deep that no one dared to look at them directly. Hong Yunxiao. Deng Kuei sneered. Aren't you afraid that you'll bite your tongue when you talk big? The Seven Kills Valley might not even be in the top 3 among the 5 Emperor God level forces in Tungleng Province, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Deng Kuei looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, the Puppet Villa is one of the 2 strongest Emperor God level forces in the state capital of Qing. You won't regret joining the Puppet Villa. 2 strongest forces? Hong Yunxiao sneered. Deng Kuei, is it so hard to admit that the Puppet Villa is not as good as others? The number 1 force in the state capital of Qing is something that even the Puppet Villa is not as good as. Now, you're putting the Puppet Villa on a pedestal. Do you think that others don't understand the state capital of Qing? Or, is the Puppet Villa strong enough to challenge an Emperor God level force that has an upper level Emperor God expert? Hong Yunxiao seemed to be unhappy with Deng Kuei and wanted to challenge Deng Kuei. Upper level Emperor God. Although Hong Yunxiao's words were mocking Deng Kuei, when it entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others, it shook their hearts. The state capital of Qing had an Emperor God level force that had an upper level Emperor God expert. An upper level Emperor God was the strongest among the Emperor Gods. Although there were differences in strength between upper level Emperor Gods, even the weakest upper-level Emperor God was not someone that more than 99% of the middle-level Emperor Gods could go against. In Tungleng Province, the 5 strongest Emperor God-level forces, including the Seven Kills Valley and the Chunyang School, were called the top Emperor God-level forces because they were the top forces in Tungleng Province. Other than the 5 strongest forces, there were no other forces that could stand shoulder to shoulder with them, let alone surpass them. If one were to walk out of Tungleng Province and look at the mystic Gang land of the Plains of Gods, the 5 strongest forces in Tungleng Province, including the Seven Kills Valley and the Chunying School, could only be considered average Emperor God level forces. As for an Emperor God level force like the Tianlong clan, which did not have an Emperor God expert, it could only be considered an outdated Emperor God level force that did not live up to its name. It was at the bottom of the Emperor God level forces. Many people did not even consider the Tianlong clan as an Emperor God level force. Humph. Hong Yunxiao's words angered Deng Kuei. Hong Yunxiao, even if the Puppet Villa is not as good as the Heaven's Roar sect, we are still stronger than the Seven Kills Valley. I'm afraid the Seven Kills Valley doesn't even have 3 intermediate Emperor Gods, right? As for the Puppet Villa, the number of intermediate Emperor Gods we have is more than 5. Deng Kuei's words, which turned into anger out of humiliation, exposed the bottom line of the Puppet Villa and the Seven Kills Valley. This gave Duan Lingtian and the others a better understanding of the Seven Kills Valley and the Puppet Villa. 2 Emperor God experts arguing. Why do they look like children arguing? Duan Lingtian was speechless as he looked at the 2 Emperor God experts arguing before him. He felt that the 2 of them had completely overturned his impression of Emperor God experts. How could Emperor God experts argue with each other like shrews? Just as Deng Kuei and Hong Yunxiao were continuing their argument and had temporarily forgotten about Duan Lingtian, a faint yet frivolous voice came from outside. The Seven Kills Valley is not as good as the Puppet Villa, but our Chunying School should be able to compete with the Taowu Mountain Villa, right? Deng Kuei and Hong Yunxiao immediately stopped talking and looked toward the door at the same time. Clan Master. Clan Master. This time, it was the group of Tianlong clan members who were standing near the gate who bowed to the door. Clan Master? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. It seemed that the clan master of the Tianlong clan had arrived as well. As for the owner of the voice just now, it should be someone from the Chunying school. Duan Lingtian knew about the Chunying school very well. Even the Chunying school had tried many times to recruit him. Last time, under the leadership of Yang Qinya, many Chunying school elders had come. It could be said that they were very sincere. Of course, the most sincere one was one of the Chunying school elders who had come with Yang Qinya. He still remembered that the Chunying school elder's name was Qin Wuyang. But judging from the voice, this time, it's not him who came from the Chunying school. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw 3 figures slowly walking in from outside. One of them walked in front, while the other 2 walked side by side and followed behind. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the 2 people at the back. One of them was the Chunying school elder, Qin Wuyang, and the other was the clan master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. At this moment, Long Qingchong and Qin Wuyang were escorting the person in front of them. This person was a young man. His face was handsome and resolute, and there was a sharp aura between his brows that made people not dare to look at him directly. However, there was a lazy smile on his face, and he appeared to be frivolous. As soon as the young man appeared, Hong Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, he said in surprise, "Zhenping Fan, you actually came personally?" Zhenping Fan? Upon hearing Hong Yunxiao's words, apart from Deng Kuei who was standing not far in front of him, the 2 people behind the young man, and a few elders from the top emperor god forces in Tungleng province behind the counter in the main hall, including Duan Lingtian, were stunned. Zhenping Fan? Zhenping Fan? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. No matter how he looked at it, this young man in front of him was not ordinary. Why did he have such a name? Did he come up with it himself, or did his parents come up with it? This was too ridiculous, right? At this moment, not only Duan Lingtian, but even the people from the Tianlong clan and Tai sect could not help but feel the corners of their mouths twitching. Such a dazzling person with a refined temperament was not even close to the word ordinary, okay? It was simply a blasphemy to the word ordinary. Hong Yunxiao, I'll help you teach him a lesson. I'll cripple him so that he won't dare to talk back to you in the future. How about you give me that half-condensed high-grade divine weapon in your hand? The young man, Zhenping Fan, the Jingshu elder of Chunying school, walked up to Hong Yunxiao unhurriedly and grinned. Hong Yunxiao was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Forget it. I can solve my own problems. 3,000 years ago, I was indeed no match for him. But that doesn't mean that I'm no match for him now. In fact, Hong Yunxiao was not very confident that he could defeat Deng Kuei now, but when he heard Zhenping Fan's words, he repeatedly declined. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. How did Zhenping Fan know that he had a high-grade divine weapon that had given birth to a half-spirit? Not many people in the 7 Kills Valley knew about this matter. Chapter 39-28. Zhenping Fan. The silver puppet elder of the puppet villa, Deng Kuei, was also looking at Zhenping Fan at this moment. Deng Kuei's position in the puppet villa was actually equivalent to Zhenping Fan's position in the Chunying school. He was the silver puppet elder of the puppet villa while Zhenping Fan was the Jingshu elder of the Chunying school. Furthermore, one had to be at least a lower god emperor in order to take up these 2 positions. At this moment, Deng Kuei's expression was not very good. However, there was a strong sense of fear in his eyes when he looked at Zhenping Fan. Deng Kuei, looking at your current high-spirited appearance, it seems that you have recovered from your injuries in the past. However, I wonder if your grandfather has recovered from his injuries? Zhenping Fan looked at Deng Kuei. Although there was still a smile on his face, there was a meaningful look in his eyes. Deng Kuei's expression changed drastically when he heard this. 1,000 years ago, he and his grandfather came to Tungleng province from the Qing state prefecture because of some matters. Moreover, they went to the Chunying school. At that time, the two of them had taken a fancy to an item in the Chunying school. They offered 2 treasures as a bet and invited the experts of the Chunying school to spar with each other with the same cultivation base. If one of them won and the other lost, they would call it quits. If both of them lost, the 2 treasures would be given to the Chunying school. If the Chunying school won both, the treasure of the Chunying school would belong to them. At that time, his grandfather fought against a void peer stage elder of the Chunying school. They were both mid-level god emperors. Although it was just a spar, the fight was extremely intense. It was as if the sky and earth changed color. In the end, the void peer stage elder of the Chunying school severely injured his grandfather at the cost of minor injuries. All these years, his grandfather had been recuperating. Originally, his injuries were almost healed, but after the 1,000-year tribulation, his injuries worsened. He didn't even know if he could survive the next 1,000-year tribulation. As for him, he had fought against Jinping Fan, who was already a Jingshu elder. Within 3 moves, he had been severely injured by Jinping Fan. The power that Jinping Fan displayed was close to that of a middle god emperor. He even felt that even the person who was known as the number 1 person below a middle god emperor in Puppet Villa might not be a match for Jinping Fan. In that bet, Deng Kuei and his grandfather lost miserably. It could be said that they went for wool and came home shorn. They were seriously injured and were later taken back by the people sent by the Puppet Villa. Taking a deep breath, Deng Kuei forced a smile on his face. "Thank you for your concern, Elder Zhen." Grandfather's injuries had been healed not long after returning to the Puppet Villa. Although there was a smile on the surface, Deng Kuei's heart was full of hatred. Even he himself had to recuperate for a long time because he was seriously injured by Jinping Fan. Fortunately, his 1,000-year tribulation had only come 100 years ago. If it had come a few hundred years earlier, he didn't know if he would have been able to pass it smoothly. The guy from Chunying school seemed to be all smiles, but when he attacked, he was not careless at all. Back then, not only did he shatter all the heavenly veins in his and his grandfather's body, but he also injured their souls. "That's good." Jinping Fan nodded with a smile, then said, "Elder Deng Kuei, I'm afraid you will return empty-handed this time. Duan Lingtian has already accepted our Chunying school's invitation. Before the war between the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect began, he promised little Yang Yang that after the war, if he wanted to take a step forward, he would go to our Chunying school." When Deng Kuei frowned, Jinping Fan turned his head slightly to look at the old man behind him. "Little Yang Yang, tell your martial uncle Deng Kuei if this is true." Little Yang Yang? When he heard the first half of Jinping Fan's words, Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed that the little Yang Yang mentioned was the elder of Chunying school, Qin Wuyang, with whom he had exchanged soul orbs. Now, when he saw Jinping Fan turn his head to look at Qin Wuyang, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. A young man calling an old man little Yang Yang. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little funny. Martial Uncle Deng Kuei. At this time, Qin Wuyang also stepped forward and said to Deng Kuei, "It's true." Deng Kuei heard this and smiled faintly. "It's just a verbal agreement. After all, I haven't entered your Chunying school, so I can change my mind at any time." Deng Kuei paused and turned to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, join our Puppet Mountain Villa, and I will personally accept you as my disciple. And I can assure you that the resources you will get in Puppet Mountain Villa will not be worse than anyone else's." Deng Kuei thought that his offer was so tempting that Duan Lingtian would find it hard to refuse. However, he soon realized that Duan Lingtian didn't show any signs of being moved by his offer. At this time, Jinping Fan also spoke. He looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded with a smile. "Duan Lingtian, I am a lazy person by nature. I have never accepted a disciple, and I don't plan to accept one either. However, if you really want to become my disciple, I can recommend a Void Peer Stage Elder of Chunying School to you. Having a mid-god emperor as your master is better than having an ordinary low-god emperor as your master." When Jinping Fan said this, Deng Kuei's expression turned ugly. Jinping Fan, you are doing this on purpose, aren't you? However, Jinping Fan ignored him and continued, if you don't want to become my disciple, you can join the Chunying school and be an idle person without any restrictions. However, I, Jinping Fan, owe you a favor. No matter what you encounter in the future, as long as it doesn't go against my principles and as long as I, Jinping Fan, am capable of helping you, I will not refuse. Besides, if you join the Chunying school, not only will you enjoy the treatment of the true martial disciple, with the highest status among all the disciples in our Chunying school, but the Chunying school will also owe you a favor. Jinping Fan said, however, if you want the Chunying school to return the favor, you cannot violate the Chunying school's interests. At the same time, the Chunying school will not do anything that goes against the principles of the school. As soon as Jinping Fan's voice fell, Deng Kuei laughed mockingly. Jinping Fan, you sure make it sound nice. Can you represent the Chunying school? You are just a quiet void elder in the Chunying school. In the Chunying school, there are more than 10 people who have a higher status than you. How dare you say that you can represent the Chunying school? As he spoke, the mocking smile on Deng Kuei's face became even more pronounced. Hearing Deng Kuei's words, Jinping Fan laughed. Elder Deng Kuei, hearing you say this, I know that you probably don't know that I, Jinping Fan, have another identity in the Chunying school apart from being a quiet void elder. Deng Kuei frowned when he heard this. Little Yang, let me tell you, martial uncle Deng Kuei. Your martial uncle has another identity in the Chunying school apart from being a quiet void elder. Jinping Fan said to Qin Wuyang. For a moment, almost everyone's eyes, including Duan Lingtian, fell on Qin Wuyang. Even Long Qingchong, the clan master of the Tianlong clan, was no exception. Only one person, the God Emperor expert of the Seven Kills Valley, Hong Yunshao, was looking at Deng Kuei as if he was looking at an idiot. At this moment, Qin Wuyang also looked at Deng Kuei and said, Martial Uncle Deng Kuei, I'm afraid you still don't know. Martial Uncle isn't just a quiet void elder in the Chunying school. His father is also the strongest void peer stage elder in the Chunying school. The current clan master of the Chunying school is his junior martial brother. He is like a brother and a father to him. Yes. Martial Uncle is the only son of that void peer stage old ancestor. In the Chunying school, his words are usually more effective than those of the clan master. As soon as Qin Wuyang said that, Deng Kuei's expression changed slightly because he really didn't know about this. After all, he wasn't a citizen of Tungleng province. Moreover, his understanding of the Chunying school in Tungleng province was limited to the one time he met with it 1,000 years ago. However, he didn't expect that Jinping Fan, who severely injured him 1,000 years ago, was not only strong but also had an extraordinary identity. For a moment, his expression turned ugly. After all this time, not only did this Jinping Fan have extraordinary strength and an extraordinary identity in the Chunying school, he was also a member of the Chunying school's princeling party. And now, the people in the surroundings, whether they were members of the Tianlong clan or the Greater One sect, had an extremely complicated expression. Many of them were even cursing in their hearts. You deliberately chose this name to anger us, didn't you? How is this ordinary? If this is ordinary, then shouldn't we just bang our heads against the wall and die? Even Duan Lingtian was looking at Jinping Fan with a stunned expression. He felt that the other party's name was too ridiculous and too infuriating. Duan Lingtian, when you enter the Chunying school, if you meet anyone who doesn't follow the rules and goes against you, you can find me. I'll beat them up for you. Jinping Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and continued to promise with a smile. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. I, Duan Lingtian, am actually valued by Elder Zhen like this. Enough. Jinping Fan waved his hand and said, I don't like to beat around the bush. Just be straightforward. Are you willing to enter our Chunying school? Now, I just want a word from you. Duan Lingtian. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, at this moment, even the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, sent him a telepathic message. Entering the Chunying school is a very good choice. This time, the other four major forces also sent people, but they were all scared away by Elder Zhen. Hearing Long Qingchong's words, Duan Lingtian was speechless. So, Elder Zhen of the Chunying school didn't give him a choice at all? Qin Wuyang's telepathic message also reached Duan Lingtian's ears. Little brother Duan, trust me. You won't regret entering the Chunying school. When it comes to protecting people, our Chunying school is famous in Tongleng province. In the Pure Yang sect, Martial Granduncle is famous for being protective of his disciples. Although Martial Granduncle doesn't accept any disciples, he often stands up for us martial nephews and martial nephews. After hearing Qin Wuyang's telepathic message and recalling Zhen Pingfan's sincere promise, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan and said seriously, Elder Zhen, Duan Lingtian is willing to enter the Chunying school. Hearing this, Zhen Pingfan's usually serious face suddenly broke into a smile. Good, straightforward. Then, he raised his hand and took out a storage ring. This is my gift to you. I've heard about the matter between you and the Linghu family. Inside this ring is the 100 million divine stones you promised to return to the Linghu family. If there's nothing else, you can return to the Chunying school with little Yang Yang and me after you've paid off this debt. Well, if you go to the Linghu family, we can go with you and join in the fun. I'd like to see the expressions of the Linghu family members when they see you return this sum of divine stones so quickly. Chapter 39-29. Thank you, Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse Zhen Pingfan's kindness because he really did need this batch of divine stones. It would be best if he could help Linghu Renjie solve this problem before he went to the Chunying school. This way, he would have one less worry. Otherwise, he couldn't bear to do it. After all, Linghu Renjie was removed from his position as the head of the Linghu family because of him. 100 million divine stones was actually very easy for Duan Lingtian to earn by refining some limited emperor-level divine pills, but that was not very realistic. The appearance of limited emperor-level divine pills was enough to cause a sensation in the Tongleng province. At that time, he would either be roped in or imprisoned as a pill slave. Even when refining limited emperor-level divine pills in the Tianlong clan, he was very careful. Generally, he would really refine 2 limited emperor-level divine pills at the same time to avoid being discovered. In between refining 2 limited emperor-level divine pills at the same time, he would refine 1 or 2 limited emperor-level divine pills like an advertisement. This was also why no one in the Tianlong clan had discovered that he knew how to refine limited emperor-level divine pills until now. Otherwise, not to mention others, even the old clan leader of the Tianlong clan, who was a divine pill master that even the top 5 god emperor-level forces in the Tongleng province wanted to recruit, would definitely find out. After receiving the storage ring from Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian immediately recognized it as his master. Soon, he saw a mountain of, well, not divine stones, but divine crystals. Duan Lingtian casually weighed these divine crystals with his divine sense. There was definitely more than 1 million divine stones, but it was not much more than 10,000 divine stones at most. After all, it was very difficult to accurately determine the weight of divine stones with just one's divine sense. Moreover, even scales were not all the same. When are you going to visit the Murong family? Zhen Pingfan was obviously very interested in the scene of Duan Lingtian going to the Murong family, and a hint of expectation appeared on his face. I'll go back and say goodbye to my friends, then I'll leave. At that time, I'll contact Elder Qin and ask Elder Qin to tell Elder Zhen that I'll leave after confirming the time. Duan Lingtian said. No need to go through so much trouble. Zhen Pingfan waved his hand and took out a soul bead. Let's exchange a soul bead. When you're ready, just contact me. However, I hope that you'll settle everything and follow us to Chunying School after you leave the Tianlong clan. Chunying School has recently released a batch of good resources. They're all for the true martial arts disciples. However, those resources aren't evenly distributed. You have to fight for them. If you can make it in time, you can still get a share. If you can't, you won't get any benefits at all. After Jinping Fan said this, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. Anything that could make him so serious must be good stuff. Therefore, after hearing Jinping Fan's words and seeing Jinping Fan's serious expression, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed and he said solemnly, "Don't worry, Elder Zhen. I'll do it as soon as possible. We can leave the Tianlong clan in 2 days at most." Duan Lingtian said. "Good." Jinping Fan's face bloomed again. "The earlier we leave, the more time we can spend on the road. If you have anything you want to do, you can do it together. Then, you can go back to Chunying school with me without any worries." "Okay." Duan Lingtian nodded. During the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Jinping Fan, Silver Puppet Elder Deng Kuei from Puppet Villa, a top god-level force in the state capital of Qing, also left unwillingly. When he saw Duan Lingtian's attitude, he knew that his trip was in vain. As soon as Deng Kuei left, the Greater One Sect's master also left. For a time, many disciples of Tai's sect also left, but before they left, they all looked at Duan Lingtian with envy, jealousy, and hatred. "Congratulations, Elder Zhen. Congratulations to Chunyang School." At this time, the 7 Kills Valley Elder Hong Yunxiao, whose face flashed with a touch of helplessness, straightened his face and repeatedly congratulated Jinping Fan. At the same time, he said with emotion, "Chunyang School has Duan Lingtian. In this 7 prefectures feast, the Zhenwu disciples of Chunyang School will definitely shine. When the time comes, Chunyang School," Hong Yunxiao's voice abruptly stopped, but his eyes were full of envy when he looked at Jinping Fan. Then, Hong Yunxiao also left. After Hong Yunxiao left, Jinping Fan and Qin Wuyang successively said goodbye to Duan Lingtian, and then left first, returning to Tianlong Temple. As for the clan master of Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, as he turned to follow them, he also sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to congratulate him. "Duan Lingtian, congratulations. I look forward to seeing you shine in Chunying School. If you have time in the future, you can come back to the Tianlong clan at any time. The Tianlong clan's door will always be open for you." Long Qingchong said. "Thank you, clan master." Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him. After Long Qingchong left, the elders of the various top god-level forces in the main hall, who were in charge of registering the battle achievements, also congratulated Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, congratulations." An elder of Chunyang School on duty, in particular, stared at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes and a smug expression on his face. Duan Lingtian has finally fallen into the hands of the Chunyang School. Fortunately, these were his heartfelt words. If he had said them in front of Duan Lingtian would really think that he had walked into a den of thieves. At the same time, a group of Tianlong clan members present also congratulated Duan Lingtian. "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, congratulations." "Congratulations, senior brother Duan Lingtian." "Congratulations, Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian left the Battle Merit Exchange Hall amidst the congratulatory words of the Tianlong clan members. After that, he walked around Peace City but did not buy anything. He left Peace City and returned to Heavenly Dragon City before leaving the Emperor Battle Realm. "It's a pity I didn't manage to see the second Divine Void-piercing shuttle." In fact, Duan Lingtian had already obtained all the items he wanted in Peace City. This time, he was wandering around Peace City to see if there was a second space-piercing divine shuttle he could buy. The Divine Void-piercing shuttle could send his clones back to the Devata realms and the mundane realms. Duan Lingtian was still worried about his master, Feng Qingyang. "I hope master is safe. He's a person with great fortune and has obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse. He won't die in the hands of someone as insignificant as Mi Xian." Duan Lingtian glanced at his spatial ring, and a soul pearl lay unscathed in the space within the spatial ring. It was none other than his master, Feng Qingyang's soul pearl. However, the soul imprint on the soul pearl was very faint. It would not be long before the soul imprint completely disappeared, rendering the soul pearl useless. Once the soul pearl became empty, it would no longer be able to provide information about his master, Feng Qingyang. Even if something happened to his master, Feng Qingyang, the soul pearl would not change. When I arrive at Chunyang School, I must get a few more divine void-piercing shuttles. With the Chunyang School's foundation, I'm sure they'll be able to obtain a few more divine void-piercing shuttles. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As for the Tianlong clan, previously, Duan Lingtian had asked Shui Haichuan if there were any divine void-piercing shuttles in the Tianlong clan. The answer he received was that they often appeared, but they were in short supply recently. This was because the spatial passages between the realms of gods and the Devata realms were closed recently. Those who came from the Devata realms to the mystic gangland and stayed in the Tianlong clan could only return to their hometowns through this method. For this reason, the divine void-piercing shuttles were very popular during this period. However, if it was during normal times, no one would care about it. Brother Haichuan. After leaving the Emperor Battle Realm and returning to the Tianlong Temple, Duan Lingtian immediately contacted Shui Haichuan. Shui Haichuan smiled when he received Duan Lingtian's message. Little Tian, are you in a hurry to tell me the good news? A god emperor from the Chunyang School personally invited you to the Chunyang School? Moreover, he promised you many benefits? Shui Haichuan had just received news about what had happened in the Emperor Battle Realm. He was happy for Duan Lingtian. It's not about that. Duan Lingtian replied, Brother Haichuan, you didn't leave your residence, right? I'll go over now and tell you in person. All right. Shui Haichuan's reply was straightforward. I'll wait for you. As Duan Lingtian made his way to the Tianlong Temple, the disciples of the Tianlong clan who saw him congratulated him. There were quite a few people from the Tianlong clan who had joined the top god emperor forces in Tungleng province. However, no one from the Tianlong clan had ever received a personal invitation from a god emperor like Duan Lingtian. After all, that was a god emperor, one of the top existences in Tungleng province. For such an existence to personally invite Duan Lingtian, it was clear how much importance he attached to Duan Lingtian. This was a great honor for the Tianlong clan. Although they could not enjoy any practical benefits for the time being, once Duan Lingtian grew up and became a top existence in Tungleng province, he could take care of the Tianlong clan a little. That would be enough for the Tianlong clan to benefit immensely. Therefore, whether they recognized Duan Lingtian as a disciple of the Tianlong clan or were reminded by others that the purple-clothed young man in front of them was a disciple of the Duan Lingtian's Tianlong clan, all of them enthusiastically congratulated Duan Lingtian. In the end, there were too many people congratulating him, and Duan Lingtian was too tired to deal with them all. He had no choice but to teleport back to Shui Haichuan's residence. When he arrived, Shui Haichuan was already waiting for Duan Lingtian in the front yard. Brother Haichuan. After Duan Lingtian appeared, he smiled at Shui Haichuan. This time, you owe me a big favor. Shui Haichuan's face was filled with confusion. He had no idea what Duan Lingtian was talking about. You should have received news of Lu Yin's death, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Shui Haichuan nodded. He's been dead for a while now. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Shui Haichuan's pupils shrank. You can't be saying that Lu Yin is. Before Shui Haichuan could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian had already taken out a divine weapon and placed it on the stone table in the courtyard. It was the high-grade divine weapon that Lu Yin had used. Chapter 39-30. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words just now, Shui Haichuan had already vaguely realized that Lu Yin's death might have something to do with Duan Lingtian. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian take out Lu Yin's divine tool, he was completely convinced. But the next moment, Shui Haichuan said worriedly, Little Tian, you didn't kill Lu Yin when he and the Greater One Sex Elder Di Ming were both injured, did you? Is the Greater One Sex Elder Di Ming still alive? If he's alive and this matter is exposed, it won't be good for you. Although you have the Chunying school as your backer and the Tianlong clan can't do anything to you, if this matter spreads, it won't be good for your reputation. In the future, the people of the Chunying school will say that you, Duan Lingtian, are a person who would kill a fellow disciple in the Emperor War realm. Even the higher-ups of the Chunying school will most likely be wary of you. In Shui Haichuan's view, with Duan Lingtian's strength, killing half of the newly promoted White Dragon elders should not be a problem, but it would be impossible for him to kill a White Dragon elder like Lu Yin. Although Shui Haichuan's strength was greater than Lu Yin's, he did not dare to say that he was 100% certain that he could kill Lu Yin. Brother Haichuan, don't worry. Duan Lingtian smiled. Before you knew about Lu Yin's death, I was the only one who knew. Speaking of which, he was the one who courted death. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him instead. Duan Lingtian said. After listening to Duan Lingtian's story, Shui Haichuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Duan Lingtian with a different gaze. It seems that you've been hiding a lot of your strength. It's really unbelievable. You're not even 3,000 years old, but you've already achieved this much. In the history of Tungleng province, there has probably never been someone like you. Shui Haichuan sighed. When he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian again with a serious expression. Little Tian, I won't thank you. Whether it's me or your brother Haichuan, we'll remember this favor. Brother Haichuan, I didn't kill him for all of you. He wanted my life, so I killed him. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He did not tell Shui Haichuan about how dangerous the process of killing Lu Yin was. Even if Shui Haichuan himself, in the end, he would most likely have died without a doubt when he was faced with the final blow. Shui Haichuan broke Shui Haichuan was had. Otherwise, brother Lingtian, brother would have suffered in the future. Brother Haichuan, I'm leaving in 2 days. Go and pick up brother Haishan from Sikom's place. Let's have a good drink tonight. Yes, call brother Yanian. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. I also heard that you'll be leaving with the God Emperor from Chunying School in 2 days. Shui Haichuan nodded and smiled. All right, I'll go get my brother now. In the future, I won't have to trouble revered Elder Sikom to take care of my brother. Lu Yin is dead, so no one will target him. You still have to be careful. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, although Lu Yin is dead, the people around him are still alive. It's better to get rid of those who want to avenge Lu Yin and kill brother Haichuan. That's a small matter. I don't even have to do it myself. Shui Haichuan said nonchalantly. In fact, when he confirmed that Lu Yin had died on the battlefield, he made arrangements to get rid of those loyal to Lu Yin who could pose a threat to his brother Shui Haishan. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had just said it casually. In fact, he knew that Shui Haichuan couldn't have not thought of this. That day, Duan Lingtian stayed at Shui Haichuan's place and drank and chatted with Shui Haichuan, Shui Haishan, and Dongfang Yanian. That night, Duan Lingtian didn't deliberately use his divine power to force himself to drink. He let the drunkenness fill his mind to his heart's content. It had been a very, very long time since he had been so indulgent. At this moment, he temporarily felt no pressure or urgency, because he knew that he was safe. No one would attack him, and no one would dare to attack him. Even the Tianlong clan's vice sect master, Shui Mingji, didn't have the guts to attack him at this moment. Now, he didn't just have the Tianlong clan's protection. He also had the protection of the Chunying School's God Emperor. Apart from Shui Haishan, who was also drunk, Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yanian looked at each other when they saw Duan Lingtian's drunken appearance. They could see a sigh in each other's eyes. It can be seen that little Tian has quite a few things on his mind. Dongfang Yanian sighed. If he can't even solve his own problems, it'll be very difficult for us to help him. Shui Haichuan also sighed. Although Duan Lingtian did not reveal what was bothering him from the beginning until the end, his emotions were spread to everyone present as they drank. Shui Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were the only ones who felt it when he was drunk. The next day, after Duan Lingtian sobered up, he prepared to leave. Little Tian, if there's anything you need us to do, feel free to send us a message. Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian saw Duan Lingtian off. Shui Haichuan's expression became serious and he said seriously, "You don't need to be so courteous with us." "That's right." Dongfang Yannian also nodded. "If there's anything you need, feel free to find the two of us. Of course, you have to be quick. I'm afraid that you'll surpass the two of us very soon." Towards the end, Dongfang Yannian let out another sigh. He was truly convinced by the growth speed of the person before him. He had never seen someone who could grow to such a level in such a short period of time. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled. Although he didn't really remember how he lost his composure last night, he still had a vague impression of it. He agreed to Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian's good intentions. Even if he knew that he would never need Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian's help for his problems. Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were powerless when it came to a godly venerable level faction. "Little Tian." Dongfang Yannian continued, "You've given me all your battle merits and sect contribution points. Not only have I returned the battle merits you owe me, I've also earned. In the future, if there's anything you need, feel free to tell me. If the sect or Peace City happens to have it, I'll exchange it for you and send it to you. Don't worry, Brother Yannian. I won't be courteous." Duan Lingtian smiled. Yesterday, after returning Dongfang Yannian's battle merits and some contribution points, he originally planned to split the remaining contribution points between Dongfang Yannian and Shui Haichuan. After all, he was about to leave the Tianlong clan, so there was no point in keeping the contribution points. However, Shui Haichuan refused. According to him, Duan Lingtian killing Lu Yin was already a huge favor to him and his elder brother. He couldn't take the contribution points. In the end, they all fell into Dongfang Yannian's hands. Dongfang Yannian originally wanted to refuse, but because Duan Lingtian was already half drunk and took it seriously, Dongfang Yannian could only helplessly accept it. "Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, I'm leaving. When Brother Haishan wakes up, help me say goodbye to him. Also, Brother Yannian, help me say goodbye to sister-in-law as well." Duan Lingtian said goodbye to Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, then left. In the following day, he prepared to say goodbye to his other two friends in the Tianlong clan, Ding Yan and Ho Qingning. That night, Duan Lingtian drank another round of wine. However, he didn't indulge himself like last night. Instead, Ding Yan and Ho Qingning were more indulgent and passed out drunk. Ho Qingning, in particular, even told Duan Lingtian to be extra careful when he went to the Chunyang school. The more powerful a sect was, the more resources it controlled. The competition within a sect was even more bitter, and people who schemed against each other could be found everywhere. Although Ho Qingning was only the young sect master of a divine king-level sect, he was also very knowledgeable about the knack involved. As for Ding Yan, he said that he would strive to enter the Chunying school in the future, so that he wouldn't even be able to see Duan Lingtian's back. "Let's go." After Duan Lingtian said goodbye to Ding Yan and Dongfang Yannian, he prepared to look for the two elders of the Chunying school. Yesterday, Duan Lingtian had contacted them, and they had told him where they lived. This allowed Duan Lingtian to sort out the matters at hand, then meet up with them and leave. However, to Duan Lingtian's surprise, he met someone on the way, who seemed to have been waiting for him. "Sect Master?" The person who appeared on Duan Lingtian's path was none other than the Tianlong clan sect master, Long Qingchong. Duan Lingtian. Long Qingchong looked at Duan Lingtian with a radiant smile on his face. "You are the most outstanding disciple in the history of the Tianlong clan. As the Tianlong clan sect master, I am proud that the Tianlong clan has a disciple like you. You will be bringing glory to the Tianlong clan by going to the Chunyang school. Although the Tianlong clan is only a fallen god emperor level force, we will not be stingy. This is the sect's farewell gift to you." As Long Qingchong spoke, he took out a storage ring and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Sect Master. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. However, just as he opened his mouth, Long Qingchong interrupted him. Duan Lingtian, if you really don't want to accept the sect's gift, then consider it a reward from the sect. You don't need to feel that you owe the sect a favor because of this. Long Qingchong said. That's not what I meant, Sect Master. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Although he had not stayed in the Tianlong clan for long, because of the existence of some members of the Tianlong clan and the help he received from many people, including the sect master in front of him, he would definitely not stand by and watch if the Tianlong clan was in trouble in the future. Just now, he had only wanted to politely decline Long Qingchong and the Tianlong clan's kindness. He simply felt that he had already used his contribution points to exchange for almost everything useful to him in the Tianlong clan. Even the second warehouse of the Tianlong clan, which was stored in Peace City, had been purchased by him using his contribution points. The rest of the items were probably of no use to him. Therefore, he might as well give them to someone who needed them more. Chapter 39-31. A favor? Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Long Qingchong's sudden words. After a while, he regained his senses and said with a smile, Please tell me, Sect Master. As long as it's within my power, I, Duan Lingtian, won't refuse. Although he had only met Long Qingchong a few times, he still remembered how Long Qingchong had taken care of him before they met for the first time. Now that Long Qingchong wanted a favor, he might as well listen. If it was within his power, he would give it to Long Qingchong. Come with me to a place first. Long Qingchong smiled and said, When we arrive, I'll tell you what favor I want from you. Of course, don't be put in a difficult position. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Perhaps Long Qingchong knew that Duan Lingtian was no longer the same as before, but his tone when he spoke to Duan Lingtian was much friendlier compared to the first time they met. Naturally, it was not that he was rude when he first met Duan Lingtian. He was also kind at that time, but not as kind as he was now. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and followed Long Qingchong. As for the two people from Chunying School, he also sent a message to inform them that he would be there later to leave the Tianlong clan with them. Then, Duan Lingtian followed Long Qingchong to the place where he had seen Long Qingchong in the past. It was also Long Qingchong's residence and cultivation place. Duan Lingtian saw a middle-aged man here. The middle-aged man was standing in the courtyard and waiting. Although his expression was calm, there was obvious anxiety in his eyes. Sect Master, who is this? Duan Lingtian asked curiously after he landed with Long Qingchong. Could the favor Long Qingchong had told him be related to this person? He's Xue Mingji. Long Qingchong said bluntly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's expression changed when Long Qingchong said the man's name. His pupils constricted. Back then, when the Thousand Devils sect's inner sect elder Kuang Tianzheng tried to kill him, he suspected that it was Xue Mingji who forced the other party to attack him. As for the two mid-level god emperors, he suspected that they were Xue Mingji's handiwork. So it's vice sect leader Xue. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could roughly guess what kind of favor Long Qingchong was talking about. Long Qingchong was most likely trying to resolve the conflict between him and Xue Mingji. Young Master Duan. Hearing the sarcasm in Duan Lingtian's tone, Xue Mingji's heart trembled. He immediately squeezed out an awkward smile and respectfully greeted Duan Lingtian. Speak. At this moment, Long Qingchong spoke. He looked at Xue Mingji and said calmly. Upon hearing this, Xue Mingji took a deep breath. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Young Master Duan, the conflict between us started because of my son-in-law. As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Mingji raised his hand. A head appeared in his hand. Looking at the blood stains on the neck, it was obvious that the person had just died. It was the head of a handsome young man. He's my son-in-law, Zhong Qian. At first, Duan Lingtian was still frowning. However, when he heard Xue Mingji's words, his expression subtly changed. Although it was his first time meeting Xue Mingji, he knew that Xue Mingji only had one daughter. Moreover, he loved his only son-in-law, Zhong Qian, of the Thousand Demon sect, had taken great care of him. I hid it from my daughter and killed him with my own hands. It's because I knew that the appearance of the two mid-divine emperors had something to do with him. Xue Mingji looked at Duan Lingtian and said righteously, of course, he doesn't have enough wealth to buy the lives of two mid-divine emperors. Behind this is the Thousand Demon sect. The Thousand Demons sect hates you because of Kuang Tianjing's death. However, some time ago, I went to the Thousand Demons sect under the orders of the sect master. I killed all the higher-ups of the Thousand Demons sect who were related to this matter. Moreover, I killed my son-in-law, Zhong Qian, with my own hands. This is also my atonement to you, young Master Duan. After saying that, Xue Mingji, the deputy sect master of the Tianlong clan, knelt down in front of Duan Lingtian and kowtowed 3 times, ignoring the blood flowing from his forehead. Atonement? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Xue Mingji and said, Deputy sect master Xue, what crime have you committed? Xue Mingji took a deep breath and said, Kuang Tianjing risked his life to attack young Master Duan in the Tianlong clan. To a certain extent, it was because of my instructions. Hearing Xue Mingji's words, Duan Lingtian's face was calm because he had already guessed it. Otherwise, Kuang Tianjing would not have attacked him in the Tianlong clan. Moreover, the 2 white dragon elders of the Thousand Demons sect did not have the ability to threaten Kuang Tianjing. Not to mention that they did not have a deep hatred for Duan Lingtian. The relationship between Kuang Tianjing and Kuang Tianjing made it impossible for the 2 white dragon elders to threaten Kuang Tianjing. Therefore, it could only be Xue Mingji. It seems that Deputy Sect Master Xue really wants me dead. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Young Master Duan, I did that because my son-in-law is Kuang Tianjing's disciple. I was afraid that when you grew up in the future, you would hold a grudge and deal with me while dealing with my son-in-law. Xue Mingji said, I was muddle-headed in this matter. Therefore, I'll kill Zhong Qian now and use his death to show my sincerity. I'll sever all ties with the Thousand Demons sect and Kuang Tianjing. This way, there won't be any conflict between me and you, young Master Duan. Xue Mingji said. Of course, if young Master Duan insists on killing me, I won't say anything. I only hope that young Master Duan will let my daughter go. She was muddle-headed and wanted to deal with you because of Zhong Qian. Xue Mingji's gaze softened when he mentioned his daughter. Young Master Duan, if you want me dead, the sect master will give the order after my death and say that Zhong Qian and I were involved in hiring assassins to kill you, Duan Lingtian. We'll be exiled, Xue Mingji said. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he heard this. He then looked at Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan, and asked, Sect master, the favor you mentioned earlier. Is it his life? Yes. Long Qingchong nodded. Xue Mingji's master, my martial uncle, saved my life in the past. If possible, I hope to save his life as well. It can be considered as repaying my martial uncle for saving my life in the past. Of course, if you insist on killing him, I won't blame you. I only hope that you'll do as he said and let his daughter go. I can guarantee that his daughter won't take revenge on you. Of course, if she takes the initiative to take revenge on you, then she deserves it even if she dies in the future. If you spare this Xue Mingji's life today, I can guarantee that he won't do anything to you in the future. Otherwise, I'll kill him myself. Long Qingchong said all his thoughts in one breath. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered when he heard this. At this instant, Xue Mingji spoke again. Young Master Duan, there's one more thing. In the past, during the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, I appeared and sent a voice transmission to threaten you, young Master Duan. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard Xue Mingji's words. It was you? He still had a deep impression of that threat from back then. However, since Linghu Renjia was fine, he thought it was just a prank. However, after hearing Xue Mingji's words, he knew it was not a prank. However, if it was not a prank, why was Linghu Renjie still alive? Linghu Renjie's soul orb was still in his spatial ring, safe and sound. It was me. Xue Mingji smiled bitterly. At that time, my daughter was bewitched by Zhong Can. She said that if you obtained the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill, you would be able to enter the Divine Emperor stage very quickly. That's not a good thing for us. Duan Lingtian's expression softened slightly when he heard this. It's nothing. After all, you didn't take any action. You just casually threatened me. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, with Xue Mingji's ability, it would be easy for him to kill Linghu Renjie. However, Linghu Renjie was fine, which meant that he was only threatening him and did not take any action. No. However, to Duan Lingtian's surprise, Xue Mingji shook his head. I took action. What? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically again. His gaze toward Xue Mingji sharpened in an instant. He could understand why Duan Lingtian wanted to deal with him. However, he could not understand why Duan Lingtian wanted to deal with someone unrelated to him. At the very least, he felt that if it was his enemy, he would not deal with a friend who had no enmity or conflict with him. He could understand what Xue Mingji said earlier, even if it was directed at him. However, what Xue Mingji said now crossed his bottom line. At the same time, Long Qingchong, who was standing to the side, sighed. He had told Xue Mingji about this before. However, he did not have to say it because it might completely enrage Duan Lingtian. Of course, if Duan Lingtian found out the truth in the future and wanted to settle the score, Xue Mingji would definitely be in trouble. Why didn't you succeed in the end? Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice as anger rose in his heart. Xue Mingji took a deep breath when he heard this. It's because a god emperor intervened. A god emperor? Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard Xue Mingji's words. A moment later, a voice flashed in his mind. He remembered the god emperor who appeared in the Tianlong clan not long after he entered the Tianlong clan. Moreover, the other party was obviously not an ordinary god emperor. The other party was able to force the Tianlong clan to withdraw the Great Protective Array. This was something that even Jingshu elder Jinping Fan of the Chunying school might not be able to do without relying on his identity and background. Yes. Xue Mingji nodded and immediately explained the ins and outs of the matter. Back then, I made an agreement with a Black Dragon elder. If he killed Linghu Renjie, I would give him a reward. Who knew that he would die in the Linghu family, killed by a god emperor? Later, that god emperor came to the Tianlong clan and taught me a lesson. However, from what she said, it seemed that she did not care if I dealt with you. She just did not allow me to deal with Linghu Renjie and the Linghu family. And because of that, I vented part of my anger on you. At this point, Xue Mingji's face flashed with embarrassment. This god emperor was Linghu Renfeng? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he asked directly. Chapter 39-32. Young Master Duan, you even know about this? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xue Mingji's pupils shrank and he turned pale with fright. He never thought that Duan Lingtian would know who the God Emperor expert was. Because according to his investigation, apart from Linghu Renjie, no one in the Linghu family knew that Linghu Renfeng was a God Emperor expert. And Duan Lingtian actually knew. I guessed it. Duan Lingtian seemed to have seen through Xue Mingji's shock and said indifferently. However, his gaze towards Xue Mingji was still unfriendly. This Xue Mingji actually sent the Black Dragon Elder to the Linghu family to kill Linghu Renjie. This had already crossed his bottom line. Sensing Duan Lingtian's increasingly sharp gaze, Xue Mingji's face revealed a bitter smile and his gaze dimmed. He saw through Duan Lingtian's intention. I only hope that young Master Duan can spare my daughter. Xue Mingji sighed because he could see that the person in front of him had no intention of letting him go. As long as she doesn't provoke me, I won't do anything to her. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. What happened next was simple. Xue Mingji's hands were tied as he allowed Duan Lingtian to kill him. The Tianlong clan's clan leader, Long Qingchong, who was standing to the side, didn't say anything because this was one of the two choices he had given Duan Lingtian. Clan leader, I'm sorry. After killing Xue Mingji, Duan Lingtian looked at Long Qingchong and said apologetically, if he hadn't sent someone to kill Linghu Renjia, I could have done you a favor and spared his life. However, his actions have crossed my bottom line. Even if I pretended to agree to spare his life today, when I have enough power in the future, I will definitely kill him. Duan Lingtian's face was full of apologies. I can understand. Long Qingchong nodded. He didn't blame Duan Lingtian. In fact, he even felt that Duan Lingtian's temper was somewhat similar to Duan Lingtian's. If he was Duan Lingtian, he would also make the same choice. Just leave the rest to me, said Lin Yun. Long Qingchong said, you can leave with Elder Zhen. I only hope that after you go to the Pure Sun sect, you can still remember that there was a sect called the Heavenly Dragon sect that had some connection with you. A faint smile appeared on Long Qingchong's face as he spoke. I won't forget it. I won't forget it, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Following that, Duan Lingtian bid farewell to Long Qingchong and went to look for the two elders of Chunying School. As Duan Lingtian and the two elders of Chunying School left the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong publicly announced a shocking piece of news. We've investigated the origins of the two middle-level divine emperors who killed Duan Lingtian. Vice clan leader Xue Mingji and his son-in-law, Zhong Can, colluded with some people from the Myriad Demon sect to do this. Now, those people from the Myriad Demon sect have been executed, and Xue Mingji and Zhong Can have been executed by the Myriad Demon sect. This matter ends here. However, I still have to give you a piece of advice. If you're in the Tianlong clan, you must abide by the rules of the Tianlong clan. Don't think that we won't be able to find out that you're the one who did it. Don't take any chances. As Long Qingchong announced the news loudly, his voice spread throughout the Tianlong temple. The entire Tianlong clan was in an uproar. No one had expected that the clan leader of the Tianlong clan would suddenly make such an announcement. The two Divine Emperor Death Soldiers who tried to kill Duan Lingtian in the sect are actually related to Vice Sect leader Xue and the Thousand Demon sect? Heavens! That's a death squad. How will the sect find out who did it? I find it strange too. The sects are too scary. They can even find out about this. While the Tianlong clan was in an uproar, some of the people who had similar ideas because Duan Lingtian had been attacked by the Shenhuang men of sacrifice also dispelled the idea. Within the Tianlong clan, it was impossible for everyone to be on good terms with anyone. Some people also had fellow sect members whom they viewed as mortal enemies. Just like how Lu Yin had dealt with Xue Haichuan and Xue Haishan before. Normally, it was impossible to make a move on them. But if they could find a death squad, it would be the safest bet. However, after the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong, announced the news and executed vice sect leader Xue Mingji, they didn't dare to take any chances. Father. Brother Can. Originally, Xue Mingji's daughter was still immersed in the shock of her husband Zhong Can's sudden disappearance and the sudden shattering of his soul orb, which meant that he was dead. Then, her father Xue Mingji's soul orb shattered, which made her even more shocked and terrified. For a time, she thought that there was something wrong with her husband and father's soul orbs. Until now, when she heard the Tianlong clan leader's voice, she knew that her father and husband were really dead. Executed by the sect. What's going on? How could this be? How could the sect know about this? Aren't we the only ones who know about this? Could it be that father's friend betrayed him? It must be him. It must be him. Also, Brother Can has nothing to do with this. Why was he also executed? Who can tell me what's going on? Just as Xue Mingji's daughter was puzzled, the people sent by the Tianlong clan leader, Long Qingchong, arrived and directly captured her, taking her away from the Tianlong clan. The clan leader has ordered that Xue Mingji is guilty of the most heinous crimes. Since his daughter didn't know anything, he is to be expelled from the sect and never be accepted again. When Xue Mingji's daughter heard this, she finally came back to her senses. I didn't know anything. Could it be Brother Can took the blame for me? Although Duan Ling Tian didn't know what happened in the Tianlong clan, he received several messages not long after leaving the Tianlong clan and learned about everything. These messages were from Xue Haichuan, Dongfang Yannian, Ding Yan, and Ho Qingming. Because this matter is related to him, they all informed me in a timely manner. Yes, I understand. Duan Lingtian's response was calm and indifferent. This was because he already knew about this before leaving the Tianlong clan. It could be said that he was the first person to know about this other than Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Jingshu elder Zhen Pingfan of Chunying School was walking side by side with Duan Lingtian. Originally, Duan Lingtian was politely walking side by side with Qin Wuyang behind Zhen Pingfan, but Zhen Pingfan always wanted to chat side by side with him, so he couldn't do anything about it. However, Qin Wuyang always followed behind. He didn't dare to walk side by side with this martial granduncle of his, even though he knew that martial granduncle wouldn't mind. The education he had received since childhood told him that it was a great disrespect. As for Duan Lingtian's behavior, he didn't think much of it. As long as Duan Lingtian didn't become a disciple of the Tianlong clan, he wouldn't be considered to be any different from them in terms of seniority. What do you think, if the Linghu family saw that you gathered 100 million god stones so quickly, what kind of expression would they have? At this moment, Zhen Pingfan was like a playful child, as if he cared more about this matter than Duan Lingtian. They would probably be very surprised. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. If he didn't know that this elder Zhen wasn't young, he would have thought that he was just a child younger than him, who not only liked to cause trouble, but also liked to join in the fun. Should. Only should. Zhen Pingfan frowned slightly. Duan Lingtian said helplessly, of course, they would be very surprised. When Zhen Pingfan heard this, he beamed with joy. That's right. This way, I didn't give you 100 million god stones as a gift for our first meeting in vain. It's equivalent to 100 million god stones. Perhaps they would be even more surprised. As he muttered to himself, Zhen Pingfan's eyes brightened even more. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian really didn't know how to communicate with this elder Zhen. Why did he feel that this elder Zhen was like a child who hadn't grown up yet? Duan Lingtian turned slightly to look at Qin Wuyang and asked through voice transmission, Elder Qin, is this elder Zhen always like this? Also, not really. Qin Wuyang replied through voice transmission, martial granduncle is usually quite serious. However, he's more or less the same in front of people he likes and his friends. Martial granduncle is usually in closed-door cultivation in Chunyang School. Even when he's out in the open, he's usually a man of few words and rarely communicates with others. Therefore, when he's quiet, his temperament is actually no different from a young man's. After hearing Qin Wuyang's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. It turned out that this was a cultivation maniac who rarely interacted with the outside world. But that's fine too. At the very least, it's not tiring to interact with him, and I don't have to be too rigid about etiquette. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a smile. He had to admit that it was quite relaxing to be with this god emperor from Chunyang School. The atmosphere was not solemn and silent. Patriarch. Duan Lingtian sent a message to Linghu Renjia as they approached Linghu city, where the Linghu family resided. Duan Lingtian? Linghu Renjia was surprised to receive Duan Lingtian's message. You've come out of the Emperor Battle Realm? Before Duan Lingtian had entered the Emperor Battle Realm, they'd exchanged a few words. Therefore, he knew that Duan Lingtian had entered the Emperor Battle Realm. Sect Master, I'll be arriving at Linghu city immediately. Duan Lingtian said to Linghu Renjia. You've come to Linghu city? Linghu Renjie was startled at first, then his expression changed slightly. You left the Tianlong clan so abruptly. Aren't you giving those who want to make a move on you a chance? You're alone. Although Duan Lingtian hadn't said anything about Duan Lingtian's situation in the Tianlong clan, Linghu Renjie knew a little about it through the Linghu family's connections in the Tianlong clan. There were many members of the Linghu family in the Tianlong clan, and they weren't any fewer than the myriad demon sect. Although Duan Lingtian rarely interacted with the members of the Linghu clan, the members of the Linghu clan still knew quite a lot about him. Chapter 39-33. I'm not alone. Hearing the concern and worry in Linghu Renjie's voice, Duan Lingtian's heart warmed. He didn't have time to joke with the other party. I came with 2 seniors. Seniors? Linghu Renjie was startled. What seniors? Are they the elders of the Tianlong clan? No. Duan Lingtian said, they are the elders of the Chunyang school. So they are the elders of the Chunyang school. Linghu Renjie subconsciously responded at first. A moment later, when he transmitted again, his tone suddenly changed, full of shock. Are you talking about the Chunyang school, one of the top 5 God Emperor level forces in Tonglang province? Yes. Duan Lingtian responded. You are planning to go to the Chunyang school with them? Linghu Renjie was well aware of Duan Lingtian's performance in the Tianlong clan after he came to the Tianlong clan. It could be said that he had been paying attention to Duan Lingtian's growth. Every time he heard that Duan Lingtian had entered the Emperor battle plane and killed many Greater One sect disciples, he was happy for Duan Lingtian. And when he heard that Duan Lingtian had been attacked by the inner sect elder of the Thousand Demons sect, Kuang Tianzheng, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Especially recently, when he learned that Duan Lingtian had been attacked by 2 God Emperor level death soldiers in the Tianlong temple, and 2 middle-level God Emperor level death soldiers at that, he was even more frightened. 2 middle-level God Emperor level death soldiers. He could imagine how much danger Duan Lingtian had faced at that time. Even though he knew that Duan Lingtian had escaped again, he still couldn't calm down from the fear in his heart for a long time. Of course, Linghu Renjie also heard that the top 5 God Emperor level forces in Tonglang province had extended an olive branch to Duan Lingtian. He knew that Duan Lingtian would join one of them sooner or later. Now that Duan Lingtian had returned to Linghu city and the Linghu family, there were 2 people from the Chunyang school with him. It seemed that he was also planning to leave the Tianlong clan. I'll come out to welcome you. After Linghu Renjie said those words, he flew out from the Linghu clan's mansion. After that, he loudly shouted and his voice spread throughout the entire Linghu clan's mansion. Elders, follow me to welcome the 2 seniors from the Pure Sun sect. Chunyang school. Even though Linghu Renjie was no longer the head of the Linghu family, when they heard that people from the Chunyang school were coming, all the Linghu family elders' pupils shrank, and their faces were filled with disbelief as they followed him out. Based on their understanding of Linghu Renjie, they knew that Linghu Renjie wouldn't speak without thinking. Chunyang school? Could it be the Chunyang school, one of the top 5 God Emperor level forces in Tonglang province? It should be the Chunyang school. Although the Chunyang school and the Tianlong clan are both God Emperor level forces, in terms of status, the Tianlong clan can't compare. Why would the big shots from there come to our Linghu family? At the same time, the other members of the Linghu family were also shocked. The people of Linghu city. On this day, a group of people could be seen flying out from the Linghu family's residence, then flying in the opposite direction of Linghu city. Not long after, this group of people formed a line outside Linghu city, with Linghu Renjie at the head. Hero, why would the seniors from the Chunyang school come? Now, it wasn't just the ordinary elders of the Linghu family who had arrived. Even the ancestors of the Linghu family, such as Linghu Jingxing, Linghu Heng, and Linghu Huan, had arrived. The person who asked Linghu Renjie was Linghu Jingxing. They came back with Duan Lingtian. Linghu Renjie sighed and said, Duan Lingtian will be going to the Chunyang school with the 2 seniors soon. I really didn't expect that the little guy who performed so well in our Linghu family back then would be going to a big shot like the Chunying school today. As Linghu Renjia's voice fell, the eyes of Linghu Jingxing, Linghu Heng, and Linghu Huan all lit up. They had more contact with Duan Lingtian, so when they learned that Duan Lingtian would be going to the Chunying school, they were all happy for Duan Lingtian. As for the other elders of the Linghu clan, they looked at each other with complicated expressions on their faces. At that time, it was precisely because Linghu Renjia had taken care of Duan Lingtian that the Linghu family lost a lot of divine stone mines that they joined forces to dismiss Linghu Renjia. Later, Duan Lingtian made a bet with them, saying that he would repay them 100 million divine stones within 100 years. Now, only a few decades had passed since the 100-year bet was set, and it was still a long way from the deadline. However, when they heard about Duan Lingtian's performance in the Tianlong clan again and again, they all regretted it. They regretted that they dismissed Duan Lingtian because of how much Linghu Renjia valued and took care of Duan Lingtian. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian rarely interacted with the Linghu family after he went to the Tianlong clan. Now that they knew that Duan Lingtian would be going to the Chunying school, they couldn't help but send telepathic messages to each other, discussing whether they should cancel the bet and let Linghu Renjia return to being an elder of the Linghu family. They didn't want the Linghu family to lose the care of a genius with amazing potential like Duan Lingtian for a mere 100 million divine stones. Once the bet was completed, Duan Lingtian would only take care of Linghu Renjia in the future, and might not take care of the Linghu family. Let's all discuss this. When Duan Lingtian arrives, we'll tell him that we'll cancel the bet ourselves. From now on, Linghu Renjia will return to being the head of the Linghu family until he doesn't want to be. Seconded. Whether it was the Linghu family elders present or the Linghu family elders who weren't present but had received the news that Duan Lingtian would be going to the Chunying school, all of them supported the idea of canceling the bet and no longer made things difficult for Duan Lingtian and Linghu Renjia. 100 million divine stones might have a significant impact on the Linghu family, but it wasn't to the point where it would hurt them to the core. In exchange for the care of a god emperor less than 3,000 years old, it was worth it. Now, the other party was only a lower god emperor, but he had the ability to kill 2 middle god emperors, and his strength was comparable to the Tianlong clan's new white dragon elder. What about in the future? He wasn't even 3,000 years old. Perhaps by the time he was 10,000 years old, he would have broken through and become an emperor god? An emperor god? When they thought about the possibility of an emperor god emerging from the Linghu family, they felt a rush of heat in their heads. They felt that no matter what, they couldn't make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. Now, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was already a quasi-emperor god. They're here. Linghu Renjia's eyes were sharp, and he was the first to spot the 3 people who were flying over at a steady pace. The purple figure in the lead of the 2 people was all too familiar to him. I wonder. These 2 from Chunying school are some elders of Chunying school. As far as I know, Chunying school's elders have a clear hierarchy. Elder Yushu, who ranks 3rd, is comparable to Elder Jinlong of the Tianlong clan. He's a top existence among god emperors. I've heard of this too. However, these 2 elders of Chunying school, even if only one of them is Elder Lingshu of Chunying school, it's enough to see how important Duan Lingtian is to Chunying school. Yes. Elder Lingshu of Chunying school is no weaker than Elder He Long of the Tianlong clan. It can't be Elder Lingshu, can it? Even if it's not Elder Lingshu, Elder Qingshu alone is comparable to Elder White Dragon of the Tianlong clan. He's a leader among middle-level god emperors. Even in the current generation of our Linghu family, only 2 elders of the Tianlong clan are elders White Dragon. A group of Linghu family elders began to whisper at this time. However, when Duan Lingtian and the other 2 people approached, they all fell silent. Linghu Renjia greets the 2 seniors of Chunying school. After Duan Lingtian and the other 2 people approached, Linghu Renjia spoke first and bowed respectfully at the same time. Linghu Jingxing greets the 2 seniors. After Linghu Renjia, Ling Hu Jingxing and the others also spoke one after another and bowed respectfully to the two people who came with Duan Ling Tian. After they finished bowing, Duan Ling Tian and the other two people also came in front of them. Family head. Seeing Ling Hu Renjie again, Duan Ling Tian smiled brightly. I'm no longer the head of the Ling Hu family. Ling Hu Renjie had forgotten how many times he had corrected Duan Ling Tian for calling him that, but Duan Ling Tian seemed to have forgotten every time. Many of the Ling Hu family's elders wanted to say that they would allow Ling Hu Renjie to return to the position of the Ling Hu family's patriarch. However, when they saw the two people from the Pure Sun sect, they didn't say anything. In front of the two experts from Chunying School, they were not qualified to speak. In this world where the strong were respected, they knew their place. In my heart, you'll always be the head of the Ling Hu family, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Then, Duan Ling Tian looked at Ling Hu Jingxing and Elder Hang Huan and greeted them with a smile. He still remembered how the three of them took care of him in the past. The three of them also smiled and nodded at Duan Ling Tian, but soon, their eyes fell on the young man beside Duan Ling Tian. This young man had an extraordinary temperament and was obviously not an ordinary person. Duan Ling Tian, introduce us to the two seniors from Chunying School. Ling Hu Renjie looked politely at the young man beside Duan Ling Tian and the old man behind him and said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian nodded and then looked at Qin Wuyang behind him. This is Elder Qin Wuyang from Chunying School. Qin Wuyang. As soon as Duan Ling Tian spoke, Ling Hu Renjie and the others did not react, but Ling Hu Jingxing and Elder Hang Huan's expressions changed instantly. This was because this name was like thunder to them. When they were young, Qin Wuyang, the prodigy of Chunying School, was famous throughout Tongleng province. At that time, Qin Wuyang was one of the 10 prodigies of Chunying School's younger generation. Now, Qin Wuyang was a high-level divine emperor and Elder Lingshu of Chunying School. Could it be Elder Lingshu of Chunying School, Elder Qin Wuyang? Ling Hu Jingxing looked at Qin Wuyang excitedly, his voice trembling. Elder Lingshu of Chunying School. Ling Hu Renjie and the other elders of the Ling Hu family were completely stunned. Elder Lingshu? Wasn't that someone from Chunying School whose strength was comparable to Elder He Long of the Tianlong clan? As far as they knew, Elder Lingshu of Chunying School were all high-level divine emperors. The old man in front of them, who was following Duan Ling Tian and another expert from Chunying School, was Elder Lingshu of Chunying School. Was this a joke? Elder Jingxing must have made a mistake, right? Impossible, right? How was this possible? How was this possible? Chapter 39-34. In fact, an elder of the Spirit Void realm did not have a strong presence in Chunying School, and even less so in Tongleng province. However, because Qin Wuyang belonged to one of the more powerful factions in Chunying School, even though he was only an elder of the Spirit Void realm, he was more famous than the average elder of the Chunying School. Even so, in Tongleng province, Qin Wuyang, an elder of the Chunying School, was not really famous. At least, Ling Hu Renjie and most of the elders of the Ling Hu family had never heard of Qin Wuyang. That was because their understanding of the experts of the Chunying School was limited to those who had become famous in recent years, as well as those who were the pillars of the Chunying School. For example, the Emperor God experts. Of course, not all of the Emperor God experts of the Chunying School were famous. Most of them were very unfamiliar to the people of Tongleng province, and they were not well known in Tongleng province. Those who were known to the public were basically those who were deliberately exposed by the Chunying School. Even in the Chunying School, there were not many Emperor God experts, especially the powerful ones, who were the trump cards of the Chunying School. Not only had the people of Tongleng province not heard of them, but even many people in the Chunying School had not heard of them. However, Ling Hu Renjie and the others had not heard of Qin Wuyang, but that did not mean that Ling Hu Jingxing, Ling Hu Heng, and Ling Hu Huan had not heard of him. Qin Wuyang was about the same age as them, and he was a figure of the same generation as them. When they were young, they had worshipped Qin Wuyang as their idol. Today, After seeing this legendary idol with their own eyes, their blood, which had been silent for many years due to old age, seemed to be boiling again. Little Yang Yang, I truly did not expect that there would be someone from a small God-King clan that knows of you. When Linghu Jingxing finished speaking, Qin Wuyang revealed a surprised expression. He didn't expect that there would be people here who knew him. Zhen Pingfan, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, smiled and said, "It seems that you didn't lie to me. You are quite famous outside." In the past, Qin Wuyang had mentioned it many times in front of Zhen Pingfan. He was quite famous outside of Chunyang School. However, Zhen Pingfan did not believe him at all. As soon as Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something. With a suspicious look on his face, he asked, "But could it be that you asked Duan Lingtian to ask them to put on this show with you?" Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, not only was Qin Wuyang dumbfounded, but even Duan Lingtian was taken aback. He smiled wryly and said, "Elder Zhen, Elder Qin did not ask me to do that." At this moment, Linghu Jingxing and the other two elders were also stunned when they heard the young man beside Duan Lingtian address Qin Wuyang. In their eyes, the wise and powerful elder spirit void of Chunyang School, Qin Wuyang, was actually called Little Yang Yang by this young man? Was this really the idol they had worshipped when they were young? For a moment, the three of them looked at Qin Wuyang with suspicion. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Jingxing with a smile and said, "Elder Jingxing, the person behind me is indeed elder spirit void of Chunyang School, Elder Qin Wuyang. However, I wonder how you know him?" In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Elder Spirit Void did not have much of a presence in Chunyang School. It was even more so in Tongleng Province. Is it really Elder Spirit Void, Elder Qin Wuyang? After obtaining confirmation from Duan Lingtian, Linghu Jingxing's eyes shone brightly as he said, "When I was young, Elder Qin Wuyang was also young. At that time, he was one of the top 10 prodigies among the younger generation in Chunyang School. He was a dazzling figure. Although I've never seen him before, his reputation was like thunder to people of the same generation as me. Let's not talk about the others. Linghu Heng, Linghu Huan, and I grew up listening to his stories. He was the idol of many people in our generation." As soon as Linghu Jingxing finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was enlightened when he saw the excitement in Elders Heng and Huan's eyes. So that was how it was. As people of the same generation, and Elder Qin Wuyang was one of the top 10 prodigies among the younger generation in Chunyang School, it was normal for him to know about it. After a few generations, perhaps no one would pay attention to it anymore. The top 10 prodigies. It feels like a very long time ago. When he heard Linghu Jingxing's words, Qin Wuyang could not help but sigh. Time makes people grow old. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years have passed. However, among the so-called 10 great prodigies from back then, there are only 3 other people besides me who are still alive. Qin Wuyang sighed. What? Linghu Jingxing's expression changed when he heard Qin Wuyang's words. Elder Qin, Chunyang School is one of the top 5 God Emperor forces in Tongleng Province. Who would dare to kill a prodigy from Chunyang School? Qin Wuyang smiled faintly. Chunyang School is only slightly stronger in Tongleng Province. It's just a so outside. Then, as if he had thought of something, Qin Wuyang looked at the back of the young man in front of him again. The person beside Duan Lingtian is my martial granduncle, Elder Jing Su and Elder Zhen of Chunyang School. Qin Wuyang said. As soon as Qin Wuyang finished speaking, Linghu Jingxing's pupils suddenly shrank, and his breathing seemed to have stopped in the next moment. Elders Heng and Huan, as well as Linghu Renjia and the others, were all dumbfounded at this time. They were completely stunned. Elder Jing Su of Chunyang School? The pure Sun Sect's Jing Su elders seem to all be God Emperor powerhouses without exception, right? Emperor gods? When Linghu Renjia and the others' gazes fell on Zhen Pingfan again, they were so scared that their legs began to tremble. Emperor gods were the top existences in Tongleng Province. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were existences who could summon clouds and rain with a flip of their hand. For such existences, a casual breath from them could probably turn the entire Linghu family, or even the entire Linghu city, into ashes. Greetings. Greetings, Elder Zhen. In the end, Linghu Jingxing was the first to recover from his shock. He respectfully bowed to Jinping Fan, but at the same time, his forehead was already sweating. Even the two elders, Heng and Huan, who were following behind Xingli, were no exception. Linghu Renjie also quickly came back to his senses and hurriedly bowed to Jinping Fan. His current state was the best among the Linghu clan's people. This was because his sister, Linghu Renfeng, was also an emperor god. As someone who had come into contact with emperor gods before, he naturally did not lose his composure like Linghu Jingxing and the others. As for the group of Linghu family elders, many of them were so scared that they staggered and almost lost their divine power and fell down. Greetings, Elder Zhen. Greetings, Elder Zhen. In the face of the greetings from the Linghu family, Jinping Fan frowned slightly and glared at Qin Wuyang at the same time. This time, he came with Duan Lingtian mainly to watch the show. But now, it seemed to be his home ground. This was not what he wanted. Duan Lingtian, follow them back to the Linghu family and get down to business. Jinping Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded and then looked at Linghu Renjie. Patriarch, please gather the elders of the Linghu family elders. Now, let's go back to the family and wait for them to arrive. Although he did not know what Duan Lingtian wanted to do, Linghu Renjie hurriedly agreed after seeing the two elders of the Chunying school, especially Jinping Fan, the Chunying school's Jingshu elder, who was an emperor god. Then, Linghu Renjie and the others escorted Duan Lingtian and the other two to the Linghu family mansion and entered. Around the Linghu family mansion, a group of disciples patrolling the Linghu family was shocked and they saw the scene in front of them. The patriarch and the patriarch are actually following behind them respectfully. The two people beside Duan Lingtian are from the Chunying school. I don't know if there's a medium-level godly emperor among the two strong cultivators of the pure sun sect. Even if there aren't, they are at least low-level divine emperors. Even so, their status in the outside world is not inferior to the White Dragon Elder and Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, which are emperor god-level sections. Duan Lingtian and the other two, as well as Linghu Renjie, walked into the Linghu family's meeting hall. Soon after, more and more elders of the Linghu family rushed back from all over Linghu city, as well as the surrounding areas. When they learned that the emperor gods of the Chunying school had arrived and asked them to return, they were all excited. They immediately put down what they were doing and rushed back. Emperor gods. I never thought that the Linghu family would one day come into contact with one. Elder Jing Su of the Chunying school is a legendary figure. I never thought that I would be lucky enough to meet him. Meeting Elder Jing Su of the Chunying school this time is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. In about half a day, almost all of the Linghu family elders who were in or around Linghu city had rushed back. These Linghu family elders accounted for more than 90% of the Linghu family elders of the current generation. Apart from those elders who have gone to faraway places for business, the rest of the elders have all rushed back. They represent the entire council of elders. Linghu Renjie said to Duan Lingtian. Good. Duan Lingtian nodded in response. At this time, the group of elders who had rushed over from behind the Linghu family bowed respectfully to Jinping Fan and Qin Wuyang. Their gazes also fell on Duan Lingtian. At this moment, their gazes were very complicated. At the same time, they thought about how they had dismissed Linghu Renjie and agreed to Duan Lingtian's bet in order to make it easier for Linghu Renjie to enter the Chamber of Laws and consume the divine stones. They were extremely regretful. If they had known Duan Lingtian would end up like this, they would not even bat an eyelid even if they had to lose the divine stones that could hurt the Linghu clan, let alone losing the divine stones that were not enough to hurt the Linghu clan. Elders. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and tossed his spatial ring out. In the next instant, Whoosh! Whoosh! A large number of sparkling divine crystals filled with rich heaven and earth spirit chi were scattered in the conference hall as if they were free. In the blink of an eye, half of the conference hall was covered. Chapter 39-35. In the blink of an eye, the divine crystals had piled up into a small mountain. Elders. While the Linghu family elders were stunned by the scene before them, Duan Lingtian spoke in a clear voice. There are more than 1,000,000 divine crystals here. Even if converted to divine stones according to the normal ratio, it would still be more than 100 million divine stones. I, Duan Lingtian, have fulfilled the bet from back then. Now, I hope that you will fulfill your end of the bargain. As Duan Lingtian spoke, his gaze turned sharp as it swept across the Linghu family elders. Duan Lingtian, it did not cross Linghu Renjie's mind that Duan Lingtian had summoned the group of elders from the Linghu clan because of him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had directly taken out 1,000,000 divine crystals. The value of so many divine crystals far exceeded that of divine stones. At the very least, in Tonglang province, if you offered 100 million divine stones, no one would be willing to exchange 1,000,000 divine crystals with you. Divine crystals were much rarer than divine stones, and were even rarer. For a moment, Linghu Renjie looked at Duan Lingtian with gratitude in his eyes, but at the same time, there were also many complicated emotions. In the beginning, he had taken care of Duan Lingtian because he had high hopes for Duan Lingtian's future. He felt that even if he invested in Duan Lingtian, he would not lose out, and might even make a huge profit in the future. Later, after interacting with Duan Lingtian and gaining a better understanding of Duan Lingtian, he truly admired this young man. He also felt that he should do everything within his power to help him. Moreover, during this process, he also saw that Duan Lingtian was definitely the kind of person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. Later on, because of Duan Lingtian, he was stripped of his position as head of the Linghu family, but he did not complain because he felt that what he did was from the bottom of his heart, and there was nothing to regret. In fact, even if he was given a chance to start all over again, he would still do the same. Later on, his younger sister, Linghu Renfeng, returned. Only then did he find out that apart from Linghu Chuyin, he had another niece. And that niece was Duan Lingtian's wife. Duan Lingtian was suddenly related to him. Duan Lingtian was his niece-in-law. And it was the closest kind. He was the son-in-law of Linghu Renjie's younger sister. Under such circumstances, he didn't regret what he had done for Duan Lingtian. This was because he was his sister's family, and also Linghu Renjie's family. You don't have to do this. Linghu Renjie smiled bitterly and said, actually, it's just as I told you before. After being the head of the Linghu family for so many years, I'm also tired. Now that I finally have some free time, I can properly cultivate. For me, this is a good thing, not a bad thing. I'm afraid you borrowed these divinity crystals from the seniors in Chunying School, right? Return them. In the future, when you have the ability to do so, you can return the divinity crystals to the Linghu family. Even if I, Linghu Renjie, can no longer be the head of the Linghu family after 100 years, I will still owe you a favor. As for now, there's really no need. As Linghu Renjie spoke, he glanced at Chen Pingfan, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, sizing up the elders of the Linghu family with great interest. Obviously, he had also guessed the origin of Duan Lingtian's divinity crystals. In fact, even the head of the Tianlong clan himself would find it difficult to take out such a large amount of divinity crystals in one go. Not to mention Duan Lingtian, who was only an inner disciple of the Tianlong clan. After the elders of the Linghu family recovered from their shock, they looked at each other in dismay. After a moment, they completely sobered up and smiled bitterly. In the past, when Duan Lingtian took out so many divinity crystals to return to them, they would only be happy and feel that the family had profited greatly. But now, they were not happy at all. This was because they all knew that once they accepted this batch of divinity crystals, everything would change. In the future, Duan Lingtian would no longer care about the good of the Linghu family. He would only care about Linghu Renjie as a person. Even if Linghu Renjie became the head of the Linghu family again in the future, he would no longer have the slightest sense of belonging to the Linghu family. Just as the elders of the Linghu family were about to recommend two elders to come out and talk to Duan Lingtian, Jin Pingfan suddenly spoke up. Jin Fan, the pure Sun Sect's Jing Su elder who had been watching the show, looked at Linghu Renjie and said, "These divine crystals are a welcome gift to Duan Lingtian on behalf of the pure Sun Sect. He didn't borrow them. You can rest assured about this," Jin Pingfan said. As soon as Jin Pingfan said this, not only Linghu Renjie, but all the elders of the Linghu family felt their hearts tremble. A welcome gift to the sect? For Duan Lingtian? They were not surprised that the Chunying school would be so generous. After all, the Chunying school was one of the 5 most powerful God-Emperor forces in Tongleng province. It had the best cultivation environment and resources in Tongleng province. However, to give Duan Lingtian, a newcomer who was just about to enter the sect, such a big gift was something to be patiently pondered over. In the eyes of the Chunying school, Duan Lingtian was actually so valuable. However, the elders of the Linghu family did not know that under normal circumstances, the Chunying school would never give Duan Lingtian such a large sum of divine gems as a welcome gift. This welcome gift was completely extorted by Jin Pingfan, an elder of the Chunying school, by relying on his advantages and privileges in the Chunying school. The current sect master of the Chunying school was his junior brother, and he was the one who taught and raised him. Moreover, the two of them had gone through many life and death situations together. The relationship between them was closer than that of biological brothers. It was also because of this that Qin Wuyang had previously told Deng Kuei, the silver puppet elder of Taowu Villa in the Qingzhou prefecture, that the Chunying school sect master regarded Jin Pingfan as both a brother and a father. Elders. Duan Lingtian looked at the elders of the Linghu family and glanced at their complicated expressions one by one. "Since this sum of divine gems has arrived, shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" Duan Lingtian repeated what he had said earlier. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the elder who had been elected by the elders of the Linghu family immediately stepped forward. He was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion who was wearing a light green robe. He looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled bitterly. "Duan Lingtian, when we agreed to the bet back then, it was actually just because the elders of the Linghu family wanted to motivate you. Even though Linghu Renjie was removed from the position of head of the family, it was also to motivate you. But, for the past few decades, the Linghu family has not had a new head of the family, right? Let's not talk about that bet anymore. It's best that you keep these divine gems for yourself. Whether it's for cultivation or as a currency for transactions in the future, they will be of great help to you. As for Linghu Renjie, from today onwards, he will return to the position of head of the family. This was also the unanimous decision of the elders of the family." Duan Lingtian was stunned by the words of the Linghu family elder. He had never imagined that the elders of the Linghu family would nominate a Linghu family elder to make such a statement. All of this was to motivate him, including removing Linghu Renjie from the position of head of the family, and agreeing to his bet? Why did he remember that this was not the case back then? The elders of the Linghu family seemed to have removed Linghu Renjie from the position of head of the family without him knowing. In addition, hadn't he been the one to propose the 100 million divine gems promise of 100 years? Could it be that the elders of the Linghu family had agreed to his 100 years promise to motivate him? At this moment, not only Duan Lingtian, but even Linghu Renjie, Linghu Jingxing, and elders Heng Huan couldn't help but twitch their mouths. These old fellows from the elders of the family were really good at making excuses. As for why the old fellows from the Linghu family had suddenly changed their mind, it wasn't hard to guess the reason. They didn't want Duan Lingtian to leave the Linghu family. Of course, when they said leave, they didn't mean leave physically, but mentally. If the elders of the Linghu family accepted this batch of divine gems from Duan Lingtian, even if Duan Lingtian didn't hate the Linghu family because of Linghu Renjie, he definitely wouldn't feel a sense of belonging to the Linghu family. In the future, if the Linghu family were to face a great calamity, Duan Lingtian would probably only save Linghu Renjie. He might not even care about the Linghu family. These old fellows are really thick-skinned. Linghu Renjie thought to himself. He still remembered that these old fellows had forcefully removed him from the position of head of the family in the ancestral shrine. At that time, they hadn't said that it was to motivate Duan Lingtian. He hadn't expected them to say that everything they had done decades ago was for the good of Duan Lingtian. This, even Qin Wuyang, elder Lingshu of Chunyang School, was flabbergasted. He was the clearest about the 100-year pact between Duan Lingtian and the Linghu clan's council of elders because he had tried to find out more about Duan Lingtian. It was to the extent that even his martial granduncle, Zhen Pingfan, found out about this through him. That's right. It was all to motivate Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you have to understand our good intentions. If you are unhappy about this, you can vent it on me. I can be your punching bag. Duan Lingtian, keep these divine gems. Although they are precious, they are not as helpful to the Linghu family as they are to you. That's right. Moreover, Duan Lingtian, you're a member of our Linghu clan, so you ought to have better resources to enjoy. The group of elders of the Linghu family spoke up one after another. None of them had any intention of taking the divine gems that had piled up into a mountain on the ground. Duan Lingtian, the elder of the Linghu family, who had been elected to represent them, spoke up again. If you feel apologetic, you can take this batch of divine gems as a return to the Linghu family, and the Linghu family will give it to you as a gift. You are the first genius in the history of the Linghu family to enter Chunyang School. You deserve this gift. Chapter 39-36. Duan Lingtian could be considered to have seen through the thoughts of the group of Linghu clan elders. Moreover, the persistence of this group of people was completely out of his expectations. They seemed to think that if he did not accept the divine crystals, he would be disrespecting them and the Linghu family. Where was the attitude of blaming Linghu Renjie for allowing Duan Lingtian access to the secret chamber of laws? When they saw that Duan Lingtian seemed to be unwilling to accept them, the Linghu clan's council of elders shifted their attention to Linghu Renjie. One by one, they sent voice transmissions to Linghu Renjie. Clan leader, what happened that year was because we had eyes but failed to see and look down upon Duan Lingtian. Ask him to accept these divine crystals. Patriarch, if Duan Lingtian doesn't accept these divine crystals, we won't be able to rest easy. The Linghu family elders, who had been overbearing in the past, transmitted their voices to Linghu Renjie with a hint of pleading in their voices. Linghu Renjie sighed inwardly. He knew that the Linghu family elders were only acting this way because they had taken a liking to Duan Lingtian, who was about to become a student of Chunyang School, and would be of great benefit to the Linghu family. To be honest, he really hoped that the Linghu family would accept these divine crystals. That way, they would be able to write things off and have fewer fetters. But now, when he thought about how these elders had given up, they were still doing it for the good of the Linghu family, so he softened his heart. Duan Lingtian, accept them. Linghu Renjie smiled at Duan Lingtian. The family will accept these divine crystals, but now, the family will give them to you as a gift for you entering Chunyang School. Just as Elder Qi said, you are the first person in the history of the Linghu family to enter Chunyang School, so you deserve this treatment. As he spoke, Linghu Renjie transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, with your intelligence, it won't be difficult for you to see what these old fellows are thinking. They just want to tie you to the Linghu family so that they can enjoy all the privileges you bring to them in the future. They might even ask for your help at a critical moment to contribute to the family. If you don't accept these divine crystals today, I'm afraid that they will have other intentions, so, accept them. Even if you accept them, I can guarantee that no one in the Linghu family will use your name to cause trouble in the future. When he heard Linghu Renjie's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian was able to discern the helplessness within his tone. Presumably, the group of elders in the Linghu clan's elder council were pressuring him as well. In the end, Duan Ling Tian accepted the divine crystals. In that case, many thanks to the elders. In the future, even if I, Duan Ling Tian, go to Chunying school, I will always remember that I, Duan Ling Tian, came from the Linghu family. Duan Ling Tian said. The group of elders from the Linghu clan's council of elders were waiting for this exact sentence from Duan Ling Tian. When they heard what Duan Ling Tian said, they beamed with joy, and then they repeatedly congratulated Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, congratulations on entering Chunying school. Duan Ling Tian, you will become the pride of the Linghu family by entering Chunying school. If that kid in my family can be even 1/10,000th as good as you, Duan Ling Tian, I will wake up laughing in my dreams. After Duan Ling Tian put away the mountain of millions of divine crystals, the attitude of the Linghu family elders changed. They were all full of enthusiasm, as if they were Duan Ling Tian's family. Although Duan Ling Tian felt that this was realistic, he also knew that this was all due to the circumstances. Perhaps, if he were in the shoes of these Linghu family elders and encountered the same situation, he would also make the same choice. Just as Linghu Renjie said, even if these Linghu family elders had some selfish motives, they were still doing it for the good of the Linghu family. They were all smart people, and they knew that as long as the Linghu family was good, they and their descendants would be better off. At this moment, seeing the faces of the Linghu family elders, Jingxiu elder Zhen Pingfan of Chunying school shook his head. He had wanted to see Duan Ling Tian ruthlessly slap these Linghu family elders in the face. However, he did not expect that not only did they not care about Duan Ling Tian's slap, they even put their faces forward and let Duan Ling Tian slap them. In the end, they even moved closer to Duan Ling Tian like a bootlicker. Zheng Pingfan spent most of his life on cultivation and had little contact with other people, so he was full of curiosity about many things. However, the scene in front of him subverted his personal understanding. In this regard, he was even inferior to his junior grandnephew, Qin Wuyang. At least now, Qin Wuyang looked at the scene in front of him with a calm expression, as if he had already guessed that this would be the outcome. Family head, I have something to talk to you about in private. Duan Ling Tian transmitted his voice to Linghu Renjie, the two elders of Chunying school. Please make the arrangements. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian transmitted his voice to Zhen Pingfan and Qin Wuyang. Qin Wuyang responded immediately, and after seeing the result, Zhen Pingfan felt that it was meaningless to continue staying here, so he quickly responded as well. Elders, I have something to say to Duan Ling Tian in private, so you can all leave now. Linghu Renjie was now the head of the Linghu family again. At his command, the group of Linghu family elders stared at Duan Ling Tian with some reluctance before they left one after another. 3 ancestors, the 2 elders of Chunying school, please make the arrangements. Then, Linghu Renjie greeted Linghu Jingxing and the 2 elders of Hanghuan, and finally looked at Zhen Pingfan and Qin Wuyang. Elders, if you have any needs in the Linghu family, the Linghu family will do its best to help you as soon as possible. Then, Zhen Pingfan and Qin Wuyang left with Linghu Jingxing and the other 2 elders. For a moment, only Duan Ling Tian and Linghu Renjie were left in the large meeting hall. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect that after a few decades, you would be going to Chunying school. Linghu Renjie sighed. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Sect leader, don't make fun of me. As far as I know, your sister is not only an Emperor God expert, but she is also not an ordinary Emperor God expert. Even in the pure Sun sect, her strength might be above Elder Jingxiu. Your psychological endurance should be much stronger than others, right? Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Linghu Renjie's face suddenly froze. You? How did you know? Linghu Renjie was surprised. This was because his sister, Linghu Renfeng, had told him not to tell Duan Ling Tian about some things, including the fact that she was a divine emperor. But he didn't expect that when he saw Duan Ling Tian again, Duan Ling Tian would say it himself. Sect leader, why didn't you tell me that the Tianlong clan's elder Black Dragon came to the Linghu family to kill you? Duan Ling Tian asked seriously when he spoke again. Even now, he still cared about this matter. That was because he was the reason why Linghu Renjie was in such a dangerous situation. You know all about it? Linghu Renjie smiled bitterly. I didn't tell you back then because I didn't want you to worry. Besides, I'm not in any danger, right? By the way, how did you know that my sister is an emperor god expert? Linghu Renjie asked. The Tianlong clan's deputy sect leader, Xuemingji, said it. Duan Lingtian said, back then, after your sister killed the Tianlong clan's elder black dragon who wanted to kill you, she went to the Tianlong clan and taught Xuemingji a lesson. That time, her actions were not small, and even forced the Tianlong clan to shut down the Great Sect Protection Array. Even the Tianlong clan's elder Jingxiu might not be able to do that with her strength alone. Duan Lingtian still remembered that when Linghu Renfeng went to the Tianlong clan and forced the Tianlong clan to shut down the Great Sect Protection Array, she did not rely on her status or background, but on her strength alone. He even suspected that Linghu Renfeng might be in existence above a middle god emperor. Xuemingji. Linghu Renjie frowned. Obviously, he did not expect that the other party would expose his sister. He's already dead. Duan Lingtian said. When Linghu Renjie heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was shocked at first, but then he thought of the treatment Duan Lingtian received from the Chunying school today and felt relieved. With the Chunying school as his backing, a mere Tianlong clan's deputy sect leader was nothing. Sect leader. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face turned serious, and he looked at Linghu Renjie with a solemn expression. Where is your sister now? You want to find her and ask about Chuyin? Linghu Renjie asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. This matter, if he did not get to the bottom of it, he would not be satisfied. After she went to the Tianlong clan, she took Chuyin and left the Xiangang land. Linghu Renjie sighed and said, they left from the dimensional battlefield. Duan Lingtian's face changed slightly when he heard this. However, when he heard Linghu Renjie's words, his face relaxed again. But I've asked her about the resemblance between Chuyin and your wife. Linghu Renjie said. What did she say? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Chuyin is not your wife. Linghu Renjie said bluntly. Not? Hearing Linghu Renjie's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes that had lit up and his face that could not hide the excitement instantly froze. After a moment, he came back to his senses, and his face was full of disbelief. How could it be? How could it not be? Are there really so many coincidences? After muttering to himself, Duan Lingtian still asked somewhat unwillingly, Sect leader, are you sure she said that Linghu Chuyin is not my wife? I'm sure. Linghu Renjie nodded. At the same time, his brows slightly furrowed, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. This was a completely subconscious action. Although it only appeared for a moment and then disappeared, it was still seen through by Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, are you still hiding something from me? Facing Duan Lingtian's burning gaze and that slightly anxious expression, Linghu Renjie sighed. Although Chuyin is not your wife, I've also heard about your wife's current situation. Situation? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Ker's current situation? What happened to Ker? Sect leader, my wife. What's her current situation? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and an ominous premonition faintly rose in his heart. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.